6. N seems a little light. 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Good morning. Welcome everybody to day 3 of our marathon for Earth Day, building up to the 22nd. We're not quite halfway through, but we are getting there. So after 2 great days, we want to continue that momentum today. The theme, as most of you know, is healthy people, healthy planet, healthy people, which also I think now is called our relationship with our planet. And we will get into that in a moment. So as you know, we have these 3 themes. We went through Cool Planet on Monday. Today we have Healthy Planet, Healthy People. And then tomorrow we will end with theme 3 of our theme days with Deep Blue to Deep Space. We have quite a few events throughout the day that relate to that theme, healthy planet, healthy people. And we have heard quite a bit already during the first 2 days how much it matters that we find a way back into equilibrium with the life-supporting systems of our planet, which of course means that we have to keep the planet healthy in order to allow society to move forward in a healthy way on a positive trajectory. As you go through the program, you will see that this is probably the broadest set of topics which you would expect based on the theme. And there is something, I think, for everybody to, relate to and to find interesting discussions. If we are looking through it, it goes from power of partnerships, youth actions. We have the the Pacific Islands regional climate assessment. We have Seize the Moment. So we really go from the natural sciences, engineering sciences, to humanities, social sciences, which is really what we want to achieve here as the overall approach to the issues that are at the heart of the mission of the Global Futures Laboratory, a holistic view of the planet, no matter which kind of issue we are taking on, which kind of problem we want to tackle. So I hope you will find time to check in here and there, or hang out for extended periods of time and have fun with these events. We also have every day except yesterday, we have Andrew Maynard, the Associate Dean for Student Success in the College of Global Futures, also a faculty member in the School for the Future of Innovation in Society, to start us off with a light-hearted, provocative set of questions to a panel of 3 people. He will introduce them in a moment. And that will set a little bit the tone for the day. So without further ado, I would like to hand over to Andrew to open the day with his panel.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter. Panelists, if you want to come and choose a seat. It is first come, first served as to whether you sit right at the end or somewhere in the middle. Okay, so welcome to today's Firestarter Chats. Those of you who are here on Monday will know that these are the antithesis of the fireside chats you see at so many conferences, where at the end of the day, you'll have a cozy chat in comfortable chairs, usually slightly soporific. This is a talk at the beginning of the day where we're trying to light your imagination and get you excited and maybe a little frustrated about what we're talking about, because frustration is good here, because it'll prompt you to actually have deep and involved and hopefully transformative conversations. What was that? Not too much of it. Oh, I don't know. I think we need little bit of controversy to get people woken up. So as Peter said, my name's Andrew Maynard. I'm a professor in the School for the Future of Innovation in Society, and I research and write about our relationship with the future, which seems very appropriate with today's theme. As we're sitting here, we're celebrating Earth Week. We're in a building that's just been newly minted and dedicated to planetary health. We're sitting in a global futures laboratory, which is really focused on the challenges that threaten the very habitability of this planet. Now, I know it's really subtle, but you might have just got a slight hint here that the planet we live on is important. And of course, we all know this. If the planet fails, it is going to be really hard for us and future generations to thrive. But what about the people? What about us sitting in this room? What about our friends and our family, our communities, the societies we're part of? Where do they come into this equation? Is it just about the planet, or is it about people as well? And where is that tension? Where is that divide? And as we begin to think about concepts such as a medical center for the planet, which is part of the framing around this building and the Global Futures Laboratory, are we in danger of falling into some of the traps that the medical profession has fallen into in treating the symptoms and the systems rather than holistically treating the people that are impacted? So to dive into some of these really complex and controversial questions, I have a fantastic panel here to light the conversation and to light the beginning of the day. On my far left, I have Melissa Nelson. So Melissa is the only person that actually got the memo today. The memo was wear a summer dress. Unfortunately, Dave, Netra, and myself went for jeans and black jackets. So thank you, Melissa, for getting it right. Melissa is an ecologist and Indigenous scholar activist who joined ASU in 2020. Formerly a professor of American Indian Studies at San Francisco State University and CEO of the Cultural Conservancy, she's now focused on leading an Indigenous sustainability agenda at ASU with Native graduate students, peers, and communities. She's passionate about Indigenous food sovereignty, the health of rivers, and uplifting Indigenous knowledge through partnerships, publications, and innovative land production. Next to Melissa, I have Dave White. So Dave joined Arizona State University in 2001 and has helped lead ASU's evolution into one of the world's leading universities for global impact. He lives in Tempe with two very important people, his wife, Rebecca, and their daughter, Fern. And together they enjoy traveling the planet, there's that planetary theme, and to enjoy nature and meet interesting people. And I've got to say, why travel the planet to meet interesting people when you're surrounded by interesting people here? Is this a statement, Dave? Maybe we're going to get into that. He's also the director of the Global Institute of Sustainability and Innovation and Associate Vice President for Research Advancement in the ASU Knowledge Enterprise. And then sitting right next to me, we have Netra Chhetri. Netra joined ASU in 2005 and is a professor in the School for the Future of Innovation in Society. Most recently, he's led the creation of two transdisciplinary degree programs. The first is a PhD, let me turn this page before I get this wrong, a PhD in Innovation in Global Development, which currently has 45 students representing 16 countries, and also a graduate certificate in Global Development and Innovation. He lives in South Tempe with his better half, Nalini, and their daughter, Neha, son, Rajiv, and because we've got to bring everything into this, his family dog, Lily. Together, they love debating global development challenges, which is great because I'm sure we're going to get into debate here. So thank you so much for being in this Firestarter. And I'm going to kick things off straight away with quite a provocative question, which is we're sitting here in this new Center for Planetary Health. And I want to ask each of you, what does this mean to you? And I'm going to start with you, Melissa, right at the end of the line.
Good morning. Great to be here with you all. And I really want to acknowledge the first peoples of this land, the Akimel Atum Peeposh people of the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community who had lived in this area for thousands of years and actually helped build the canal that goes right through our building, so that we are creating a center for planetary health really rooted in an ancient site of sustainability and utilizing water systems in the desert to create a paradise out of this really arid landscape, I think is a testament to human capacity to survive and thrive in very challenging conditions. So to create a center here that really includes all voices and all peoples in an inclusive way is just so remarkable. And that's why I'm so honored to be a part of this enterprise and this adventure. Planetary health starts with local health for me. It's great to talk about the health of other places and meet people in other places, but if we can't have a healthy landscape where we actually live and breathe and eat and sleep every day, we cannot create health in other places. So it's really walking the talk. So I am very excited that this building is LEED certified, doing everything we can to be as innovative as possible and walk our talk with our architecture, our design, our curriculum. And what about inclusion with the most diverse communities who sadly have been cut out of the ivory tower of academia and have actually have hands-on embodied experiences of working the land as farmers, as miners, as people actually literally in the mine shafts, creating and pulling out the materials that we use for everything in our society. So I think bringing up the voices of those who are often voiceless, who are oppressed, but who are the ones who are daily creating our food and our material culture. So that is a huge part of planetary health to me, to be absolutely inclusive of not only our ecosystems, but what's often called our ethnosphere, right? We have our biosphere and our ethnosphere, all of the thoughts and worldviews and cultures that have made up this diverse, thriving, beautiful planet that we want to continue.
I love the concept of the ethnosphere. And I actually want to continue this theme. I want to come back to you, Netra, especially with this idea of who is included in not only these conversations around planetary health, but how we actually serve them. And I wonder, just from your comments, whether we actually have an issue of planetary health disparity, just like we have a huge issue of health disparity. So Netra, I don't know whether you can sort of take on this part of the conversation, but also feed in your sense of what it means to have a center of planetary health when you're looking at broader communities and populations.
First up, Andrew, thank you very much for putting this together, and good morning, everybody. As I'm thinking about planetary health and thinking about this very center which is dedicated to healing, I cannot think that in the absence of people. And when I say people, these people are not a homogeneous group. It's an awfully heterogeneous group. And then each of these groups or lineages have a long history of living with and making through the planet for their livelihoods and so on. But over a course of time, in the pursuit of a particular goal, that is pursuit of our economic growth, we have disharmonized our relationship with various culture and the environment they make the way for their life. I think if we are really challenging ourselves and thinking very deeply through this center to healing, as Melissa pointed out very rightfully, there has to be an inclusive effort. When I say inclusive, I would like to stretch a little bit further, not to just include them as a silent majority, but include them with their active voices. The very knowledge system that we sit and we cherish and we narrate has the history of excluding these marginal voices. Over 7.4 billion people every day makes trillions of decisions. Those decisions are not made independently, although made independently, but they affect the health of the planet and the very society that we live. So we would be better off dedicating to understand what influences those decisions and how do we bring together those multiple decisions to actually narrate in a way that we create a new generation of people thinking through inclusion is not just about including silent majority, but actively engaging with the people and the planet in a very different manner.
So Dave, to you, we've got this theme here of inclusion. How do you make sure that everybody is part of this process of building the future we want on the planet? We've also got this idea of planetary healing, not just health. So I actually want to ask you first, is this a concept we should be embracing, the idea that the planet is sick and we need to heal it or cure it? And if we do that, what encapsulates the planet? Are we just talking about things like air and oceans and earth, or does the planet actually incorporate the peoples that live on it as well?
It's a great question. Thank you, Andrew, for organizing the discussion. And good morning, everyone. And what I'd like to start with is the power of metaphor in shaping the way that we talk about these issues and the way that it structures our actions, the knowledge we produce, the advocacy that we engage in, the partnerships that we develop. And so it is essential that we think about the language that we use in describing this Center for Planetary Health and the Global Futures Laboratory. And so for me, I look at the vision that we've established, right? A future in which life thrives on a healthy planet. And so you see those critical concepts and terms embedded in now the name of our physical home, as well as the mission for the laboratory. And so whenever I'm working with graduate students and they write a research question, the first thing I have them do is underscore every concept that's in that question and say, well, what do you mean by that? Like, what is a healthy planet? What is a future in which all life thrives? So unpacking that is really important. And so for me, when we talk about our vision, that means a future in which all life thrives on a healthy planet. And so then you need to expand that to the points that both Netra and Melissa have said. And that means it's not just, it's all forms of life, both human and biological and ecological, right? And so embedded in that vision is the notion that we need to embrace a thriving, equitable, just future for all people, both current and future generations, right? So thinking about those in terms of the intra-generational equity for people here now, as well as intergenerational equity for people in moving forward. And then, so for me, when we talk about life thriving on a healthy planet, it's that concept is really critical, that we talk about all life. Then when we talk about a healthy planet, unpacking that a little bit, I envision that to mean not necessarily problematizing or thinking about us as human actors fixing the health of the planet, but more in terms of repairing our relationship with the planet, that which is out of equilibrium. And our over-consumption and extraction, and again, I want to make the point here to differentiate that. We had good dialogue in the first panel about, I am not problematizing population growth, but consumption, right? It's the extraction and the consumption of material resources that are out of equilibrium with the planet's ability to provide the resources to support that healthy society. So those are some of the key concepts that I think are important as we discuss what the language around Global Futures Laboratory and the Center for Planetary Health mean in how we structure our work.
So this language around a relationship with the planet actually seems to be very powerful because it pulls us away from slipping into metaphors which haven't necessarily worked in the past around medicine and health and medical schools. And instead, it asks, how can we actually create this relationship which is good for everyone and everything? But how do we do this? And it feels very nice, but of course the devil is in the details. So actually, I'm going to go back to Melissa and ask, when we talk about a relationship with the planet, What exactly does that mean? What does it look like to have a healthy relationship with the planet?
Great question. And I really appreciate, Dave, you problematizing the whole idea of, how we define health. What does health mean in different languages and different concepts? And for example, in the Ojibwe language, my tribe, our word for medicine, mashkiki, and the word for earth is aki. So our word for medicine is the strength of the earth. So whenever we get something as medicine, it comes from the earth. So that indicates that not only materially with herbs and literal medicines that we ingest or inhale for medicine, but actually just being in an old growth forest. That is medicine, right? We talk about laughter as medicine. So Native culture is always talking about what is your medicine? Where do you find your medicine? And it's going to be different for each individual, each culture, each tribe, each community. So a healthy community is one that has that reciprocal relationship with their local ecosystem where they are filled with medicines. Not only do they receive medicine from the land in terms of water and earth and food and air, but they actually contribute back medicine by creating beauty and sustainable systems, whether it's canals or canoes or agriculture or farming terraces. So it has to be a dance. I think that's another good metaphor. We've become so ingrained unconsciously with this mechanical model of nature that it is like a machine that we tinker with.
So can I?
We have to return to an organic understanding of the natural system that is way beyond the mechanical model.
So can I push this a little bit further? And I actually want to bring in Netra and Dave here as well. But it sometimes seems, I'm just riffing off that, as if when we conceptualize things, especially in the West, we think with a very, very Western mindset. So you think about this idea of health and medicine. I see so many people that think about the body as being separate from mind and fixing the body and dealing with the symptoms. But of course, that's how medicine has grown up over the last 100 years or so in the West. That is totally different from indigenous cultures, totally different from different cultures in other parts of the world. So then the question is, how do we actually make sure we're listening to other ways of thinking, just as you've articulated here, about what it means to have a healthy relationship? And how do we broaden that out, Dave?
So one of the things I think is really exciting about working with Melissa and Netra and others in this really multi, and transdisciplinary environment that we're attempting to create with our community of scholars here is that the descriptions that Melissa is deriving from her own cultural identity, from the practice of indigenous communities, practices that are really parallel to concepts of regenerative futures, regenerative agricultures, to ecosystem services, right? There are concepts that have been developed in other aspects of our science and humanities scholarship that are quite consistent and complementary to the knowledge that we might derive from collaborating with indigenous communities and scholars, both domestically and globally. And so that's where I think is part of this path forward is better integration of those concepts with the ecological, social, and other sciences that we have, rather than seeing these things as separate. And so we can take some of these same lessons and think, how do we move forward in regenerative agriculture? How do we move forward with regenerative futures, or enhance the concept of sustainability by incorporating these types of knowledges?
Yeah.
I think, thank you, Dave and Melissa. I think we have to start to seriously challenge ourselves. The war is not even as bad as it is. It's just not less than 2 months into the making. We found ourselves that a lot of countries are deeply embedded or found themselves not being able to supply sufficient food. And then we also learn all kinds of statistics, like combined between Russia and Ukraine, they supply 60% of cooking oil to the world, sunflower oil to the world, and 25% of the wheat to the world. And then you can just sit down and think about what kind of agriculture system that we created. Was it like that before? Or is something wrong? I think we got to challenge, as Melissa rightfully pointed out. I grew up interacting with over 50 different varieties of rice and 10 different varieties of corn and many other things in my backyard and so on. None of those are there at this point in time. Why?
But can I just
Can't
ask,
challenge that.
but can I ask you on that? Is that just nostalgia, or is that something that's really important?
I think it is more than important, Andrew, because if we fail to, we have acknowledged that, and I'm saying that it's not enough to acknowledge. We have to really transform ourselves to bring back those systems as quickly as possible. Otherwise, we'll find ourselves in a danger of losing some other thing.
So this is where I'm going to push you to sort of make even more definitive statements, because I'm sure this is all fantastic, but I'm sure there are people that are listening to this and thinking, this is nice. And it would be wonderful if everybody in the world was nice and trying to pull in the same direction. But we're living in a world in crisis. So you mentioned the war in Ukraine. And you're not going to fix either the war or planetary food systems in the next few months by having conversations about our relationship with the planet. So how do you respond to people that say, nice isn't enough? We've got to deal with really big problems now. Otherwise, everything's going to go to pot. How do you square the circle there? I'm going to go back to you, Melissa.
And I'm going to push back at you a little bit that it
Thank
is
you.
not nostalgic to mourn and grieve the loss of our food diversity and our seed diversity. Diversity is resilience. There is nothing nostalgic about that. When we lose that kind of diversity in our agricultural systems and our biodiversity, we know that things are falling apart.
Right.
So I just had to push back.
No. And that's exactly what I wanted. I'm being provocative, so I actually...
Yes, you are. You are.
And
being
actually,
provocative.
could you say a little bit more about that before we go on? Because there's this issue of how we get comfortable with where we are to the extent that we don't understand what we've lost until it's too late.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I think that is a passionate example that Netra gave from his own experience and Native people all through the Americas with the hundreds of varieties of corn, of papas, of potatoes, of beans. And when you actually restore your relationship to these food sources, it is more than just nutrition in terms of amino acids and all of that. It is feeding the spirit. It's feeding your ancestors. It's feeding future generations. It's literally feeding the soil with nitrogen and other things. So we need to think holistically. We've gotten so much into this reductionistic mindset that medicine is a pill we take. Medicine is much, much broader than that and much more holistic and needs to be looked at. And in terms of, getting down to how are we going to create social change, I think it has to happen from the bottom up and the top down and from the side. We can't expect it just to be from the top down because that's waiting for Godot, because the people in power don't want to give up the power and the resources, right? So that's going to wait too long. And it has to come from the grassroots, from the ground up, from the masses, from the people. Absolutely. They have to meet in the middle, and it has to be lateral with folks like us in universities that are working for knowledge production and the betterment of humanity, and now planetary health explicitly.
So then, before we come to Dave, take that one step further and tell me sort of how we begin, or actually sort of begin to explore how we begin to integrate that really important perspective with addressing really big challenges now where we don't have time and luxury for broad conversations and engagement. How do we do the yes and approach?
Well, I would also problematize that we don't have the time. I mean, on one level, yes, we don't have the time, but the urgency imperative is a colonial idea.
Right.
It activates the savior complex. Then we have to go save it, the missionary zealousness that has been so destructive to the diversity of the planet. So I would say we actually have to slow down. That's why I'm part of the slow food movement. And that's why it's caught, wildfire across the planet with, the Italian love of food and culture and land and identity. And that is so significant. So I think we actually have to slow down and listen to each other before we can come up with the right action. And the greatest scientist, one of them arguably Einstein, said we can't solve our problems with the same thought process that created them.
Which I think is really important, Dave.
Just to touch on the sort of how do we do it question,
Yes.
right? Because I think this is a really important question. And fortunately, many of the scholars in our community have been thinking very deeply about this, studying systematic transitions and transformations in social structures, and thinking about how we have to conceptualize these at these multiple scales, at macro, meso, and micro scales. And at the macro scale, we have to change those global discourses in the way that they structure our thinking and our conversation. So we need to problematize global discourses around globalization, right, itself. And in fact, when you see someone, as David Brooks writing in the New York Times, who got so close to the point recently about the failure of globalization, walked right up to it, got right to it, the nose of the point, and then didn't quite get there.
Right.
But so, problematizing these macro discourses that structure a lot of our institutions, then at those mid scales working for policy. So, the reliance on single strains of grains and those are policies that are made through the Farm Bill every year, right? In the US, those are policies that are not set in stone. Those are open to change. And then down at the individual level, getting people to have more informed choices about whatever it is that they're making in terms of whether it's a food decision, a decision about their water consumption within their home, et cetera, connecting those decisions to their communities and to those larger scales. So we have to work at all social scales, simultaneously. And then importantly, look for niche disruptions for entrepreneurs, for others who are bringing new innovations to the market and helping to disrupt.
So this is where I would normally ask, well, what do we do to sort of get out of this, which is where you began to go. But let me actually flip that and ask, how do we get here in the first place? If it's so obvious what the pathway forward is, how on earth are we living in this world where we seem to make decisions which make the future a worse place, not a better place? That we try and find technological fixes to problems that actually just lead to more problems. How do we end up here?
I think, and you're not getting a proper response here.
Oh, go on, Netra. Tell us how to fix it and what's wrong.
If I have the answer to fix the current problem, I probably would be colonizing Mars at this point in time. But let me. No, not that one. Let me try. It began with homogenizing the perspectives and then crafting. There is one single vision of the world. If we all pursued that, is going to be a fantastic place. I think we found out after 300 years or so on that path, we are wrong. By this time, we're already locked in. It's very difficult to get out of that. And, I'm a farmer and agriculturist now, found myself in academics, always want to bring the farmer's example. I'm not sure about you, but I never have seen any book that glamorizes, or children book that glamorizes the lives of the farmers. There's no single storybook that I've seen. There are storybooks that glamorizes others. Good for them. Mm-hmm. But here, we never teach our youngsters about what is to be farmer and what good it has offered to me, and in relation to healing the planet and so on, in relation to food that we eat and health, whatnot, right? So I haven't even found a good textbook that excites the young generation that comes to graduate school or undergraduate school to actually want to love that agriculture.
Right.
So that is the problem.
So I want to go with this. And just to let you know, I'm actually going to open this up to questions from the audience. So if anybody has got something burning, just be prepared to put up your hand and a microphone will come to you. But just looking at this fascinates me because we've had a narrative for the last year or so in particular about highlighting different types of people in different roles. This idea of the role model, that the people are inspired to be someone and be something and do things if they see someone that looks and feels like them role. But maybe we need to extend that and actually look at the types of lives people live and the types of things people do in addition to identity. Is that something that we should be embracing? So it's not just about women or LGBTQ people in certain roles or people with different ethnicities or different worldviews in roles, but it's also people that are doing things that don't seem to be a mainstream part of the culture. How should we be thinking about that? Yes, let me go to Melissa. Dave.
I'll just, I'll be brief, and I'll first of all say that, you know, representation matters, and it matters a lot. So with that as a given,
Right.
And I think we've seen this through the pandemic. There has been a return to a focus on meaning in life.
Right.
Right. And I think, you know, whether it's through what we've seen in the Great Resignation or other aspects of life as we have lived through this pandemic, people are collectively around the globe reassessing what it means to be human and what it means for them to contribute. So I think it's really important to provide these kinds of examples, as Netra saying, not just to show people of different identities in different roles, which is important, but as you're saying, to show, you know, what is the value, what is the meaning of living that kind of an authentic life where you have a personal purpose, you know, and mission. So I think it's really critical.
And it really struck me with what Netra was saying is we've had such an emphasis on, say, for instance, women in science. But that tells you two things. It tells you that we value women, which is important, but it tells you also that as a society, we value science and a particular type of science. So should we be having these conversations about X in Y, where Y goes way beyond these very Western ideas of what is important?
Let me expand on that.
Sorry, yes, yes.
Because you brought women.
Yes.
Know, and then that's also the time I realized how stupid I am. Okay.
That's
so
another purpose of these,
was,
actually, self-realization.
Early 80s, I was promoting green revolution agriculture in the plains of Nepal. And with my colleagues, I was walking into the field through a home, a small hut, let's put it that way. And we passed a woman plugging these sweet potatoes vines. And we passed her. And then after about 20 years or so, I stopped. What is she doing there? So I came back and then asked questions to this woman, a young farmer. And then, why are you just keeping one bud in the node? Those of us who've seen the sweet potato, it grows from the node, you know. So she was just keeping one bud and plugging all the buds out of that node. And I asked, why are you doing that? So she, in that perfect 30-second answer, she gave me economic explanation, she gave me agronomic explanation, and then she expressed that she is a great agronomist than I am. You know, the economic explanation was, if you keep only one bud, then you are letting that root, limited roots, and then the sweet potato, of course, comes from. So the size of the sweet potato is bigger. And if you take those sweet potatoes in the market, weekly market, that's what the customary exchange commerce and economy is, then even if at the end of the day, the sweet potato is not sold, that big sweet potato is going to be okay the next week, okay? So that was such a perfect answer. If she let all the buds come and the potato size would be smaller, if she's not able to sell in the market, next week it won't survive the storage and she has to force herself to sell it. Okay, so in that perfect 30 seconds, she gave me a good answer. I realized I'm a stupid agronomist.
But you learned, you listened and learned, which is important. Melissa.
That's what we call indigenous ingenuity or indigenuity. Indigenuity. I'm still grappling with, you know, where humanity took a wrong turn.
Right.
And that is such an important question that I ask every day. And that's a deep philosophical, historical question, but I think it relates to this predicament we're in today because There's been so much emphasis since, the Enlightenment on individual development and individual acquisition. And then since the Industrial Revolution, material acquisition. And now with the selfie culture, just me. And that is such a huge problem. You're talking about how do we be inclusive? We need to get out of our own way. And I think Dave was inferring that. And I think Mother Earth right now is responding to how out of balance humanity is with climate change and with all these imbalances that is waking us up. That's why these crises during COVID, what was important? Your people are dying, your families are dying. What was with these wildfires that we've had? You see homes are getting burned up, floods, and now war. Life is precious and we have been treating it like dirt.
And that to me suggests that when we begin to think about the future, we need to really put that emphasis on our relationship with what is around us, which is where we started, rather than trying to fix the symptoms we see. I do want to go to the audience. I thought I saw, did I see somebody wants to ask a question? Yes, Manfred.
You all have way too much of a consensus, so I have to throw in something.
Yeah.
Go on.
Go ahead.
So let's begin with Ukraine. The causes for that war, which was imminently predictable by anybody who paid attention, have at least in this case, longer causes are centuries, but the last 30 years of many decisions that we now can no longer reverse. Now we are starting shooting at each other. Of course, we can reflect about what would be a stable situation after the shooting. And I think that's what you are doing right now. The question is, how do you stop the shooting?
Right.
And so if we go to the building here, Center for Planetary Health. So it's very important what you're talking about here, which is about what is the therapy that we need going forward. But right now, the planet is coming into the front door, into the emergency room. And the question is, what do we need to actually pass on the planet or our societies so that you therapists can actually work with it? But there is a long stretch in between that you're not addressing, and that's the emergency room situation.
Okay, anybody want to take that? How do we deal with the emergency room before we get to therapy?
Well, thank you for the question. And it reminds me, one of my early teachers, David Brower, the grandfather of the conservation movement, talked about CPR for the planet with Gorbachev in the Green Cross. This was in the 80s and 90s. And we need CPR for the planet then, conservation, protection, and he said restoration. Now we may say regeneration or revitalization, but I couldn't agree more. And again, to me, it has to start at local levels. We have to save this river, this soil, clean up this air. If we all take care of our home communities, we're going to be in a better place. And we need the global transnational work as well. But if we work locally, then we have hope. Just like what Jane Goodall said yesterday, 1 million small ethical acts, I think, is really a great approach.
We're going to move fairly fast actually through questions, so you'll have a chance to respond to all of them. No, thank you. Actually, Peter, let's go there. Then I've got Peter, then I've got Amanda. Yes.
Most of my friends and family are so overwhelmed, they're disengaged. So I was curious to know how you can frame the argument so that they're concerned enough to take action, but don't shut down because of the information.
Yeah, I'll start here because our colleagues at the Yale School of the Environment, Tony Lasarowitz and his team have been running for many years a project called the Yale Climate Communication Project. And one of the things that concerns me in watching the data, which is a representative national public opinion poll, is the growth of a sector of respondents to that survey, which are known as climate fatalists, right? And these are typically tend to be younger folks who have now become disengaged because they feel, disempowered, disenfranchised, and they feel like the problems are beyond the scope of our ability to solve them. And so it is a really critical challenge. And so there are a number of strategies to engage. I think that you have to counter each of those. You have to make people feel empowered to make choices focusing, I think, on local choices. If people look at, whether it's the war in Ukraine or the climate crisis or even the water crisis in the West, it is difficult for us to say, what is my single decision going to do to affect that? This idea of talking about aggregate decisions, talking about trying to give people hope and trying to give them a sense of empowerment, entitlement, and not only the feeling, but by changing the way that we are making decisions to bring those people into the decision process with true inclusion, not just representation, but actual authority and power and voice. And so we have to restructure the way that we make decisions. Youth councils are one method to do that. Participatory budgeting, something some of our ASU colleagues are working on, is another way to do that. These are sort of mundane aspects of governance, but you've got to focus on those ways of getting people empowered and enfranchised.
Yep. And I actually think it's really interesting that there's an opportunity there. When you have disenfranchised communities, there's an opportunity to re-engage them in different ways. And that's certainly something I think we should be looking at. Peter.
I wanted to come back to a question that you posed fairly early in the conversation. What does it mean, planetary health? Is it just about the planet? Is it about people? Where are the people? The way I look at that is, we are part of the Earth system, we are part of the planetary system. So it is both. So we have to be included in that. On the issue of time, I think, and on the issue of diversity, we have to parallel process here. We have to, on the one hand, take time to think deep. At the same time, there are phenomena that we have to take care of now. So I think the two are not contradicting each other. In the discussion, I sometimes, and not just this discussion, in our general discussions, I sometimes have the feeling that an idea comes up and we just dive into that, and that is all that our mind can hold. What we have to make sure is that the young minds we train actually can get that wider view, that they can see things holistically, and that they understand if you have a holistic approach, you have to go along several tracks in parallel. Make sure that you're not disconnecting them, because that's how we got here.
I couldn't agree more. Yes, polycognitive processes. Yes, we can do this simultaneously.
I think we are in a privileged position, Peter, really privileged position. And then among other things that we get to do is get to communicate with the young folks regularly. And in as big a school as this is, we get to do that at a scale. Maybe one of the immediate things that we can do here is not to scare these young minds. If you scare them, they feel like they have no voice, they cannot do anything. Of course, there are immediate things that we have to do, but at the same time, how to bring them together for a common goal through our discourse and narrative, that has to be our priority. I think we have an awfully privileged position. We're not using the privilege appropriately to craft the better future for all.
I would also say, just adding to that, there's this question of speed and direction. You can't have direction alone without speed. You can't have speed without direction. Otherwise, you're going to crash. You've got to work out how to work with both together. Amanda. Yep, there we are.
I was definitely a climate fatalist before coming here. So I'm very grateful to all of you that I'm now a climate hopeful. And I wanted to go to the other end of Manfred's spectrum, thinking about climate as a very urgent topic right now. And I know Peter will say to me, it's not just the climate, it's a holistic approach. And thinking about the Sustainable Development Goals as global goals with local action. So loving to hear these local issues. How do we find solutionaries that can be positive role models in the climate space? So Netra, I know you've talked about biochar before. Melissa, I see, we heard from Al Gore last night and Peter Seligman about Indigenous peoples and how the vast majority of biodiversity remaining is on lands managed by Indigenous peoples. And Dave, I know you're doing a lot of incredible work with a range of marginalized communities, notably helping us with women as solutionaries. So could each of you give us a positive example where the work that you're doing is contributing in a positive way to solving the climate crisis. To end on a happy note.
Great. Dave, why don't you start?
I'll go quick, and it's also going to be apologies, but for the advertisement. This afternoon, we're going to be back in this room with a panel on the future of sustainable retail that's featuring the work that we're doing through the ASU Starbucks Center for the Future of People and the Planet, to get back to the urgent. That work is driven by one corporate partner and their sustainability goals at 2030. And then it's the university trying to leverage our capacities and resources to help them reach those goals, which are very ambitious goals. But the power and scale and impact of a corporate partner that large, right, with 36,000 plus stores around the world, if we make significant changes, they aim to halve their carbon, water, and waste impact by 2030. If we do that with Starbucks, if we do that with Walmart through the Sustainability Consortium, if we do that with those partners just in the corporate sector, think about the impact that we can have on, the current, to Manfred's point, the current crisis.
I would say two great examples, river restoration and water restoration with the Winnemem-Wintu tribe of Mount Shasta in Northern California to create more riparian area to mitigate flooding and drought and bring back the salmon. So that's one example. And then the indigenous seed rematriation movement, taking seeds that have been locked up in archives in universities and seed banks for over 100 years and are being grown out. And these seeds are incredibly resilient to very different climatic areas. So that's another great example.
Great.
A couple of examples here, Amanda. I think I work very closely with the communities with regards to governance of their resources that they depend on for their livelihoods. And one of the things that I feel privileged about is the community forestry that we have worked together with the people in South Asia. So concept wasn't that novel, but what it recognized early in the studies is there are local institutions. They know how to organize themselves and how to respond to challenges. If we recognize the value of those local institutions, and almost all the time those local institutions are embedded into local cultures and so on, then we really get to do way more than going after the external institutions. So this understanding is really important. The other one that I nowadays push forward is the idea of what we call grassroots innovation, because innovation, when you usually think about innovation, happens in a lab of the university, such as this, white coat and so on, which is absolutely true. But at the same time, innovation does happen in the community, especially community at the margin of society, whether in the slums or marginal lands and floodplains and so on. So opening your horizons to that kind of innovation and bringing them within the context of academic setting probably help us move a little bit further. So there are two things that I share.
So the sign of a really good fire starter is that you have way more questions than you have time. And I know I've got two people lined up. We've only got enough time for one, and we've only got about 60 seconds. So Dave, you get the final question.
I'll yield.
Oh, great. In which case, Manfred, do you want to jump in, or can I wrap up?
Dave, go, Dave. Go, Dave. Come on, Dave.
Dave, you've just given up the microphone. You could have held on.
Manfred will ask a really complicated, hard question. Go ahead, Dave.
So I may be the only political scientist in this room. Possible. There's another.
Oh, no, there's another one.
Excellent. Politics is one of the important ways, with politics with a small p, is one of the important ways that many human societies create collective visions of the future, build individual identity in the context of a collective, and do a lot of the things that the beginning part of the conversation here that focused on people, you guys all described. And yet the conversation took a turn away from what gets fixed, from the possibility that we might actually need to be fixing our politics as well, both locally, nationally, and globally. And this, is a step away, I think, from Amanda's question to elicit more hopeful conclusions. But it also relates to issues of prioritization. And Netra did mention in one of his early comments, the ideas of path dependency and the challenges that we have, from this own position and in a public institution where there are certain ways in which we are not authorized to interact with the political system. We can teach students, we can encourage students in some ways to go out and do things in the world, but we can't encourage them legitimately to go out and do other things. There are things that we can do in the world and things that we can't do in the world from our positions as faculty members. What if we're in a position where the things that we have to prioritize are the things that we are not authorized to do from the position that we're in?
So seeing that we're out of time, I'm going to give us an extra 60 seconds and I'm going to ask you, I'm going to actually twist your question around, Dave, and I'm going to encourage people to think about that through the rest of the day. But can I ask you all to think of just one thing we can do to bring about change as we think about our relationship with the planet and the future? Melissa, are you okay to go first? Perfect.
What we put in our mouth.
What we put in our mouths.
Yes, we can change a lot by the food choices we make every day, our consumer choices.
Great.
I'll be just as simple, and that's caring for the people that we love, taking care of one another.
I'll urge everybody to revise their syllabus.
And with that, what a perfect ending. Thank you so much. Everybody on the panels has been fantastic. Thank you for being a great audience. And the next Firestarter is tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Be here.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. My name is Valencia. I'm a doctoral candidate in Mary Lou Fulton College. I'm also a poet, an artist, a researcher, an activist. And today I want to share a bit of my work with you to kick off this event. I'm really happy that you all invited me here. And I think this poem speaks for itself. And so I'm just going to let it do what it does. This piece is called Parasites of the Planet. Planet parasite, degrees raised by the Fahrenheit. Monsoon floods rain terror on India. People's lives are lost in the bacteria and in wastewaters snatching homes. We're safe and sound watching images from drones. Sending thoughts and prayers because we need climate justice. We need new direction and a conscious compass. Parasites of the planet. We can't ignore the woolly mammoth that taking more than our fair share are exactly the ethics that led us here. Individualism plus hegemony is the disease that leads to the rising of the seas. This is the reality we've manifested. A pandemic shouldn't be the only reminder we're connected. I have a question. Humor me. Why does society litter? Discard rejected bodies to wither. On the streets in poor schools, you don't give them tools, but you say they break rules. So you put them in chains, no rights to their names, and you say times have changed? Why does society litter? People they perceive to be sinister. If you're browner than a paper bag, you do not get to claim this flag. You don't always feel protected by the badge. It's hard to tell the good from the bad. You dig through destruction for your history and learn how oppressors co-opted your victories. It's not easy to see the destruction when we're all complicit in the corruption. Dressed in fast fashion for reputation, lacking dollars and justice education. We're not there, but we should know what happens. The world's poor suffer for our satisfaction. There are protesters in the streets globally screaming, they can't breathe. We're choked by disease and pollutants increase as protections decrease. We want to breathe free. We want to be free. We want to believe in all this country can be. Healing is the answer. Redistribute the power. The heart of the healing is in the community that you empower. Can we work together to co-create symbiosis? Can we transform a situation that already seems hopeless? Can we get Flint clean water? Can we house those without homes? Let's restore communities with homeless shelters and green zones. Let's honor the connection between the planet and the people by committing to a life where our fun isn't lethal, by committing to a life where we value our neighbors, by committing to a life where we learn from our failures. Parasites of the planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Brilliant, Valencia Clement. What a wonderful start to today's panel on the power of global partnerships and youth for climate action and education. I loved these two lines. We need new directions and a climate conscious compass. And this is what today is all about. It is a hopeful session today. We've all heard the Secretary General's words, code red for humanity. And we've heard a lot in the last couple of days about the latest report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. But we're still in a position where we can turn things around. We can turn it around. And I'm thrilled today to lead an incredible panel of wonderful women and a male ally with a lot of audience participation. My name is Amanda Ellis, and I lead global partnerships here at the exciting Julianne Wrigley Global Futures Lab. All of you should have a card, either to your left or your right. So I'd like you to pick up that card and look at the piece of art on the front and the country that that might be from. And then I want you to turn over and look at the message on the back. We're going to be hearing from Iveta Silova in the Mary Lou Fulton Teachers College, who is the architect and lead with many others on this brilliant project. But we want to start by raising awareness of youth input from all around the world. This is a global crisis, and this is a crisis we all need to solve together. I'm going to start our incredible panel with two brilliant women for a fireside chat. And then we're going to ask some of our ASU experts to come up and tell you a little bit about the work that they are doing to create change globally. We are then going to finish with Allison, who is the lead zoologist at the Bishop Museum and is doing some incredible work on what is now the second lung of the planet, Papua New Guinea, seeing the Amazon has gone from sink to source. And we have Dan Luchtenhaus here. I'm looking around the audience. Here he is, from the Hawaii Tropical Bioreserve and Garden, who's going to be telling us a little bit about their place-based education too. So let me invite Iveta and Maya to come and take a seat. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about them as they take their places. Maya Soetoro-Ng is co-founder and senior advisor of the Institute for Climate and Peace. She is a faculty specialist at the College of Social Sciences at the University of Hawaii at Manoa and serves as the university's liaison to the Obama Foundation, where she works with the Leaders Program and Global Girls Alliance on initiatives across the Asia-Pacific region. Iveta Silova is professor and associate dean of global engagement in the ASU Mary Lou Fulton Teachers College, with extensive experience in the area of international aid and development, both as a recipient and as a program manager overseeing implementation. And now, as a researcher, looking at the policies and politics of international development dynamics. So wonderful to have you both here. And I know that you share in common a degree which is not a common degree. It is a doctorate in international comparative education. So I know that you have both long been advocates for youth and education that is multicultural. Would love to hear you first, Maya. Tell us about how young people, multiculturalism, and climate relate.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for listening in if you're watching the live stream, and for being present if you're here. Thank you to Julianne Wrigley, who has invited me here and does so much in the way of solution building, and to you, Amanda, and to ASU. What a beautiful week it has been. I really think that young people are exceptional. Now, I know that sometimes they lack some historical context, but we can help them with that. What I do appreciate about young people these days is they are not monocultural. They insist upon casting the net widely, making sure that people who have not been heard from are in fact in the room, that people who have been in the shadows are brought into the light, and in the periphery into center. They understand the value of solutions from many directions. We have to be careful not to burden them excessively as we hand on the baton after sometimes behaving poorly and not being good stewards of land and space and community, but we also have to trust them. And that means that we have to know that they are capable, resilient, that they have new tools, strategies, that they are imaginative. And then we also have to protect them. And part of that is really ensuring that we help to build peace within, between, and in service with them. So we know that young people are struggling from some climate anxiety, some climate grief, which is understandable. And we have to give them the tools and strategies for resilience, whether that be mindfulness, connection with nature, presence and possibility, anything that can activate their sense of agency. So bring young people out into the fish ponds, to the farms, get them aligned with good choices as consumers. My kids go and do secondhand shopping. There is a lot of really powerful work that happens when they are digging their hands in the soil and engaging in indigenous reforestation, where there's a lot of biodynamic, health and wellness that they can begin to understand, or if they are restoring fish ponds or, helping to farm kelp for medicinal and other purposes. We need to ensure that they are also receiving the tools of conflict transformation, where they have interpersonal resilience. And that means that they learn from multiple perspectives. So multiculturalism is an essential component. Instead of doing debates, let's do structured academic controversies where they learn the truth from one side and then they creatively explore the other side in the next breath through poetry, through pulpit speech, through letter, through journal entry, or braid the two sides, find those points of intersection, let them learn the truth of any moment from 10 different sources that they can find online, and see where there are opportunities for expanding their understanding of truth by looking at what is emphasized, de-emphasized, what is, what is between the lines and the words. Let them be leaders. Nothing for us without us. Let them be in the room where things happen. If we are helping them, let them tell us what they need, and really engage in navigational leadership where they are looking at the horizon, learning to listen deeply, bending their ear to hear not only the call of nature, but also to the community in which they are a part, and where they will be centered and building a future that is more resilient and a beloved community. I'm talking too long, so.
You're always so entrancing, Maya. Just love this idea of us listening to youth as leaders. And I think that's a wonderful segue to the work that Iveta has been doing in partnership with youth leaders. And Maya, you referenced art and poetry, and what better way to pass on messages to global leaders. And I see Dan Bodansky in the audience. Wave, Dan. Dan is really one of the foremost, I would say but he's modest. So one of the foremost experts in global climate policy. And there's a lot of our left brain thinking that goes into the whole climate debate. I have been so excited to see this brilliant project that has come out of a collaboration between you and students, not only here, but all around the world. So please tell us more.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Amanda, and everybody else. It's so wonderful to be here. I wanted to maybe just piggyback a little bit on what Maya was saying about the power of youth, and how in this particular project, the Turn It Around project, we try to engage not only the climate activist leaders that are seen on TV, that are part of big panels, but also youth that are engaging in everyday climate activism, right, on daily basis, that are not really making any spotlights, unfortunately. So we decided to crowdsource youth visions of education futures, and invited youth globally to join us in re-envisioning education. And the reason we came up with the idea of this project was the urgency of turning things around. And what we wanted to do was go to the root cause of some of the issues, some of the problems that we are facing. And we see education as one of the root causes. The modern, especially Western education school systems that continue to reproduce individualism, human exceptionalism, the culture of competition, really looking at students in very narrow terms in terms of workforce supply for infinite economic growth over other issues and concerns that we as a society face. So, and as we know, youth have incredible ideas and visions that very often do not make it to the policy conversations and debates. And so we wanted to mobilize them to share their ideas with us. And in this project of Turn It Around. So what we are turning around is not only the climate crisis, but how we think about education and also who participates in the decision-making processes and shaping the futures. So the youth who participated in this project, we designed, really quickly I will tell, we designed the project in the form of flashcards as one of the most basic learning tools that currently is used in schools, especially in the elementary education. And usually flashcards are designed by adults to teach very basic facts to children. So we decided to turn around that system as well and ask children and youth, what are some of the basic facts you want policymakers in power to know when they make decisions about your futures? And the result is this project that we are sharing with you today, that you can actually explore more on the website turnaroundcards.org. The artwork is also paired with beautiful messages from youth that reimagine education in very different ways that it currently occurs in schools.
Just a brilliant project. And I want to tell everybody we have an exciting piece of news. I had an email last night from the State Department, and President Biden will be giving one of these packs to all of the heads of government from the ASEAN countries when he meets with them later in May. And we are announcing here today a collaborative endeavor between ASU and the ASEAN Universities Network, which is 16,000 strong. So we'll be producing a version of these cards as a resource for all of the ASEAN countries, a place-based specific resource, but they will also become part of the bigger global repository that Iveta and her team are building. So this is such an exciting project with so much potential impact. And I think it segues very nicely into another question I wanted to ask Maya, knowing that she has 3 nonprofits, one, the Institute for Climate and Peace, which you can see here, and also the Peace Studio out of New York City. And Maya, I wanted to ask you, knowing that you are such an incredibly artistic soul yourself, how do you see the role of art and climate and peace all intersecting?
Thank you. First of all, amazing news. And I love this project with all my heart. And I'm really excited that there will be people to kind of widen those ripples. Art is, of course, the way that we learn to care. It's a vehicle for storytelling, and stories are how we make meaning. It's how we designate our commitments and relationships. We, through art, can wash our eyes, I like to say, and we can see this moment in new ways. We can see ourselves, our leadership in profound new ways. Art can be used to challenge, to protest, to articulate our fear, our trauma, but it can also be used to heal, to come together. We can have joint art projects that are about our shared vision. We can have art that enables us to visualize, imagine, and then subsequently create preferred futures and outcomes and solutions. The truth is that art is so compelling because what it speaks to is what is often not yet there. We are creatively and generatively carving our own face and making new pathways and building courage in doing so. I mean, that's the redefinition of courage, right? It's not about sudden acts. The courage of climate is the courage to move forward in the presence of certain peril without necessarily the supports and resources we need, without knowing where we're going to go, without any assurance of success, and yet moving forward anyway. When we're hungry, thirsty, don't know when we can rest. And that is what art can give us. It can help us to not only build movements, but to keep them alive and to bring others along and to inspire and to challenge and provoke. It is the way that we move beyond our umbilical narratives to weave in a layered understanding of self-identity and the future, right? And so many of us, when we act against environment and climate, it's out of greed, fear, a siloed, narrow perspective on what is meaningful or what is ours. And what art can do is it can expand the number of narratives. So we, through art, learn to empathize, we learn to care, we learn to feel that the earth, the water, that is our family. We learn to feel not only that sense of responsibility to the environment, but also to one another. Let's, use art. You think about what Valencia did. I mean, weren't you all immediately inspired, right? And others are Kathy Jetnil-Kilcher, who, from the Marshall Islands, who braids her poetry with other island people. Or Xutexcat Martinez, who has a wonderful series of Green Family activists all over the world. These are young people who make us feel stuff. And really, that is how we begin to feel each other. And suddenly, these frontline communities who are suffering and struggling, we know their strength. And suddenly, we feel compelled to bind our futures with theirs. And, we begin to act in ways that are more responsible. So art for me is everything. And thank you so much for all of this beautiful birthing.
Love that. Art, just love that. And when you said, Maya, the courage of climate action is to move forward in the presence of certain peril and to act anyway. Love that. This project is very much about that. And I'm hoping that Saya Darira will be joining us soon from the Democracy and Climate Conference that's being held at the Memorial Union, as she was the one who gave Secretary Carey a pack of these cards at COP26. And of course, we will be at COP27 with renewed strength. But just fascinating to see the courage. And she said to me, I was really terrified and he didn't stop, but he was walking fast and I just kept walking faster. And I gave him a pack and we had our photo taken and he promised he would read. So I think that's it. That's the power of youth saying to policymakers, hey, listen to us and hear our voices. So Iveta, just to finish up this segment, tell us how you hope that this project will expand. I think you have some interesting plans with UNESCO in June with Ministers of Education you might tell us about.
Absolutely. I would love to tell about it more. So, but also to continue the thought of art and how the art can move people. That's exactly what we are trying to do, move people into action, right? Because policymakers know all the facts, but often they are not emotionally moved to take an action. And so we hope that this moves people on an emotional level, an affective level to do something as well. But a couple of things I wanted to mention in terms of the next step. One is we will be launching an exhibition of this project in UNESCO Paris, which will happen on the outside of the perimeter of UNESCO, on the fence of the UNESCO, with huge posters displaying some of the artwork. And it will be launched at the same time as UNESCO will be holding the pre-summit on education for education ministers. So imagine, as education ministers will be walking into the building to make decisions about the futures of youth, they will be reminded of the words and the visions that the youth have for them when they enter the boardrooms and make the decisions and deliberations. But so what we are hoping is that climate education or sustainability education not only becomes compulsory everywhere, but that it also goes beyond learning the science facts, that it also extends to really mastering the ecological literacy. And that means how we can really learn to live with the earth and not only learn about the earth as we currently do in the education system. So there is a lot going on. And one other activities that we are doing this Friday is the students are organizing the Earth Day March, and we will be culminating near the office of President Crow with an ask to make sustainability education at ASU universal and compulsory, among many other things.
Thank you so much. That's a brilliant segue into our three next speakers. So I would love to invite you to take your seats in the front row and just take this time to acknowledge Julie Wrigley, who has in fact been calling for compulsory sustainability education for some time. So I know she's just thrilled that the march will be taking place. And Lizzie, as one of the march's organizers, please come and take your seat along with Lisa Flesher and Laura Hosman. So I'm going to introduce them each as we come to them. But Lizzie, I'd like to start with you. Lizzie is an ASU undergraduate, and she serves as the university-wide sustainability coordinator for Changemaker Central, which also uses the UN Sustainable Development Goal framework. So Lizzie, tell us just very briefly, because I'm an undisciplined moderator and get carried away, so very briefly about the work you're leading with students.
Of course. So a little story. When I first started here at ASU, I had no idea what sustainability was. I had broad understanding of the aspect of it, but I couldn't really connect to what it meant beyond maybe recycling and climate change. I had the opportunity by joining Changemaker Central to be put in a role that required me to build a culture of sustainability at ASU through the UN Sustainable Development Goals. By learning about the UN Sustainable Development Goals, embracing that blueprint to sustainability, my world was expanded, and I could truly understand the role that I could play, as well as others, in contributing to sustainable development and solving issues such as the climate crisis. And this inspired me, as well as many other students, to work on projects such as expanding universal sustainability education at the university by implementing basic sustainability education training in all ASU 101 classes, and to push for this mission for universal sustainability education. And I also recognize the importance of leadership, youth leadership. Through this past October, I had the wonderful opportunity to go to Geneva, Switzerland with Amanda and some other students to learn about leadership on an international level, to see leaders that work with the UN Sustainable Development Goals in person, seeing what the work that they do. And I came back from that recognizing that leadership must be collaborative. And one of the quotes that stood out to me during that conference too was, "Youth are not the leaders of tomorrow, but the leaders of today." So that all stood out to me, came back to ASU with that, found other students that were just as passionate about this mission of expanding universal sustainability education, building youth leaders at the university to go out and change the world post-graduation. And we came together and decided to put together a march. And I would like to invite you all, as Iveta mentioned, to attend the climate march on Friday in celebration of Earth Day and as a call for universal sustainability education, a call for support for student leaders, and a call for us all to come together now to work together towards a sustainable future.
Wonderful. And we know that ASU is #1 in the US for SDG global impact, according to Times Higher Ed, both last year and the year before in 2020. So we're keeping our fingers crossed for this year. So great segue to Laura Hosman, who's Associate Professor in the ASU College of Global Futures and Director of Solar Spell, the solar-powered educational learning library. And Julie first brought me to ASU actually with the promise that I was going to meet Laura, and I have been a groupie ever since. But the work that Laura does with students to create Solar Spell and then in the field through global partnerships with the Peace Corps and now a new one with the UN High Commission for Refugees is nothing short of inspiring. So Laura, please tell us more.
Very much.
All right. Am I very good? And thank you for that generous introduction, Amanda. And thank you all for making the time to be here today. So at SolarSpell, we are on a mission to empower anyone who wants to be a learner anywhere around the world. SolarSpell is an offline digital library and information literacy initiative based here at ASU, designed to bring empowering information and build information literacy skills among the half of the world's population that still is offline. The offline part of that is key. Did you catch that I just said that half the world's population has still never connected to the internet? That also means that in those locations, people are very unlikely to have access to information like a library and build information literacy skills. So that's why I feel that there's such an important role for a library that can go anywhere. So with a footprint already in 10 countries around the world, but we have a lot of countries left to reach, we take a holistic approach to developing information literacy skills. So this is a circle of squares that you're seeing up here. We start with curated libraries with locally relevant information that is educational, empowering, curated in partnership with our partners to make sure that the open access content that's on there is the right stuff. We continue with easy to use, portable, solar powered, offline technology that can go anywhere and just work. Continue in the circle with skill building. And that's another area where our partners really shine, because building information literacy doesn't happen overnight. And so it takes a commitment and support over the long haul. And we continue with impact evaluation. Are we making the impact that we want? And where is there room for improvement? Rinse and repeat. Very quickly about how the technology works. The offline digital library, which I have here on my lap now, but you can see the inside from the slide, emits an offline, I'm going to repeat, offline localized Wi-Fi hotspot that any device that has Wi-Fi in a browser, so laptop, tablet, smartphone, can connect to and freely surf the library's content. That is thousands of educational resources. It looks and feels like you're online, so people can learn information literacy skills, how to research, how to surf, how to use websites, how to assess information, even though you're offline. No internet used, no data, no passwords to remember. From day one, sustainability and climate change have been prominent on our libraries. And this is because our library users are among the world's most vulnerable to being affected by climate change. Fiji provides a really good example. The Ministry of Education and Peace Corps there specifically requested from us actionable climate change content because their communities are already being affected by climate change. So we worked with the Ministry of Education's curriculum department to co-create with students from Mary Lou Fulton Teachers College teacher lesson plans for actionable climate change content. And we got the libraries out to rural remote schools with trained teachers. So our partners are key, as you can tell, and we work with them on a train the trainer basis. In addition to getting the content right, they are the ones who are bringing the libraries back to their schools and their communities after they've been trained on how to use them and how to train others. I'm very happy to say we've been working with Peace Corps and Peace Corps volunteers from day one. And in 2020, we signed a global strategic partnership with them to be able to expand our footprint and our impact with them globally. We also have been working with the UN High Commission for Refugees, as Amanda mentioned, and recently held a Train the Trainer training in Ethiopia with 2 refugee camps where they will be bringing solar spells to the schools across both of those camps. We've also been working with faculty and students at Tec de Monterrey in Mexico and building a Spanish language library with them. Also completely focused on sustainability and climate change content. Again, actionable lesson plans for teachers, focusing on the SDGs, et cetera. I'm also really excited to announce our most recent collaboration with the Autonomous Administration of Northeast Syria, building our first Arabic and Kurdish language library to be piloted there later this year. We're really excited about that. And finally, as you've been hearing on this panel so far, we're continuing this really important, respective idea that it is for students by students, that our youth have a wealth of information. So we're really lucky to be at Arizona State University, where we really walk the walk about inclusion. We define ourselves by whom we include and how they succeed. And so we have over 150 university students at ASU, across majors, across schools, across the globe, actually, helping with every single aspect of the Solar Spell Initiative. And by the way, we are always on the lookout for more talented, passionate students to join our team. So in collaboration with our partners, Solar Spell works to empower learners around the world with the information and skill sets that they need to face the complex challenges that they face.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Laura. And very exciting to see the initiatives across ASU that are taking Iveta's challenge of ensuring that there is climate education at all levels. And I'm now going to go from offline to the most sophisticated digital technology I've ever come across, and thrilled to introduce Lisa Flesher, who is Chief of Realm 4. It sounds very Star Trek, doesn't it? And Project Acceleration in Ed Plus here at ASU. And I first met Lisa when we had the opportunity to experience Dreamscape Learn. And I've been saying to my son Mitchell, who is an avid video gamer, why are there always games where people kill each other? Where are the games to save the planet? And when we did this, I was like, oh, Lisa's done it. Lisa's invented it. This is what I was looking for. So I've been very excited to experience Dreamscape Learn and to think about the potential there is for this visceral experience of learning more about our planet and really how to obviate the climate crisis. So Lisa, you're working with some pretty exciting people. Tell us about your current initiatives in Realm 4.
Sure. I'd like to play a quick video if you don't mind.
I think we were missing the sound there. So Lisa, would you like a retry or would you like to? And we know this is our first week in this incredible new auditorium. And it's been amazing to see how smoothly everything has gone this week. So if we're able to try that again and get the sound, that'd be awesome. If not, let us know.
As with any ecosystem, the Illyrian forest is a complex network in which energy moves from one organism to another.
I'm more of a hands-on learner, so this helped me really retain most of the information, and I felt like a true scientist when I was in there.
It was pretty shocking. I went in expecting something cool, but what I got was a lot more than that. It was dope, seeing everything around me.
So as you could see, Dreamscape Learn is a partnership between Dreamscape Immersive and Arizona State University. So Dreamscape Immersive, head by Walter Parks, who's a famous movie producer and an incredible designer of these VR assets, with Arizona State University obviously being incredible at advanced pedagogy and innovation, coming together to create Dreamscape Learn. And so it's these incredible, fully immersive, engaging, fun VR experiences that we're weaving into our curriculum. It's so hard to do justice on what these are like until you see them. So I welcome anybody that would like to head a few buildings over and see. But we launched this semester in our biology program, and we're seeing incredible results, and students are loving these VR assets that are sort of an augment to their curriculum. But most applicable for today, the next content area that we're going into is climate science and sustainability and the world that we live in and how we interact with the planet. And so we are so excited to head into this. And just as I'm listening to all the brilliant people here today, just so many connections of just how we empower youth to be part of this process, how we make sure that it's accessible to people all across the world. I mean, just so many salient points, and I just want to spend time with each person and figure out how we can do this together, but very excited to branch into this new content area. And I think we're going to be creating some really cool opportunities in climate, especially because in VR, you have the ability basically to time travel, to see what the world was like years back, to see how we are making impacts of what the world would look like if we keep operating the way we are. And so really excited for next steps and welcome ideas and thought partners. And if you haven't seen Dreamscape, welcome you to see that as well.
Thank you so much, all of you. We're going to open up for questions at the end, but we're running a little late. So I'm going to invite Allison, who is the lead zoologist at Bishop Museum, to come and join me here. So exciting to see how much is going on. And Alan is going to tell us about a very exciting partnership that we're cooking up right now. But I did want to mention that Bishop Museum is ranked #1 in the Asia Pacific and in the top 10 of museums globally, with 26 million artifacts. And Alan has been in Papua New Guinea since 1973. So he really has very deep relationships with Indigenous groups there and knows so much about the flora and fauna. Alan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Amanda, and thank you at ASU for inviting me. This is a tremendous opportunity to tell you about a fairly obscure part of the world that many people have never heard about, but I think represents an important conservation opportunity. So this is where the island of New Guinea is located. I'm once told that 1 out of 7 Americans cannot find the United States on a blank world map. So practically nobody that I've talked to can find New Guinea on a blank world map, but it's a large island. It's the world's largest and highest tropical island. It's nearly 3 times as large as the state of Arizona. It's a little bit larger than Texas. In a Mercator projection, it looks small, but it's actually a fairly important part of the world, at least to me anyway. And it includes about 90% of the land area of the Pacific Basin, as you could see in the previous slide. And in 1963, an author named Gavin Suter published a book called The Last Unknown, and it detailed the fact that New Guinea was one of the last areas on the planet to be, shall we say, discovered. And by the 1860, only about half the coastline had been mapped. By the 1870s, biologists first began penetrating the interior. This was after the American Civil War was in fact over. And it includes about 6 to 8% of the world's biodiversity. And interestingly enough, about 16% of the world's languages. So that's the number of languages that once occurred in South Central America, South Central and North America combined. So enormous cultural diversity. It also has the world's 3rd largest, and perhaps that's going to climb in the rankings as we destroy the other areas, but the world's 3rd largest tract of tropical rainforest. About 80% of the original vegetation is intact. And this is a whole different, when you approach conservation in such an area, it's a whole different approach because you're starting with a whole lot of options and possibilities. And just that 6 to 8% that I told you about is equal about to the biodiversity of the Amazon basin. So it's huge. And this is a typical scene. It's a mountainous area. And the yellow arrow up there points to a village. There's people that mostly live in small hamlets. You can see surrounded by good original forest. But this is a typical scene in much of the country. Just to show you some of the variation on the left, well, hard to know where the left is here, but anyway, the upper left of a square of pictures is lowland forest. You can see these for as far as the eye can see. That's a forest interior in the middle, and on the right, upper right, is a eucalypt savanna. Big chunk of the country is covered in that, much like Northern Australia. On the lower left, you find a glaciated valley. This is at about 4,000 meters elevation. And there's a glacier, a permanent glacier there, which is shown in the little inset on the left, which is at about nearly 4,500 meters. And on the right is a typical montane scene. I do a lot of my work at the upper elevation, so I'm very fond of that area, but typical scene with a mosaic of grassland and forest. It looks much like Patagonia, actually. My particular research interest focuses on amphibians and reptiles, and I can spend the rest of the day telling you about them, but I won't. Just give you an idea of some of the diversity that's there. The large lizard in the middle right is gets to nearly 4 meters long, and it's the longest lizard in the world. It's not quite as big as the Komodo dragon in terms of body mass, but it's kind of like a land crocodile. We also found a while back the world's smallest frog, and this involved a group of undergraduates from Cornell University. So they can undergraduates can make important discoveries. And this particular frog on the bottom there, labeled D, is an adult male. They're huge. They're about 1/3 of an inch long, and the female is even larger. She's about 1 millimeter larger than that. And they occur in leaf litter, discovered about 20 or 10 years ago. We are now estimating there's probably 40 species in that genus that has heretofore escaped attention. Some of the birds, New Guinea is often known for birds of paradise. In the middle there with a fancy little top notch is the world's largest pigeon. It's about the size of a turkey. And on the right is a cassowary, which is an important land bird, quite large, not as large as an ostrich, but big. Mammals, interesting array of mammals. On the upper part there are marsupials, including the little mouse on the right. It's a marsupial mouse. It's a rat on the left and a monotreme in the middle there on the bottom. This is an egg-laying mammal related to the duck-billed platypus. It's just a group of a few species that are found only in Australia and New Guinea, and then of course a bat. So this kind of reflects what New Guinea looks like. It's low lineage diversity. That's just sort of 4 fundamental groups of mammals, but enormous species diversity. So what I'm going to tell you about is an area where I have been working recently called the Dakota Track. In the early days of World War II, the Australian and Japanese forces engaged along this track, and it was a former walking trail through a gap in the mountains that the local people used for generations. And that resulted in a battle that later became known as Australia's most important battle in World War II. So it's very important ground to Australia. And so about, 10 years ago, something like that, 2015, maybe less than that. Anyway, the Australians, in partnership with the Papua New Guinea government, developed something called the Kokoda Initiative. And this was to help protect the battleground, but also the surrounding area and its biodiversity, and to enhance the livelihoods and so forth of the people. So I got involved in carrying out a biodiversity study along that track, and I'll give you a quick introduction to what those are like. So we amass about 1,500 pounds of food and equipment, a massive group of people to carry that, and we head off into the bush, into the back of beyond, usually up a mountain starting at basically sea level and getting to the top, which was somewhere around 4,000 meters usually. And we establish camps along the way and building out of bush materials, but with a typical blue tarp roof, sort of a lab where we process specimens and so forth that we've collected. Those look something like this. And we use that information to characterize the biodiversity of the area. And we work very closely with the local people. Some of the people that were shown in the previous slide are on the staff of the National Herbarium and the National Museum of Papua New Guinea. These guys here are fairly typical villagers with no greater than about a grade 3 education in the village school. So they're not very well educated, but they're living in an area surrounded by maybe 400 species of trees, 300 species of birds, 100 species of amphibians and reptiles, and 50 species of mammals, and they know them all. I don't know of any Western biologist who's at that level. So working with these people is fantastic, and we truly do try to infuse Western science and traditional knowledge and wisdom. So this is an area the government asked me to focus on. It's large. It's about a fifth of the country. And it's politically very complicated with more than 100 languages represented, quite a bit of vegetation diversity and so forth. But they asked me to focus on the this interim protection area that they designated. That's the area in green there. So I thought, well, all right, if I'm going to do that, I might as well see if I could include the surrounding mountains on either side, one of which I showed you in the previous slide. Government didn't object, so I did that. And this sort of got enshrined in official government policy as the area that they wanted to focus on for potential World Heritage Site. It's big. It's about 10,000 square kilometers. That's about a little bit larger than half the size of the state of Hawaii. And includes more than 4,000 species of plants. That's more than all of Arizona. I looked up those figures. And bewildering number of amphibians and reptiles. And it meets at least 5 of the, I think I'll make it, at least 5 of the World Heritage criteria of the criteria for inscription on the World Heritage List. All of the natural value criteria and at least one of the cultural value. It's got supportive government and committed landowners. So the next steps, and that's why I'm here at ASU and working with colleagues at ASU, is to develop a management plan for the area that's required for inscription on the World Heritage List, and to then work with the Papua New Guinea government to get it inscribed on the list. This has got to be landowner. So those of you who are young in the audience, and I encourage you to follow your passion. I did that, and nearly 50 years later, I'm still at it. And thank you for your time and attention.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Alan. And very exciting to see this thread. First UNESCO World Heritage Site in Papua New Guinea, second lung on the planet. So incredibly important for climate. Starbucks is wanting the room. So I'm so sorry, we're not going to have time for Dan, but he will be outside here, those of you who are interested in hearing about the Hawaii Tropical Bioreserve. And I'd like to thank all of our speakers, Valencia Clement, Maya Soetoro, Iveta Silova, Laura Hosman, Lizzie Quigley, Lisa Flesher, and Alan Allison. And just repeat Maya's words to close. The courage of climate action is to move forward in the presence of certain peril and to act anyway. And we know with the power of partnership and youth action, we can turn it around for climate. Thank you all.
Fabulous work. Thank you. Brilliant. Thank you.
Coming here. Brilliant. It was brilliant. Sorry, I'm such a bad moderator today. Aren't they great? Sorry, so sorry, Dan.
That's
They
all
came
right.
and told me no room.
Do you have 15 minutes to chat for me?
No,
Where am I going to find you?
Okay, 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. We can go and grab something to eat and chat. Yeah. I'm like, yeah. Oh, I'm so lovely to meet you. I'm sorry about this. Oh, thank you. I was triggered to think that. I'm pressure. Our friends. Okay.
Great panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be starting our next session with Starbucks session. Just one moment.
Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would please take your seats, we will begin our next session shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us this afternoon. We're pleased to now welcome the panel for Reinventing the Future of Sustainable Retail, featuring Michael Kabori, Melissa Port, Lisa Young, Dave White, and Nathan Johnson. Lisa.
Thank you very much, Jason. And good afternoon. We're so thrilled to be here. My name is Lisa Young. I work for ASU. I'm the Managing Director for Enterprise Development. Within that responsibility, I also have the privilege to work on the partnership between ASU and Starbucks. And we'll talk a little bit more about our partnership in just a moment, but I want to introduce my colleagues here. We have Dave White, Associate Vice President of Research Advancement here at ASU. My colleague Nate Johnson, Associate Professor, as well as the Director for the Center for People on the Planet in partnership with Starbucks. And of course, Michael Kabori, our Chief Sustainability Officer with Starbucks. There's a fifth name, and the person you don't see who could not be with us here today, Melissa Port, a partner at Starbucks. She oversees the Planet Positive or the People Positive initiatives. We would love to have her a part of this panel, but we will do our best without her. So without further ado, just wanted to again welcome you, and we're going to talk about the future of retail, and what better partner to discuss that with us today is Starbucks. So again, we will talk a little bit more about our partnership in just a few minutes, but many of you might know or might not know that we started a partnership with Starbucks focused on the education side back in 2014 with the College Achievement Plan, where ASU is the exclusive partner with Starbucks, and we offer online education for all those U.S. retail partners who have not received a bachelor's degree. So 8 years later, here we are fast forwarding to a really exciting development in our partnership. So before we talk about our partnership, I really want to turn it over to Starbucks and Michael Kabori. And Michael, would you mind just sharing, from your vision and your vantage point, what do you think this moment and where Starbucks is in the journey of sort of sustainability and planet and people positive initiative is?
Well, Lisa, thank you so much for that warm welcome. And it's such a pleasure to be here at Arizona State University. I got pinned, so I'm representing. And just wanted to say, for those of you who don't know, Starbucks for a long time has been involved in sustainability. If you were here yesterday, you heard from Peter Seligman, the founder of Conservation International. And it was about 20 years ago that Peter met with Howard Schultz, their CEO, and they talked about how to make coffee more sustainable. And they got together this partnership about sustainable coffee that eventually ended up to be now our Cafe Practices, Coffee and Farmer Equity program, that today 99% of all the coffee that Starbucks uses comes from that partnership. And we have Kelly Goodyjohn, our Vice President of Coffee, in the audience. Stand up, Kelly, come on. Who leads that work today with Conservation International. So we've been at this for a while, but you may know that in 2020, so a little over 2 years ago, Starbucks came out with a new aspiration to become something called Planet Positive or Resource Positive, to give back more of the planet's resources than we consume. And for those of you who study sustainability, you all know we are consuming, what did Peter tell us last hour? 10 planets worth of resources, right? So we are consuming at an unsustainable rate. So how do we, as a company, put back more into the planet than we are consuming? So that's our vision. And at that same time, we set 3 goals to reduce, we set goals on our 3 big material issues. Carbon, water, and waste are our biggest impacts. We said by 2030, we'll cut those impacts in half. That's our first target. And then we set up a number of business strategies to get us there.
Thank you so much. And Nate, maybe I'll turn it over to you. When you reflect on those big, bold targets and goals of Starbucks, what does that mean to you, thinking about the partnership and our center? And Dave, maybe from a macro level as well, what would you add? Nate?
Copy. Thanks, Lisa. And thanks for that motivational remarks as well, Michael. It's when we look at our university and for my fellow scholars and educators in the room, a lot of us gravitated towards Arizona State for a few different words in our charter or in some of our mission, that's being use-inspired research. And to reflect a little bit on your remarks, Michael, what gets us excited and to initiate and engage with you is the use-inspired research really provides and identifies value for all of us once it is delivered. And so to mention what you were mentioning, Lisa, on the partnership, the values that we find and create cannot gain their intended impact without partnerships. And we partner to learn, we partner to share, we partner to amplify our shared value systems. And beyond that, in creating those connections and creating those relationships and creating those partnerships, we also become better focused on the why and the what of what we do as researchers. And that's been a personal journey of mine for 20 years. And so joining with the ASU Starbucks Center a year ago and being part of this, the founding movement, it allows me to also help engage and unlock those opportunities for my fellow scholars to have that applied value that addresses direct humanitarian benefit, direct planetary benefit to co-create together. And through that nature, we grow, learn, and hopefully contribute back more than we consume.
Dave.
Great. Thank you, Nate. Thanks, Lisa. And great to have you, Michael, here, as well as all of our other visitors from Starbucks. Welcome. And thanks, everyone, for joining. What I'd like to add is at Knowledge Enterprise at the university, we're trying to change the way that the world solves problems. And what Starbucks has provided with their visionary sustainability goals that address both people and planet positive aspirations is they've provided that pull factor, that vision, right? And that's incredibly important for the research community at the university as we look and provide that as our societal challenge. And we say, this is an incredibly important partner to the university. And given the scope, the scale, the breadth of Starbucks, if we can make the types of changes that you aspire to in that space, then we have tremendous leverage and we can really move the needle on these sustainability challenges and, importantly, provide thought leadership and provide a roadmap for other large retailer partners to be part of that inspiration to others. And then the other role within, my role within the university in the Julianne Wrigley Global Futures Laboratory is to work with our Global Institute of Sustainability and Innovation, the more than 700 global future scientists and scholars that we have at the university, and try to mobilize that human capital, mobilize the knowledge, the capacity, the capabilities of those scientists and scholars to bring them to this partnership and help them to be activated by the challenges that Starbucks is providing us and to bring their resources to help develop use-inspired research, as Nate has mentioned. And we've only begun that mobilization. We have several dozen faculty that are actively involved in the ASU Starbucks Center for the Future of People and the Planet. And we hope to grow that to hundreds of faculty and then thousands and tens of thousands of students all working towards those common goals.
Absolutely. Michael, I'm going to turn it over to you. Back to the people and planet positive initiatives. Maybe you could touch a bit on the people positive side. And I think that's a good lead into also why are we standing here or sitting here together as partners and sort of what was the inception 8 years ago? But maybe you could tee us up with the people positive aspect of things.
Well, thank you, Lisa. And as somebody today, as Chief Sustainability Officer, my responsibilities are very much focused on the environmental side of this sustainability and the people positive equation. My colleagues focus on people, but all of my professional experience says you can't separate people and planet. They're inextricably interlinked. The planet is always going to be here. Will it be habitable for Homo sapiens? That is the question. And so all of the work that we are doing around planet is on behalf of humanity to make sure that the world that we are going to inhabit is a world that can support the health and well-being, not only of this planet, for which this center is named, but also of humanity. And so I have deep connection and support for our colleagues, Melissa Port, who couldn't be here today, who focuses on the people side. And as Melissa thinks about people, there's three things that Starbucks is focused on that are, and we were just talking about this, I think are so aligned with how President Crow talks about people and the purpose of the university. And the three things that we focus on, one is inclusion. And as Starbucks, we want to be the welcoming, inclusive place where anyone is welcome. And I think that is something that President Crow feels very strongly about. The second is opportunity, which you are providing to anyone who wants that education. And the third is community. And we know President Crow thinks about that and the university's place in the community. Just like at Starbucks, we think about our company's place and role in the community. So the parallels there, I think, are just very, very striking to me. And I know it would be great to hear from you about some of the ways that, excuse me, through our partnership, we are activating in the inclusion, opportunity, and community areas.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think, for those of you who aren't aware of the backstory of the partnership between ASU and Starbucks, if you're just sort of looking at it from an outside in perspective, why would this amazing company headquartered in Seattle partner with this company located in Tempe, Arizona? Well, the reality of that is that Howard Schultz and President Crow served together on a board, and they met and came together with a big idea. This is back to 2013, 2014. Many of you know ASU was a pioneer in ASU online. Online education wasn't necessarily as outward and sort of normalized as it is today. And so ASU really pioneered in that space. And because we had the capacity and the capability to deliver education at scale online, it was interesting for Howard Schultz, who had the vision that he wanted every US retail partner in the US to be able to have a degree if they wanted to have a first-time bachelor's. It came from his backstory where he received, he came from humble beginnings, received an athletic scholarship and obtained his degree. And so really the two of them came together, and that was how College Achievement Plan was born. And that was back in the fall of 2014. So fast forward, many iterations along the way, we now have a globally scaled education platform for non-degree focused efforts. Just for reference, we have about 20,000 partners that are participating in the program. It's about 30% of ASU Online's undergraduate population, which is really significant. And certainly we could not do that without a partner like Starbucks, who really is socially conscious in so many aspects of the business and in particular partners. We also have a technology center located here where Starbucks has part of their technology team co-located near ASU. So I think for us, it made perfect sense to really think about how could we, again, more intentionally partner with Starbucks. So 2 years ago, we had some discussions and we sort of continue to have discussions. And, Michael, I really credit you with, not knowing ASU and having other connections to other universities, but really seeing what could be possible in partnership. So I think that's, sort of how we are all here sitting here today. So just really grateful for that. But if we think about now what the future of retail means, maybe we can pivot and talk about that, because that's really the core focus of this discussion. I'd love for you to sort of think about that from a Starbucks lens, Michael, and share with this audience and all of us what you see that looking like in terms of the future.
I think all of you here on campus are beginning to see some of the harbingers of what we are thinking about when we think about the future of responsible retail. You see it at the MU Starbucks location, right? Where, we're offering incentives to use reusable cups. And you see there's a lot of promotion around that because every year globally, Starbucks uses 9 billion disposable cups, right? So, okay, I'm not supposed to use that figure too often, but I'm using it with you.
That's Starbucks customers use 9 billion reusable cups, right? So
right, and so it's waste. It's our icon, but and it is a symbol of Starbucks. But our role now is to transform that icon into something that is sustainable. Hopefully, sustainable with our partnership on it. But that's one view of the future. Right? How do we operate in a much more sustainable way with all of you, with all of our customers? Okay. Another, something you may or may not be seeing, but we are testing new products in that MU store, right? Who's tasted that? What is it? The waffle sandwich for breakfast? Okay, I love that, right? It's plant-based. It's not animal-based, but you couldn't tell just by the taste. It's delicious. And so we are introducing products that are more sustainable for the planet, but that also deliver on what we need to deliver for everybody, which is taste, right? And deliciousness, because that's what we need to do for our customers. But gradually we're moving to that more sustainable way of operating. So you're seeing some hints of where we're going. But we were talking about this the other day. Most of my career before Starbucks was spent at a company called Levi Strauss & Company. So if you couldn't tell, because I still carry that with me, wearing the jeans jacket. At Levi's, of course, the company sourced from factories all around the world. And we had the good fortune to be introduced to a scientist who some of you who study sustainability probably know, a lady named Janine Benyus, the inventor, or the leader, founder of biomimicry, using what is found in nature to design things for us and taking that inspiration from nature. And Janine talks about a concept called the factory as a forest, which means that any factory anywhere should deliver the same, what we call ecosystem benefits, that same square footage of forest would deliver in terms of carbon sequestration and emitting more oxygen, in terms of cleaning the water, in terms of biodiversity habitat. And so ultimately that vision of retail as a forest is something that we think about and something that motivates me.
Thank you, Michael. Nate, I'll turn it over to you. Hearing that and being part of the center now for a year, what does that mean for you specifically? And then Dave, I'd love you to talk a bit more about, you talk about this is the decade of action. So when we think about that beyond, but Nate, how does that, when Michael talks about, what the future of retail means, when you think about our partnership and what's possible, what does that mean for you?
That's a really good question to reflect on. And it's easy for society to simplify and distill organizations like ours in terms of their services they provide, coffee and knowledge. But when we think about the future and where we need to go together, if we allow ourselves to be defined by a single service or a historical precedent that doesn't allow ourselves to change and transform in a way to address the evolving planet, to address the evolving changes in society. And so the only way that we can step outside of those, the inertia of history, I might say in that way, is by establishing connections outside of our typical groups. And so connections from universities outside, connections from companies outside, and it's by the connections that we establish through the partnership and through the center that are allowing us to transform and become entities, partners, networks that are actually able to deliver upon our shared value system in a way that's actually tangible and not just a dream.
Love that, Dave.
So the decade of action is a term that really refers to this 10-year period beginning in 2020 when we're trying to drive towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. These 17 global goals that are agreed to by more than 190 countries, really the first global framework to try to drive people and the planet towards a more positive future. In the effort to accomplish those global goals, we really have this now 8 years left in the decade of action by many people's estimations to make significant transformations in the way that we approach nearly every aspect of our society, and that includes retail. One of the things that I enjoy so much about this partnership is Michael has just touched on both the strategic thinking that's going into how Starbucks as a company is expressing its aspirations, and then some of the tactical specific actions that we're taking jointly to try to accomplish those goals. So, if we only focus on the goals without thinking about the tactics, then we don't have a roadmap to get there, right? And so driven by the strategy, driven by the alignment of our strategy, both in our partnership at the university level to those global goals, and then clicking down and saying, well, what actions do we have to take to reduce our waste by 50% by 2030? Well, we have got to address the issue of non-reusable cups, right? So we've got specific tactics in place to do that. How are we going to create a more regenerative future, right? Not just sustainable, but regenerative, so that the practices that Starbucks supports through their suppliers, that their agricultural practices, that their dairy practices benefit the land, benefit their communities, and bring back more to their communities that they extract. So it's that pivot constantly between globally driven goals, corporate goals, aligned to the university goals, and then specific tactics, and then test, evaluate, design, and then pivot and reassess.
And so bringing it down to the industry, and you're sort of touching on that, what do you think this means, Michael, especially just the partnership? So when someone sees externally, ASU and Starbucks are partnering really to address these urgent topics related to our planet and our people, what does that mean for the industry? What does that mean for consumers in this moment, from your perspective?
Dave touched on it. You touched on it earlier in one of your responses where you said, I mean, look, Starbucks is one of the industry leaders in our sector of quick service restaurants. And if we do something, others are paying attention. And so we have that responsibility and power, if you will, to help to try to set an example. I mean, obviously we're doing it for us because we believe it's in the best interest of our business, both from a perspective of our customers, because they want it, because our store partners are very interested in this. They want to work for a company like ours. It helps with our talent retention to be sustainable. But we see our investors are wanting it more and more. And now with the recent SEC regulation or proposed rule that all public companies need to disclose their climate footprint, their carbon emissions, and we're seeing it from all of these key stakeholders for us as a business. And so we are going to do this and implement it. And hopefully if we do it in the right way and in a way that isn't only sustainable, but it is also accretive to our business, that it's financially successful. That's the ticket. That's the key, right? If we get more sustainable and more financially successful, we win. That's the example that we want to set. That's the example that I've been trying to set my whole career. How do we prove that hypothesis? The more sustainable company can be more successful from a business perspective, because if we do that, everyone will follow.
Yeah, I love that. Dave or Nate, what would you add just of the importance of what this means from a public-private partnership perspective looks like?
Begin by adding, Michael, I love that you brought in the business component, because the work also that I find that has the greatest impact and use-inspired value, but it's also just personally more rewarding and interesting is, speaking as an engineer is not just technical in nature or focus. It's an unlock the transformative potential by combining innovation across value propositions, across business models, and then across technical innovations. That in doing so allows us to attain a potential beyond what we could have ever expected. And to take also your example of reusable cups that you summarize extremely well, it's not just about, incentives are part of it, but there are different types of incentives. There's financial incentives, there's convenience incentives. So if you go to the Hassayampa location, you actually skip the entire line and you have a reusable cup that gets you to the front of the line. What does convenience mean to a customer? What is the social engagement by actually experiencing what sustainability means when you bring your reusable cup? And that gives us information and data to then abstract up to a conceptual model by how people make decisions. And how people make decisions gets us back to what is the value proposition for the customer and what is the business model, that when we can then scale faster and scale to other markets. And we wouldn't be able to unlock that potential together, to say the word probably 10 times today, without the partnership that we've developed.
I would just add that, the university here sees ourselves as a public enterprise. And that means to us that we are focused on providing a set of public goods. And those public goods are delivered in a way that is entrepreneurial and enables all of the members of our community to unlock their own creativity to try to achieve those public goods. And in partnering with a corporate partner, of course, we partner with public entities, with non-governmental organizations, and we must and should partner across all sectors of the economy to advance the goals that we have. By partnering with a corporate entity, we have the ability to work at a greater pace and scale than we often can with our public and NGO partners. And we also have the ability to unlock a greater level of capital to address these problems. There is simply not enough capital available in the public sector to be able to move the needle on these major global challenges. We have to move the capital and the use the levers available in the private sector to be able to address those changes. So it's critical to have that, university public enterprise with all of our other partners and with these corporate partners like Starbucks.
Agree. And I think one thing that's just so inspiring to me about this newest part of our partnership, and speaking of kind of the halo effect of the impact of what our partnership has done externally as others have looked at us, you think about going back to SCAP again, that is now the gold standard of, it's a minimum viable product of what companies have to offer for employees in terms of an education benefit. And ASU and Starbucks really changed that game 8 years ago. So for me, it's inspiring just to see how this work that we're starting together can also be a game changer in that space.
We are, to pick up on your comments, both of you, we're redefining what it means to be a company in society. Just like you are redefining what it means to be a university in society. And that's really exciting. Like, that's why I keep doing this work, because we're reinventing who we are in society.
And let's not forget also, we've focused a lot both on the goals that we're trying to achieve together with the benefits to some of the customers, but there are also tremendous benefits to the Starbucks partners, not only through their opportunity, their pathways to educational attainment, but also their participation as ambassadors and change agents in the sustainability journey. And I know it's really important for many of those partners to participate in that and to be active in promoting the sustainability. We see so many of, a lot of Gen Z employees, right, in your business, and those folks, including, my daughter among that community, they're motivated by that, meaning that they want to have in their life and that ambition, and giving them that through their employment in addition to other areas, I think is a game changer too.
Mention the connection that our store partners, our baristas, have to sustainability. And, for many of them, it's why they come to Starbucks, because they believe we stand for something. And, last month was World Water Day. And we do events where we invite all of our store partners around the country to participate in a cause. And we've gotten to know this lady from Australia. Her name is Mina Quigley. Some of you may have heard about her. She's on a one-woman crusade to bring the world's attention, including the UN and all governments' attention, to the water crisis. And I don't need to tell any of you about that, but she is determined to run 200 marathons herself over the next year to raise awareness of this. And so she challenged folks around the world, including our partners, to run for water, okay? And so we had to pledge, we're gonna run or walk a certain number of miles. And our goal for our partners was 3,000 miles. And then our Starbucks Foundation would build water towers in developing countries. The goal was 3,000 miles. Our partners ran and walked 21,000 miles, 7 times the target, the goal. And it really just showed us the passion that our partners all around the country have for sustainability.
I love that. Well, as a marathoner myself, that is no small feat. So that is very humbling to hear. I think, one of the things that you're talking about in terms of, partners really wanting to participate in the movement as well, equally true for those of us who are part of the ASU community. And I think that's why it's really important. You mentioned the reusable cups and the plant-based menu we're testing here. we're so appreciative that you're testing that on our campus, but also giving our community the ability to engage in that way and letting them know they're part of this unique experiment that hopefully we can test and learn and really scale in the future. Nate, maybe you can just go into, Michael touched on it a little bit, but maybe you can tell this audience a few more things that we're up to in that space. And maybe as they're navigating the campuses in all 4 in Phoenix metro area, we're trying to have a presence as well, but maybe just give this audience an idea of what we're up to sort of in the next year and what we've been up to in the past year.
Absolutely. And it's been really enjoyable to get out of the gates, as we were talking about earlier. The planet's moving fast, society's changing fast. And so you can't catch up by just standing around and thinking. And so we decided to get out of the gates and act. And so with some of the early great work going on with low carbon and water and low waste foods, reusable cups, a variety of different incentives programs and how those could be learned and applied across other different programs across the nation and globally. Also greener storefronts, not just the front of the store, back of the store, but the entire supply chain, realizing that as international standards and national standards change for reporting carbon emissions, we are going to need to do a better job of reducing those numbers and hopefully more people than we care when those numbers start to get reported. And it'll be important to reduce the carbon, water and waste across that entire value chain. But then also realizing, as you're mentioning, Michael, is about providing an opportunity, and Dave, you expanded on this as well eloquently, is an opportunity to engage the Gen Z aspirations and values of what's that, how do I find purpose and passion in my career and in my profession. The 4th area that we started off with is community champion programs, about how do you create positive change in your communities. And that's part of the value system that we have in our partnership, throughout our partnership and across our partnership, is how do we project positive values into society? Because even though we as ASU and Starbucks are hundreds of thousands of people, we're also a relatively small section of the planet. And so how do we create that ripple effect and that tipping effect to create that positive change and growth in society? The other thing I'd briefly connect this to is we're speaking about the future of retail, but what's really excites me about this as well is what's the future of research? And so I joined the university 9 years ago for that use-inspired aspect. It was to be able to deliver and also illustrate to my colleagues, friends, and students I also always refer to as colleagues, as the way to grow what a university could be and perhaps even should be, about creating that public good, about creating that public value. And in so doing, it's valuable to all of us here as scholars and academics to realize that, how do we curate our problem spaces? Where do we understand where is that use and need going to come from? It's not in our office. It's not in our laboratories. It's in our garages, it's in our homes, it's in the retail stores and more. And as I've spent, the better part of my life living in, internationally, doing a variety of different work in infrastructure, consumer packaged goods, fast moving consumer goods and consumer products across a range of countries, urban areas, refugee camps and more, I couldn't do that if I wasn't there. And so in part of this relationship and partnership, I actually took barista training. And so that was a really wonderful experience for me to go through. We have photos, exactly. And if I remember correctly, grande, iced, toasted vanilla, shaken espresso with oat milk in a reusable cup. We good? Excellent. So, these are the connections that allow us to build more than associations. These are connections that deepen relationships. These are the connections that build partnerships. And only through that are we going to be able to, again, deliver on that dream we all have of changing the planet into a place that's going to be more vibrant and more healthy for us all.
If I could just add, and that's it's a really great story and great knowledge, Nate. The other thing that we committed to across these different activities that we are engaging in was a joint co-design process. And so we have paired our researchers from the university with their counterparts within the different business verticals in Starbucks and asked them to jointly define the problem, jointly define a research agenda to address those challenges, and to create roadmaps together. And that type of cooperative production of knowledge and action is exactly the kind of process that we know is necessary to create that usable and useful knowledge. Now, we also know that that process is challenging and can be messy. And so we've committed to being open, being transparent, being honest, to understand that we're going to have to design, build, test, fail, repeat through the process. But we are committed to that kind of a co-design process throughout this partnership. And through that first year, we've learned quite a lot about how to do that with these two organizations. And that's a really important, valuable set of learnings that we've had this year.
Yeah, it's a great point.
And just to right, and just to build on that, I think we've learned a tremendous amount by the tactical things that we've been doing in the stores, right? And wow, thank you for volunteering to be a barista for a while, and really being able to then empathize with some of the things that we were facing, right? Some of our partners in the stores face, and what we're facing as an enterprise. And coming back to this, Dave, I think one of the things, as we at Starbucks have reflected on this first year of the collaborations and the testing and the learning that we've been doing, at one point we kind of realized, maybe it was after my last visit here, when I came into this building and I saw what you were doing with all of these other centers and institutes that you have, and I said, oh, we're missing something here. As a company, we think our strategic plan is 3 years into the future. And that's how most businesses plan 3 years in the future, okay? Unless you're in extractive industries, and then you've got to look, 20, 30 years in the future because of the deposits, and you've got to make big long-term investments. But for most consumer products companies, 3-year planning horizon, okay? You think much further ahead than that, and we don't. So we need to benefit from that. The other thing as a company, we have our verticals, which also means we're kind of siloed. Our supply chain folks are focused on supply chain, and our marketing folks are focused on marketing, and our product folks are. You think, especially in this building, in a very interdisciplinary way, and you think about the whole system. And so as we go up to solve for more sustainable dairy, or more sustainable menu items, or reusable cup solutions, I was just looking as Peter was describing Global Futures Laboratory, all of the different interdisciplinary work, I could see my colleagues, their minds are just churning. Oh, we can tap into this group and that group and make the interconnections that we don't have. And so that's something, as you can tell, that I get really excited about, because we're going to learn something from you.
Absolutely. Well, we do want to give some time for some Q&A in the audience. And as I'm looking around, I'm also just seeing some really special people who have contributed to this work. And I see Kathleen Merrigan in my viewpoint here, who leads our Sweetie Center for Sustainable Food Systems, Peter Schlosser, Aaron Koransky from the Starbucks team, Kelly Goodyjohn, and many. It's just, there's so many people who are passionate about this work, and the collective is really what's going to make a difference here. We're going to do some Q&A in a moment, but before we do the Q&A, I also just wanted to acknowledge Deirdre Wilson, who's over there. She is part of the Starbucks team here at ASU, Associate Director, but also working very closely with Nate on leading the center work, and also Jen Rothschild, Director of Sustainability at Starbucks as well. A big collective effort to move this work forward. So with that, Deirdre and Jen, can we count on you to help us with some Q&A?
Yeah, Debbie Downer, but the reusable cup, it's handed to the barista and filled and handed back to the client. And the next client comes with their reusable cup. She takes it in her hand. And how many hundreds of people's cups does she touch in an hour?
Coming out of COVID, the safety of our baristas and our customers is paramount. for Starbucks. It's one of the principles that we applied throughout COVID. And so the process for handling reusable cups is a touchless one. So number one, we remove, the customer has to remove the lid. Nobody touches the customer. Cup is placed in one of those large ceramic mugs like we use in the stores if you're sitting in the store, and the barista keeps it by the handle, so no hands touch your cup. Okay, so we had to, it's a very simple way to ensure that the whole process is contactless. We needed to make sure to reassure our baristas and our customers that the process is definitely safe. So, but thank you for the question. It's top of mind for us in these days, right?
And one thing, if I could kindly add to that, it's really enjoyable to also think about the outside of the cup, but then the inside of the cup as well. And so as you'll see in the next couple months, there'll be different types of cup washing stations installed across campus, inside Starbucks stores, outside Starbucks stores, in the student union, in the Memorial Union. Some of them are individual cup washers. Some of them are going to be borrow the cup programs where there's a lot of similar cups and you just exchange a cup. Some of them are more batch fed or continuous fed industrial process, some of them behind the counter, some in front of the counter, because there is, as Michael covered the safety aspect extremely well. And then there's also in a question of the perception of customers and baristas for engaging in the process of creating a sanitary cup inside as well. And so what is that usability and form factor, again, looking back at the customer experience, the human technical interaction, and then just the process flow.
Yeah, and let me just add that to Michael's point about interdisciplinary knowledge generation and learning, this is exactly, this seems like a fairly straightforward fix, right? We need a reusable cup will help us reduce our reliance on disposable cups. Well, you realize that this has technological dimensions. It has dimensions related to human behavior, to consumer behavior. It has, that I'm sure you've observed the back of the bar at a Starbucks is a ballet. There is quite a sophisticated set of processes that go on. So we also have to figure out how to integrate that into the work practices that the baristas and other partners have. So it's a really complex kind of challenge. It's a simple unlock, but a complex solution to try to get there. So we need all sorts of different types of minds thinking about it in combination with the partners themselves.
I think we had another question.
Yeah, hi, Amy Scoville-Weaver, Director of Retail with the Sustainability Consortium. Thank you so much for being here. This is absolutely wonderful, and particularly for our industry partners here to learn from you. So my question is, Starbucks, clearly a leader when it comes to sustainability, and particularly the supply chain, you're vertically integrated. Many retailers are just beginning that journey. So if you had just one piece of advice for a retailer who's trying to be better when it comes to environmental sustainability and increasingly social responsibility, what would that be? Thank you.
You're asking them, right? So for smaller companies, there's many things that I would advise. But if there's one thing that they ought to focus on is to remember that in the process of becoming more sustainable, you can't lose sight of what your value to the customer is. And I was mentioning, we have to deliver connection, convenience, taste, right? All of these things. And we have to continue to deliver all of those things that the customer expects from us. And if we can add sustainability to that value and not dilute any of the other aspects, we win, right? And the customer wants us even more. When I was at Levi's many years ago, we designed a eco jean, Levi's used to call it, right? The eco jean. This was like 15 years ago, okay, before all of the things that we have now. Everyone was super happy with designing this ultimate, at the time, ultimate eco jean. It didn't sell because it didn't make your butt look good. It was ugly. It didn't deliver on the promise of the brand. You have to deliver on your brand promise. And if you can add sustainability to that, then you win.
Amanda.
Thank you so much. Just super exciting. I have a question from the other end, and that's the consumer end. So I want to be a good, responsible, sustainably oriented consumer, but there's so much greenwash out there. How do we actually know that the promises that are being made are real? Now, I've worked with Starbucks at the World Bank way back in the 2000s, so I know Starbucks has got sustainability in your DNA. But what about other companies? How do you know as a consumer that the promise is real and not just greenwash?
Yeah, I'll just quickly say, and I think it's an interesting question, Amanda. I think, first of all, looking to companies that are using science-based targets or other certification processes, so sustainability consortium, other industry associations and leaders that are collectively providing those types of evaluation of the practices and evaluations of the claims. And that's really critically important. It's actually another role for universities and other NGO partners to work with our corporate entities to help provide those evidence and science-based targets and science-based evaluations of their claims, and then through certification processes, adding credibility to those claims.
Thing to add to that is the metrics. There's regulations which will follow in terms of the transparency and the rigidity of those metrics. I think it's also your great question to reflect how much can we expect of the customer to understand in terms of the depth of the carbon, water, and waste reductions or more. And this is where the other major players within the ecosystem that we live, particular investment banks are putting assets and making decisions in ways that influences companies to increase their delivery on societal value. And so that is a way that other large entities can help deliver on behalf of the customers, regulators, of course, metric setters, scientists, and more. But then those, the financial flows will obviously affect the cash flow models, and through that allow customers to achieve some of their goals and values, even if they don't have the capacity to realize the specifics of what's being done.
The only thing I would add is do your homework. I mean, go to the company's website, look at the fine print. What are they saying, right? Have they done a materiality assessment? Have they done life cycle assessment? Do they have specific goals and targets? And are they sharing with you, how are they tracking to those specific goals and targets? Look, the customer, all of you are a heck of a lot smarter than some companies would give you credit for. You are experts, you are smart, you have access to the information, you will go and find it. And so we need to be prepared to be very transparent as companies who are working on sustainability about what we're doing, how we're doing on it, and getting those third parties, make sure we have credible partners like a Conservation International and are working with folks like that who can really, in a way, vouch for what we say we're doing.
Hi, my name is Olga Borges. I'm a sustainability alum here from ASU, and I have background in agriculture, more specifically organic and fair trade agriculture. So I'm interested in learning more about the roots, literally the coffee, where you grow it, how you grow it, and what sort of programs you have on the grounds, because I know that it's very controversial, coffee and water and pricing for all that. So I'd be interested in learning a little more.
I am not going to answer that question because I am going to ask Kelly Goodyjohn, our Vice President of Copy, who leads our Cafe Practices program, to share all of the amazing work that she and her team are doing.
First of all, thank you so much for the question. And I would be happy to talk offline because there's so much that we could talk about. But really, I would just say, for over 20 years, we've been First of all, we know where we buy our coffee, which is not common in the industry. And for over 20 years, we've had these connections with our supply chains, cooperatives, individual farms, unorganized supply chains, and have gone in and really evaluated performance against over 200 indicators. Conservation International helped us develop our cafe practices program, so coffee and farmer equity. If you think about, you're familiar with fair trade, a lot of the similar principles around how is coffee being grown in the most sustainable way, promoting biodiversity, soil health, good management systems. How are the people and livelihoods taken care of and prospering as a result of coffee? So looking at income and wages, looking at education, health. And then we look at the economic indicators of, do we have full transparency of the price we're paying, which is always above a market price and paid at a premium because of the high quality coffee that our customers expect? How can we make sure, and we want to make sure we have visibility to what farmers, individual farmers and their families are being paid throughout the process. So the whole ecosystem from coffee growing to processing to exporting is evaluated through cafe practices. And we report publicly through Conservation International on a yearly basis of performance. Where are we seeing trends? Where are we seeing performance improve? Where are we seeing trends going in the wrong direction? And then how do we create interventions, whether it's farmer support centers, financial loans to smallholder farmers, a donation of rust-resistant trees, or research in crop material? What are those needs in a community? And we're going to work with partners to try and solve those, but happy to talk more offline.
Okay, I'm going to defy expectations and not ask a question directly related to food. So this semester in my class, we have the students read a book called The Secret Life of Groceries. It's only been out for a year and a half, maybe. Benjamin Lord is the author. And in the last test, I asked students, one of the questions was, because they had just completed the book, what are your 3 greatest impressions? In some ways, it's a giveaway question, right? Anyone can get the points for that. But for me, it was a great education as the professor. What is in this book that's really striking students? And it was about the trucking of food. It was about contract trucking, how those contracts were structured, how people were, the labor force issues. It was about women truckers and the dangers they face. It was also about the sustainability of trucking, the fuel. And I'm just wondering, I know that we have a whopper of an agenda here in terms of what we've already carved out for ourselves in this partnership. But I'm wondering down the road if we may even want to take a look at trucking, because my students were just really consumed by that.
I love that reflection, and also as a fellow educator to provide an immersive, engaging experience in an ethnography of items, you might say, in the background of groceries. I love that you brought up the idea and remarks in supply chain, and we're going to have some deep dive conversations a little bit tomorrow on some of these topics. But part of the reason why I'm very happy to have colleagues and partners at Starbucks with us for multiple days is to increase as Erin said, the aperture of our awareness of our organizations and capabilities. And then, as we were all sharing as well, to create more connections now that we have a broader lens by which to understand each other. And so what you're mentioning in terms of supply chain and trucking, I would say is absolutely something to explore together. And as we open up the aperture, or maybe in this landscape of partnerships and friends, our arms even wider than they already are, it's going to allow us to form more of those connections. So thank you so much for that idea, and that'll be great to explore.
Ellie, did you want to say anything about this? Is this part of your world, or did you want me to just comment on what we're doing? Would you like to say anything about this, Leslie? I will tell you that that food, which came up in one of the panels yesterday, right? All 3 panelists referenced that food is something that we need to be focused on when we are looking at the climate crisis. And so we have two of our key leaders who are focused on food. And that is actually, of all of our key strategies, that is the biggest thing that we as a company can do to reduce our carbon and water footprint, as you know. In terms of trucking, we are working with our suppliers because 95% of our impact, of course, is within the supply chain. And so we're looking at our suppliers, we're talking to them, we're engaging them, and they're already engaged in this conversation. I mean, one of them came to us and said, hey, Michael, this spring we're having a sustainability conference. We're bringing all of our leaders together to talk about electrification of our vehicles and how we're becoming more sustainable. So they are a big supplier of ours, a big trucking company, and they know that all of their customers are asking them for this. And so they're being very proactive in coming to us.
It's such a critical point you bring up, Kathleen, in terms of opening our eyes to greater challenges. And I love that you ask your students to do that. And it also demonstrates, as Michael's talking about, when you look at these materiality assessments and GHG assessments, for most of these entities, the vast majority of their impact is going to be in, the scope 3 emissions and the emissions and impacts down their supply chain, which indicates that no single entity is going to be able to achieve any of their ambitious goals. 50% reduction, well, you're going to rely on 95% of that reduction is going to have to come out of your direct control. Right. And so it really reinforces the need to think in systems approaches and to think about partnerships down your supply chain.
Hi, Jamie Truffman. I actually recently graduated through the SCAP program, so I'm very appreciative of both you guys.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So my question for you guys is, we talk a lot about the big brands and corporations, but there's a lot of small businesses that are interested in being more sustainable. So I have a question on how can we help the small businesses that need more help and maybe not have the funds to do so?
I can take that one because we have a great local example. We're working right now with Mark Tarbell, who's a local chef. He runs Tarbell's restaurant, beloved local restaurant. He is a leader in the independent local restaurant industry and has an incredible ambition to create transformative change among independent restaurant owners in their sustainability practices. We connected with Mark via Michael Crow. This happens all the time, right? Invitation from Michael Crow to help, person, company, entity to achieve their goals. And, Michael will say, ASU is at your service. We're here to help. We connected through the School of Sustainability and the Master of Sustainability Solutions program. Stephanie Furman at the university and others put a team called the Green Devils that they deployed and worked with Mark and his team to develop a sustainability strategy for Mark's restaurant that then Mark is rolling out through his leadership in the independent restaurant industry to influence others at that small scale. So the process and the engagement strategy and the knowledge to action is the same at different scales. We need to be able to do that at the level of Starbucks, at the level of a local restaurant.
And maybe I'll just add to that, Dave, in terms of the open sourcing what they learn. So Mark Tarbell doesn't just want to simply help himself. He wants to collaborate with other small business owners, specifically in the restaurant industry, to make those learnings scalable and open source, because he understands exactly what you suggest. There may be economic restrictions or just simply inability to scale those. I think I'm just also reflecting back to Starbucks as well. And one of the leaders, Suzanne Tedros in the back, she's leading work in the space of greener stores. Starbucks has always been a leader in terms of open sourcing or outwardly providing whatever their learnings are because of the collective good. So it's just, kind of brings it full circle. But again, acknowledging Starbucks for that effort. But I love Mark Tarbell, a local restaurateur who's passionate about it, but doesn't just want to serve himself. He wants to make sure that this can be applicable for other people in the industry as well. That's a great question. Okay.
This is not a question, but just to answer, now that companies are supposed to be measuring scope 1 and 2 and 3 emissions, 1 being their own emissions, 2 being the energy they use, and 3 being supply chain and customer base. We've just created a free tool, global tool, for all small and medium enterprises out of Global Futures, which is across all 193 UN member countries. So it's very new. We've been piloting with our We Empower UN SDG Challenge, and we'll be refining that. But that is to make it available, because otherwise you have to use some of the very expensive mechanisms. So can tell you more about that.
Thank you.
Question. All right, well, we will all,
what is one of the most challenging issues when shifting a company into one that's more sustainable? And how are you guys going at that?
It's a great question. I will speak from my firsthand experience since I've been at Starbucks for a little over 2 years. And one of the great things about Starbucks is that as a company, when it puts its mind to something, it can execute like nobody else. Okay. But one of the things that I found coming in with this very ambitious sustainability, right, aspiration, right, to be planet positive, people kind of look at you and say, like, in a way, like, what are you smoking a little bit, you know? And it is working to support people to get the mindset shift, to believe that it is possible to do something about our disposable cups by 2030. And at first I had leaders saying, Michael, we are never gonna go away from disposable. We'll always need to have a disposable cup as an option, right? But getting people to believe that that future in 10 years, it will be a different world, and we can help create a different world. And getting leaders to believe that and see that. And then once they do, oh, we are going to execute the heck out of it because they know how to execute. And that's exactly what is happening now at Starbucks. And it's thrilling to me to get people who are believing in this and executing towards it.
All right. Well, I think that concludes our session. I just want to thank all of you for your interest in this topic. Thank you for your interest in learning more about the future of retail, and specifically our example of the future of retail. Maybe I could just ask my panel members to give 1 or 2 closing remarks. I'll just say we also at ASU love to execute the heck out of things too. So we're always good partners in that space. But again, thanks to this group. Thank you for the great questions. And Dave, I'll turn it over to you.
Sure. And again, thank you everyone for attending. I think just for me, this is a 20-year journey at ASU. And this has been an evolution of the university from a sort of pockets of energy and organized research and problem-solving focused faculty and students and staff to where we are now with, more than 1,000, 1,300 students, I think, in the College of Global Futures, these 700 plus scientists and scholars partnerships around the world. I think that we are now at this critical moment in time of organizing and focusing all of our energy. And so this is, like Michael had said, it's probably the most exciting time in my career to be here, to be working on this, to be working on it right now, and to be as energized and excited about the future as I've ever been.
So for me, personally, I'm always looking for ways to create research that has a direct benefit on humanity, of course, as we've talked about. And this is an excellent example to not only do that within my own team of 30 or so people, but extend that throughout creating a culture, processes, and value systems in universities that honors, recognizes, and supports that use-driven, impact-driven work. And so some of those connecting pieces, as well as in engaging in more conversations and engaging more in connections. And as Kathleen threw out a wonderful idea, others have thrown out great ideas. Pretty soon here, we will be inviting you into the courtyard area to see some of the fast start projects that we got initiated. And so to engage with those individuals, ask them questions, share your name. David, you asked an amazing question as well to Michael. Engage with those individuals, make those connections, not just inside the university, but across our institutions. And I would encourage you to do that and also share that with me as well. So come up, say hi, shake hands, introduce yourself, and I'll be happy to maybe even make a beverage for you.
I want to conclude at least my thoughts with sharing a story, all of you. It's about a young woman, undocumented immigrant living in a suburb of Los Angeles, who got interested in sustainability through her family business, which was a restaurant. And she studied online all the different universities and programs that are out there. And she picked ASU. She said, oh, this is the best sustainability program out there. And then when she found out that we had the SCAP program, and I'm looking at you, when we had the SCAP program, she said, oh, Starbucks will pay for my college tuition. I'm going to be a barista at Starbucks. And she joined and she became a barista to get the SCAP benefit. She got promoted to a shift supervisor. She was going along in her studies. She got one of the fellowships through SCAP to actually work on our team a year and a half ago to do some work for us. She knocked it out of the park. We eventually hired her. She got her degree, and now she's a member of my team leading Starbucks partner engagement on sustainability. Her name is Sina Rojas, and her story is just incredible. So I share that with all of you, as Sina inspires me every day.
Michael, I'll also share a continuing story about Sina. So we have the Arizona congressional staff visiting ASU over the next couple of days. And tomorrow we were invited to present on the ASU Starbucks partnership. Sina is delivering the coffee tasting for the congressional because she does have such an inspiring story. So love that tie in there, but just a really beautiful story she has.
Thank you everyone so much for joining us. We will be outside for the expo. We have a couple of our stations and the work that we've been doing in this last year demonstrated outside. We have some coffee and tea for you as well to enjoy on this hot afternoon. So please come up, talk with us, ask us any questions about the center, and looking forward to engaging with y'all. Thanks everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to step outside to the atrium to check out the fabulous Starbucks displays. Thank you.
And then you can test it.
Testing. Okay, should we get a wave going? Everybody like, it's a sports thing, you know? Are we ready to go? All right. Well, welcome everybody. Thanks for coming to the newest dark horse in climate change, which is sport. Really nice to have everybody here. It's been a big week. I don't know if you guys have gone to lots of events. We had a new building dedicated, the Rob and Melanie Walton Center for Planetary Health. And today we're also coming from the Julianne Wrigley Global Futures Laboratory, which is a pan ASU effort to explore how together we can develop and deliver through collaboration and partnership sustainable global futures. And a hallmark of that here at ASU and at GFL and now in this new center is bringing together diverse ways of thinking, diverse people, things that don't usually come together, but that are required for the complex effort of working on climate change or equity or other issues that are at the heart of building global futures. And one of those topics that usually doesn't come together with sustainability, as weird as it is sport. So luckily, one of the places we have here at ASU is the Global Sport Institute. That's a leader in thinking about these sorts of issues and bringing people together. And they have organized for all of us a tremendous panel that is going to explore this topic of what is the role of sport in sustainability, what's the role of sustainability in sport. And I'll give you, there'll be a couple of logistics before we get going here with the panel session, but let me put a little framing on the table. So I'm actually really excited to be here. Sport has been a huge part of my life. I rode in college and I played volleyball. I've been teaching for over 20 years, and I do not know of another experiential learning context like sport where you get together and try and excel yourself and try and excel as a team with clearly defined outcomes that really matter, right? They really matter. But at the same time, they don't. It's a laboratory for us experimenting with life. And through that, we generate the experiences that we carry with us. I still remember in an intramural softball game in college, having somebody hit a shot over my head and turning around like Willie Mays and running as fast as I could back to get it and putting my hand out and catching the ball. And then putting my right foot down and feeling the ball pop out of my glove. I still remember that feeling. But then I picked the ball up and threw it in. And actually we lost the game, so it doesn't have the biggest happy ending, whatever. But I still remember that to this day. My other passion is sustainability. And you know what? It takes the same things. It takes teamwork, it takes persistence, it takes passion, et cetera. So I am just thrilled to have this panel with us. Let me say to you now, just a little bit of logistics. I'll introduce the panel and we'll get going here. Let me let everybody know we do have a way for audience to participate in sending in questions. And the way you do that is you go to slido.com. So it's SLIDO period COM. And you put in the event code 721003. So I can do I can finally do my info mission. The slido.com, put in 721003 now, right? So if you do that, then you can actually post up questions, and we have a crack staff of brilliant people looking at the questions, and they can bring them up to us. And if everybody forgets, let me know, we can do it again. All right. So with that sort of framing here, we just have a fascinating panel here. Sitting right next to me is Roger McClendon, who's the executive director of the Green Sports Alliance. He was also previously the global sustainability head of Yum Brands. Roger has pioneered sustainability and sustainability strategy in all of these roles. And in his current role, he leads the Alliance, stadium sports executives, as well as sustainability experts, using sports as a vehicle for promoting healthy and sustainable communities throughout the world. He's also super, super cool and very, very thoughtful on this topic, right? Next to Roger is Sophie Armenakian. Is that right? Did I get that right? Armenakian?
Almost. Armenakian?
Armenakian. Okay, well, 50-50, right? So Sophie's the director of operations and sustainability at the Atlanta Hawks and State Farm Arena. She's been instrumental in delivering the first ever zero waste NBA All-Star game and the first ever true TRUE zero waste certified sporting event in the world, which she can tell us all about. So that's pretty cool. And next to Sophie is Jenny Vanos. It's not Vanos like Thanos. So Jenny's a professor over in the School of Sustainability with me, and her research examines health impacts on vulnerable populations, such as children and athletes, and is focused specifically on extreme heat, thermal comfort, and air pollution. And we're going to hear about how that impacts young athletes and communities. And next to Jenny is Stephanie Gerritsen, who's a postdoctoral research scholar with the Global Sports Institute. And her research examines the impact of professional sports facilities have on urban development and how sport can be used to realize the targets of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 11. Only 11. Okay, well, I'll push you on that one. She's also worked globally with UN Habitat and UNEP, advising governments on priority areas within urban policy agendas to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. I think some of that in Africa. Right? Yep. And then over on the very end is Jordan Enke, who's the Senior Vice President of Stadium Operations at Austin FC, Austin Football Club. And he oversaw the construction and now the operations of their new LEED Gold certified stadium in Austin, Texas. So we have professional sports, we have researchers, we have a global networking organization. So I'm really excited. So what I'm going to let happen here is let's just go right down the panel. And why don't you just introduce yourself, your organizations, and a little bit of what maybe sustainability in sport means to you.
Thank you. Can you everybody hear me? Well, it's great to be back on ASU's campus, and I heard the previous panel, and this is the place for sustainability. It's very integrated across everything you do, so I very much admire all the professionals here, all the students here that are engaged in this. The Green Sports Alliance is a very interesting organization. It's about 300 plus members across the whole sports ecosystem. So that would be the NBA, the NFL, Major League Baseball, Major League Soccer, USTA. I could probably go on. And then also small organizations like the World Surf League. We also have what we call solutions providers, which are corporations like Dow, Honeywell, folks that are trying to figure out the solutions to the sustainability issue. So we're over about 14 years old, and we are organized as a nonprofit organization and as a trade organization. So our goal and mission is to think about how we bring the nexus between sports and sustainability to life, real time, and recognize those folks that are doing so. So we don't own any facilities. That's why the experts are here today, but they do support the best practice sharing and all the things we learn to accelerate the changes that we want to see. So with that, I'll pass it over to you, Sophie.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. At the Atlanta Hawks, we are proud members of the Green Sports Alliance. I'm happy to be here and talk about our journey to zero waste. Of course, within sustainability, it's a broad term, even loosely utilized these days, but the three components are energy, water, waste, and waste has been a big focus for us. So we have been on a journey to zero waste. As mentioned, we did achieve the first ever zero waste sporting event, but what we're looking to do is certify our venue holistically, no matter what size the event, when, that it is always operated zero waste. So we're excited to hear back about our submission to be certified. To operate zero waste, I think, being part of a sports team, and we take a lot of pride in being a community asset, we understand that it's more to it than just being a winning basketball team. It's also about making sure that we are that community pillar in doing things that maybe aren't the norm and you do need to invest in, but hopefully paving the way for more to be able to join. So you'll be able to hear a little bit more about what that zero waste journey has looked like, what it takes to do that, and what we're looking to do next. So thank you. Passing it over to you.
Hi, everyone. Jenny Vanas, assistant professor here in the School of Sustainability, just upstairs. Welcome to the new building. It's pretty great. I focus a lot of my research on climate and health, really emphasizing the impacts of extreme heat and air pollution on people's health. Like George mentioned, one of the populations I focus a lot on are athletes, and how can we understand what athletes are experiencing at different levels. So youth athletes, elite athletes. I also have a background like George as an elite athlete in college in track and field. And so I bring this other lens, I think, of appreciating the environment for what it gives us to be able to use clean air, good thermal exposures, to be able to do what we want to do and perform well in our sport. And I also recognize the value that sport has given me in understanding some of the core competencies of sustainability. So leadership and collaboration and strategic thinking are all part of sport that has actually helped me kind of flip that on its head and say, where does sport fit within sustainability, or where does sustainability fit within sport? And so when I think about sustainability in sport, I do a lot of thinking on health and how we can keep athletes performing well in the face of a changing climate or growing urban areas, or widening gaps between those who have a lot or do not have a lot. And thinking, where can we be more equitable in our resources for especially youth athletes that are overexposed to heat, overexposed to air pollution, and then may not have the ability to succeed the way another child would in a community who is not exposed to those extremes. And so that's some of the ways I think about this and approach sustainability in sport from the youth level. And I'm happy to also talk about what we're dealing with on the elite athlete level, Olympics, and what we're actually asking our athletes to be exposed to now or in the future.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Gerritsen, and I'm a postdoctoral research scholar at the Global Sports Institute here at ASU. And as George mentioned, most of my research is centered around sports and urban development and thinking about sustainable community development. And as many of you probably have noticed, that there are a lot of new stadiums that are being proposed in the next few years. And when we're thinking about stadium development, most of the time we're not thinking that they're very sustainable. They're actually the antithesis of it. But we're trying to rethink the narrative and reshape the narrative of how can these stadiums actually be integrated into our communities and become anchored institutions. So anchored institutions as a university, as a hospital, as a convention center, they're all centered around new real estate development and community development and working within the environment that our community is centered in. And also when we're thinking about sustainable urban development, how can we get our team owners to think about local economic impact of bringing minority and women-owned businesses within the stadium operations? when we're thinking about utilizing the space on a 365-day, 24-hour-day cycle, how are we using the space on non-event days? So creating innovation hubs and putting in research and design and integrating that not only within the sports and innovations center, but how it actually benefits the communities at large. And then also thinking everything that happens outside of the facility. So designing cities and integrating that within the facility to create child-friendly cities and seeing things at a child's level. So designing everything for children because they're our future. So creating more green spaces around our facilities, providing more educational opportunities on non-game days, and also thinking about the world of play. So play is the way that we build mental health or providing better mental health, well-being, but also resilience. And so how does the stadiums actually fit into that narrative is really what I'm researching, but also how it fits more into the sustainable development goals. And as George mentioned, I was working 3 years for the United Nations, both at UN Habitat and at UNEP. And they're trying to integrate with the sports industry to not only partner on research and design, working with Adidas to come up with sustainable uniforms that college campuses use, but also generating a wider audience outside of the UN scope to bring on athletes as goodwill ambassadors or brand ambassadors for them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jordan Enke, Senior Vice President, Stadium Operations with Austin FC. It's probably nice that we're sitting next to each other. A lot of my recent experience over the course of the last 4 years was the design and construction of our newest stadium in Austin. So as we went through the lead process, having the vision from the beginning, we had 5 pillars to start, our vision, how we were going to start programming it, what we wanted to do. And one of those pillars was eco-friendly, having a sustainable vision, having buy-in from ownership, having buy-in from our staff, from the architects and from the construction manager right from the beginning. Something else that's really important with this that is going to be something that we'll touch on is, having the municipality, having the city of Austin backing that. We had going into our project a LEED silver contractual obligation. So with that, it forced us to almost want to overachieve. We wanted to hang our hat on something. There's so many great institutions around Austin that are great examples. Moody Center just opened up. The library is a platinum LEED building. We wanted to be in the upper echelon of what was happening in Austin and be a trendsetter. And in the MLS specifically, there's been so many great opportunities with 6 or 7 new stadia coming online in the last 4 or 5 years. So how do we kind of elevate ourselves and put ourselves in a top of those categories when we're speaking about sustainability? Some of the equity and inclusivity pieces were even brought into those discussions with components like mother's rooms or sensory rooms right from the initial design as a part of our core program. So, that's a lot of my recent experience, and excited to kick it back over to you and get into some questions.
Right. Awesome. So we're talking sport and sustainability, and I honestly don't think that's a topic that those two things are often brought together. So Jenny, you mentioned that you do this research and whatnot. Maybe you can give us a couple of examples, maybe around, climate change, since we've been talking about that here this week, and, the young athlete, and maybe an example of climate change and the elite athlete or something from what you're seeing.
Sure. Thanks for putting me on the spot there. First off, I'm kidding. So
we're on a panel. That's going to happen the whole time.
So I think I think we can think for elite athletes, the most recent example on our minds is the Tokyo Olympics. And the Tokyo Olympics were held in the hottest part of the year in Tokyo, very humid, very oppressive for the athletes. And a lot of the conversation at the games was around how hot it was, how hard that was for the athletes, and how that's affecting their performance. If we look back to 1964, the Tokyo Olympics were held in October. So they're held now in August because that's when there's a lull in the Western sports broadcasting schedule where they're hoping more people will watch them. And so we're purposely putting athletes at risk, which I think is not okay. And I think that there needs to be more thought given to changing or adapting. You'll hear that term thrown around a lot with climate change, changing the way we do things so that these events can be held in places and at times of the year that are safe for the athletes. Whether that's heat, whether that's pollution, flooding, hurricanes, forest fires, think to the 2028 Olympics in LA, they're being held during fire season. So the resulting potential compliance cost to the Olympic organizers is huge for that. And how can we use what we know about the changing climate, changing weather extremes, or even past weather extremes? We've always dealt with weather extremes. They're just being exacerbated. So what can we use from what we know about that to plan better for the Olympics and have these bids that go in have to put into their bid, here's how we're going to deal with heat, here's how we're going to deal with pollution, here's how we're going to deal with warm ocean waters, which were all factors in Tokyo Olympics that weren't really part of it until being an afterthought. That's more the elite level. And I think that putting the most elite athletes in the world at risk is not fair because this is their job. They're being paid to do this. And it's a very inelastic thing. They cannot not compete. They must compete for their job, for their sponsorships, especially Olympic athletes. It's very different than an NBA athlete. And I think that's also an equity issue because these Olympic athletes don't make that much money either. So I think that's elite level. And then I already mentioned the youth factors, and we learned a lot from COVID and air pollution and the uneven exposures that we see in cities. And then we also can overlay that with maps of asthma in children. And then there's this connection between child has asthma or a child cannot, does not have the facilities available in the community to escape the heat or air pollution. What's the likelihood of that child really breaking out and getting to the Olympics, getting to the NBA? There is an uneven playing field there, and it's also risky. And I think that there's a lot that we can do in terms of monitoring, measuring, but making positive social change to ensure that those athletes have the same resources and access to scholarships and, getting to the big leagues as an athlete who is in an unpolluted, predominantly high income area.
Benny. So we've already heard a few of these words in terms of community development, a direct connection to the environment. I mean, a lot of sports are played outside. We're going to come back to some of the pragmatics, but Roger, why sport? And maybe why sport and maybe even why pro sports, but why sport?
Well, this is a historical kind of question. I think when we think about the history and heroes throughout history, sport has been very powerful around change, specifically around social change. So we can think of people like Muhammad Ali. We can think recently of Billie Jean King when we think about equity. And through sport, we've been able to kind of put our differences aside at certain points and bring everybody together in a common focus, a common point. So integration in this country happened before it happened in society, in common society. It happened in sport. And so those things I think are very powerful to what we face today is we face global challenges. That it's not about just these boundaries and these borders, but this is about global issues. Equity is a global issue. Humanity is a thing that we should center on around sustainability. So the broader context of it is just not about what I say changing light bulbs. It's about health and wellness. It's about gender equity. It's about racial equity. It's about environmental justice. And it's also about creating these opportunities for the next generation. We talked about that, like playing for the next generation is kind of our tagline, but it's more than a tagline. It's really about the future of humanity. And so I think sport is the power that we have now to bring it to the world in a realistic way, like the practical way through how we do stadiums, but beyond the walls of the stadium is about the community in itself. So smart city concepts and thinking about it holistically, thinking about how to move that fan that's there for entertainment to change behavior more in line to what the value systems that we need to move forward with. So I think sport has that. I mean, it's fun to go to the game. It's exciting. But when you look at your heroes, especially in this country, a lot of them, they follow sport versus following science. And so I think that's the influence that we have and the responsibility that we have.
Yeah, that's well said. So let's talk a little bit about that community development. So Jordan, you mentioned you're in Austin. You're really a startup. We were talking about this before we all sat down. You're really a startup organization. What was it like to end up, with a lead stadium? What did that take? How did that work?
Yeah, a lot of work, a lot of coordination, a lot of meetings. But ultimately, it's having the vision from the beginning, and that's how I started this. It's very difficult to retroactively, get to design development and all of a sudden say, or your construction documents to say, I now want to go for a LEED certification. That's going to cost a lot more money. It's going to create delays, but that process, again, having those pillars, having that vision right from the very beginning, that was the important piece of this. And then, part of it too is working with a strong architect group that understands how to fit that into the design. Now, oftentimes you start with, you've got a budget, and then you start backing in and you say, this is how much square foot we can build. Well, we were trying to build a 20,000 person stadium. Did that fit into the program? Did that fit with how we were trying to create point of sale and merchandise and circulation and fan comfort? It's such an important thing. I'm sure any ASU folks that maybe go to Sun Devil Stadium, you're probably not rushing to sit on the east side for a 1 p.m. kickoff, right? So how can we, build this $263 million stadium and make sure that 20,000 people are in there game in, game out? So looking at the fan comfort pieces, 30% of our stadium is built with mesh seats. It's a 40 to 50 degree difference from a normal plastic seat, right? We actually had a fun study where we let them sit and bake out in the sun in August. And then we invited our sales team out and said, all right, which one of these do you want to sell? So our entire Lower East Bowl is all mesh seating product. Our Lower West Bowl, all mesh seating product. So looking at those high sun exposure areas, we have 200,000 square foot roof canopy. We also have a natural grass playing field. So balancing, you make these decisions for fan comfort, how's that affecting now growing natural grass? And then still balancing it on the sustainability side. So looking at the grass variety, looking at the soil composition, looking at the pH levels of the water. Are you choosing the right grass, and can you grow it in the environment that you're given? So many things went into that. Even fans along the concourses, cooling stations. We talked about some of the equity pieces with the mother's room and sensory rooms. All those were, really just table stakes at the beginning of this. We wanted to build a sustainable stadium, and part of a sustainable stadium, making sure it's filled. The other piece of it, we built on 24 acres. Over a third of our property is open green space. So we talk about the accessibility for youth to come out and kick a soccer ball around. Soccer is a super cheap and accessible sport. That's why so many people around the globe play it. That's why, probably most of the people in this room as a youth played it. But we designed the space. We've got a 3/4 mile track around our stadium that people use. It's fun watching the dogs out there every day. But, again, we developed, I was telling Roger and Sophie last night, the concept was a stadium within a park, or a park within a park. So we brought a park to a park deficit part of Austin, and now we're starting to see the benefits of it with community involvement.
I mean, that brings up a really interesting idea, which is innovation. That this perspective that is new, right? When you bring creative people together and you give them a new perspective and you give them resources, innovation just pops out. So, Sophie, you're in a very different place than Austin. You mentioned that you've run some zero waste efforts. What's a zero waste effort? What is that? Did you find innovation when you did that? Did that also help you guys innovate the fan experience? Did it change how people thought about what should happen? during a game. So give us a little bit of nitty gritty on how that actually worked in your context.
Absolutely. So I think it's really important to understand the definition of zero waste, because it can mean that no waste at all. But it truly means that 90% of everything that comes into our building for a particular event, like the All-Star game that was a zero waste event, that 90% of it is diverted by either being composted, recycled, or reused. And so the way, when I think of innovation, sustainability is innovation, right? It's figuring out how do we do more with less in an efficient way, because we don't want to be wasteful. We don't want to waste resources. You don't want to waste dollars. And so it also requires us to change our mind. It's a mindset shift. I think that is another form of innovation, just thinking about our impact and what we do. So in order for us to operate zero waste at State Farm Arena, we have to have 3 things in place. That's infrastructure, supply chain, and communication. And we're talking about Atlanta, Georgia, in the Southeast, where recycling isn't really the common habit, and the infrastructure doesn't really support us doing what we do in the South. So it does require us to make some commitments and apply resources to really be able to get to that finish line. So working with everybody across every business entity, we talk about diversity and inclusion. We would not be able to talk about achieving zero waste events in Atlanta if it was not working together. We think of our arena as a green bubble. You come in, everything is very standard. You have your recycling, your landfill, your compost, but it's still a forever journey because contamination is real. People don't just throw things in the right bin because it's labeled properly and it's placed somewhere where it makes sense. We do have to invest time and resources to decontaminate in order for all of these materials to not be rejected when it's shipped off, when it's hauled away. So therefore it's a commodity, and now we're doing it the right way. We're looking at all of our materials as a resource, not as waste, not as trash. Cardboard can be recycled 5 to 7 times. In our retail shop, shout out to our retail team, we switched all of our plastic bags to paper bags. And those paper bags that we purchase are actually made from recycled cardboard. So it's really cool to tell that story and not just talk about it, but actually put the resources and the effort behind it in doing it. Like Jordan said, it's hard. It's a long journey. And innovation is really important, whether it's shifting our mindset and really thinking about it differently, or it is figuring out what kind of technology and ways can we incorporate into what we do. How can we get sponsor activations incorporated to really bring some things to life, that communication piece, to really raise awareness about what goes where, to limit contamination and understand the role that we all play. So we're really proud to be a community asset. To say that we diverted 1 million pounds from landfill in 2021, that's something we're proud of. That's being true to Atlanta. And it's a forever journey, and there's so much more we can do. And I think it's really exciting to hear everyone's stories and go back home and see what else can we do to really continue this journey, because I think there's so much work to be done and we all have a journey.
Thanks. Yeah, let's come back to the fans and the business case and making connectivity. I want to stick a little bit on this theme of community. And maybe Roger and Stephanie, Stephanie, I'd like to have you explain a little bit more about this role you see for the sort of dialogue between policy and sport and sustainable futures. Where do you see the opportunity space there? How does that come together?
I think when we're talking about new stadium build outs for, say, the Buffalo Bills or in Nashville, there needs to be a much more strategic partnership that's happening between the local municipality and that of the team owners. Right now, the municipalities are not asking enough of the team in what they're developing, especially when there's public subsidies involved. So when public subsidies are involved, a lot of the local public will not necessarily, they've become a lot more intelligent about saying no, that they don't support their taxes going to these essentially white elephant stadiums or arenas being built. So instead, now team owners should really be thinking about what can they offer when they're getting the public subsidies to their facilities. And so that means that they need to become these anchored institutions, as I mentioned before. So it's not just enough to build the facility and it becomes this white elephant infrastructure. There needs to be more investment going into real estate development around the facility, and not just luxury apartments and commercial properties, but actually allocating a substantial amount to affordable housing. And when we're talking about affordable housing, that doesn't mean below market rate. That means actual affordable housing. And when we're talking about also about affordable housing, say for Barclays Center in Brooklyn, that was below market rate, and the team owners did not abide by the community benefits agreement that was agreed on by the community itself. So essentially what they were talking about as affordable did not come to fruition. So we really need to hold, the local government needs to hold the team owners accountable and vice versa to make sure that there's a mutual benefit for everyone. And then when we're also talking about these stadium build outs, that doesn't necessarily mean just the facility itself. That means the local municipalities putting investments into traffic control, road infrastructure, wastewater management. I mean, it's a whole holistic system that needs to be taken into consideration. And as I think everybody has mentioned here, these sports stadiums and arenas and, these, 30 acres of land, they're basically micro cities where a lot of innovation can occur. And there's a lot of private sector companies that are coming in and testing out their new technology in these facilities that can then go to the greater community and being used in terms of like security systems and hotspotting. This can all be piloted within the facility itself. And so I think when the community is putting in these public subsidies, what they need to be getting out of it is that there needs to be a much more intentional strategy between the private sector and the public sector to work together. And then when we're getting to more of a global, holistic look at sports and the SDGs, sports fits into every single sustainable development goal. And the problem is that most companies, from PwC, they put out a report last year that only 14% of private sector companies actually report on SDG metrics. 14% of companies. That's definitely not enough. And when we're also talking about sustainable development goals, there's a way to also talk about it in a business sense, and that's where ESG comes into play. So we need to also have more of a standardization across the sports industry to talk about ESG and holding teams and leagues accountable for that, as well as other private sector companies that are operating within the sports industry.
So maybe Roger, you have such a unique perspective in terms of looking across sports, looking up the value chain, looking over a long time scale. How do you see these pieces come together, this sort of, community, sport, sustainability? How do you see it coming together, and what are the things that accelerate it, and what are the big challenges in actually executing?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I'll build off that research that you're talking about, Stephanie. So ESG is the real framework, right? And so these organizations are businesses, and holding them accountable is what we should be doing for all our businesses. Voting with our dollars is the power that consumers have, right? And so when we think about what we want our futures to be, what we want our communities to be, how do we want to live as people in society, I think, having the right frameworks are important and the right drivers. So in the corporate world, you have large institutional shareholders like BlackRock that can make that decision through the financials, which is very powerful, right? And so you can influence, you put a shareholder proposal together, you talk about, the leadership and the board, and you put pressure on them to make those changes, right? Or otherwise you pull your assets out. And so they react. When it comes down to teams, leagues, federations, it's a little more difficult because you have billion-dollar owners, right? And so it becomes really, if they're going to work into the local government and have those subsidies, then we should be, as local government, holding them accountable to that. And the fans, I think, can also have a voice. So I think it's a huge opportunity. But on the other side, you do have a lot of owners that are giving way more and doing way more than what they're being held accountable for, which is fantastic. So Arthur Blank, and you work there, Sophie, you know for sure, the investment in what he does for society and for social causes is off the charts. And so, you know, that's kind of the philanthropic side, but I don't think that's going to get us to the finish line. So we need to take those ESG frameworks, we need to wrap them through and create what I call, through our organizations, platforms from indices to what I call play to zero platforms that identify where you are. So you get a baseline and a benchmark, you put the right metrics in that are not only the environmental metrics, but the social metrics. So you have these systems that can move you from where you are to zero. So that would be zero waste, zero water, zero energy. We could also flip it around and say, what are the social metrics that need to go into that system? So zero environmental injustice, right? And so this is what we're working on, is to bring that collective and recognize, because that's how human behavior works, and get fans involved and engaged. So you look at it from the positive transformation side versus the negative. But I'm excited about it. We're going to launch it and got a lot of people involved in it. So
go ahead.
Yeah, I would love to add to that. You know, there are no standards that require any of us to do what we do. So it does require innovators to pave the way. And that wouldn't be possible without our ownership, whether it's Arthur Blank or Tony Ressler. You know, our organization has committed in the importance and wanting to invest in this, and it does come from the top down. And it's not, and that's so important to note that although there is no standardization, and it would be wonderful, having the ownership that we have allows us to do what we do to hopefully inspire more to join.
I'm sorry about that. So let's talk about a couple of things here. So let's talk about the athlete, and let's talk about the fan, and let's talk about getting buy-in and where there's momentum. And maybe everybody can't talk to the athlete, but it seems to me as a observer of the game, as opposed to being into it, the NBA has been a leading voice on all sorts of social and environmental and community issues coming out of the athletes. And I think the same thing for football and world football, both men and women, right? We've seen the women U.S. national soccer team be very outspoken on all sorts of equity issues and environmental issues. And I think from the NBA, we've seen any number of players taking part in larger conversations. And I just wondered, from your guys' own experience, what is that like? How does that, how does that play out? Is it something that creates challenges for you because you have these new variables, or do these things, do they support your activities? I mean, and maybe you can't speak to, but if anybody can speak to these players, and Jenny, maybe you too, from what from the elite athletes perspective too. Anybody brave enough to tackle that one?
So can you rephrase your question, but summarize it?
Yeah, I mean, there you go. Thank you very much. Basically, what's the role for the players in this effort around sustainability and sports when we take a big perspective on sustainability, both environment and social? And how has that played out for you in your context?
Happy to take a stab at it. I think, we've already mentioned it, that sports and entertainment is really the holy grail of change. And when you can have athletes who truly resonate with that, it is so influential. It is a responsibility that we have to carry out if it's true. So I think there's that opportunity to really amplify the message through our team members.
So it's a great question, and we have some historical perspective on this as well. So not too far in the past, we could talk about Colin Kaepernick, and that he put his career and his livelihood on the table by standing up for what he believed in. He really didn't stand up. He took a kneel to talk about what he believed in. You can go back further than that, and you can talk about Tommy Davidson and the folks that were in the 1964, I believe, Olympics, 72 Olympics, if I can remember, that kind of raised the fist to talk about equal rights and justice. And they never got a job or any kind of sponsorship or endorsements. You can go even further back than that and talk about, what Muhammad Ali had to give up when he won his medal and decided to, on a religious reasons, talk about what he believed in, and he was stripped of his title. So even today, I mean, it may be because we've gone through COVID and we've gone some things and we've seen what this country has been living with for 400 years of history of, slavery and those kind of things, that we've maybe have come over the crest with that movement, and people feel like as athletes, they can come out and the league can align with them. And the NFL has a much different stance. They put it on the field, they put it on the uniforms, and now they don't just say shut up and dribble. They allow athletes to have a platform, which they should have anyway, because they're not just athletes, they're people and they have other, interests. So I think that's really important. And you think about the gender side and the human, the mental health issues that we just seen go through with athletes to say, hey, I need to step back. But you saw the backlash of that even today. So I think the reason you don't see the athletes sometimes stand up is, number one, they're not comfortable with what that's going to mean for their career if they're not established. Number two, they might not have all the resources and the knowledge and the understanding on how to articulate their beliefs and what they want to stand up for. And we see that changing. We have an organization called Eco Athletes. We do some communication with athletes to talk about, how you can present yourself if you have a belief. And social justice and, the things that we're standing up for is kind of the common denominator when we think about the United States, right? And the freedoms that we have. But being, as an athlete, I kind of went through it myself. And I understand the challenges that you have to be able to stand up and be confident to be able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's where the rubber really meets the road, and these where the sports and life actually come together and have these real consequences. I'm kind of curious, but now looking at the fan and what you guys want to say to, and what you are saying to the fan through your actions. Like, Atlanta is a very progressive city. I know that there's been a lot of activity around sustainability in like San Francisco, Austin. How has the connectivity with the fan enabled you guys? And also, what can fans do? What can people who are coming to the sports, what are you guys doing? How can they take it home with them?
Yeah, if anyone's ever been to a professional soccer match, our fans are very different than an NBA or an NFL fan. Our entire South End, 3,500 seats, it's a safe standing area. They're the heartbeat of the stadium. They're wild. It's just very different. But one of the really cool things that our fans do, and Sophie talked about sorting, our supporters clean up their section at the end of the night. So they sort for us, they separate, and then we have bags and our housekeeping crew goes and picks it up. So, they did that on their own. We didn't ask them to do it. It wasn't a cost saving exercise. They just embodied it. So, a really, really neat thing that they've just done to help us on the sustainability side, and it helps our message. The fact that we're talking and getting through to these 3,500 fans, that resonates. Our partners see that. Something that we did, wanting to be authentic to Austin, we have a lot of local partnerships. Our stadium's Q2, it's a fintech company. Our jersey's Yeti. I think everybody in here knows what Yeti is, with their coolers and their drinkware. But it's being close to the community. And again, the fans see that. The fans see the partners that you have. The fans see we call them eco stations in our, for the trash and recycling and compost receptacles. They see those, and it's when they go up and they have to make that decision, right? where do I put this nacho boat? They think about it. We work with partners to educate our fans, which is half the battle. We have trash goalies at our games that, you don't have to make the decision. We'll tell you, hey, put it in here. And guess what? You're not going to forget that. We work with our F&B partner right from the beginning to make sure that all of our single-use smallwares and boats and packaging was compostable, just trying to get to there. So I think our fans come into our stadium, and if they haven't ever been privy to seeing some of this in action, they get a real-life demonstration. I think talking about the testing ground or the micro cities that a stadium can be, it's a great case study watching, match in, match out. We talked in a earlier session for prep for this. we gamify it too now. We put our diversion rates online. They're there. Anyone can get on and look at that. And our fans can say, gosh, we were at 82% last week. Like, what can we do to get to 85? Yeah. So those are some of the things that we've been doing in Austin and how the fans have really helped us.
First of all, I think that's so cool that your supporters help sort. That's really awesome. And, Jordan touched on the infrastructure, supply chain, and communication piece and all the examples he just mentioned. For us, one of the things that we do, we have an activation called Recycle and Win. So we have zero waste volunteers, and you guys call them eco stations. We call them zero waste stations. Our zero waste volunteers are strategically near a receptacle or roaming around just observing behavior. And let's say Roger is walking up to our zero waste station, and we can tell he's thinking about where it should go. We advise him, well, it goes right here. That's one way of interacting with them from a zero waste volunteer standpoint. The second is, let's say I happen to observe Roger toss his aluminum can into the recycling bin completely on his own. I might go tap him on the shoulder and say, hey, I really appreciate you playing green. Thank you for being part of our zero waste journey. I have something for you. Can I take a photo of you? And then maybe it's a Hawks hat, something unisex that'll fit everybody. And then we do that with various fans throughout our events. But thanks to our sponsors, we have incorporated an activation that's a part of every single one of our halftime moments during our game, where we pick that one lucky winner, take them down to the floor, and our MC, who's amazing, just thanks them for playing, being part of our zero waste journey and doing it the right way. And that might, engage with many other fans that are in the venue, and you kind of see this behavior. Although that activation and small component may move the needle slowly, it still raises awareness, and it really celebrates doing the right thing and educates when there's opportunity. So that's one of the ways that we activate and engage with our fans.
Yeah, that's totally awesome. One of the questions from the audience is actually, the Hawks are working to make State Farm Arena more hip and trendy. It sounds like you just answered that yes, sustainability is actually a cool, hip and trendy thing, depending on how you do it. It sounds great. One of the questions that we got is actually, how do you know when sustainability is happening at a facility? Or, Jenny, what are the sorts of things that you look at in terms of when you do your research, in terms of what are the metrics? So I'm curious, and this is a question for everybody. We go down the line. Like, how would you let people know that real work is going on? What are some of the things you would tell them to look for?
I'll try that one from my perspective. And I think some of it goes back to thinking about communities that people are living in, and trying to more equitably distribute resources in communities. So if you're putting a stadium in the green parks is a great idea, right? Does that community need more green space? How much more green space do they need compared to other communities? And how might that help reduce exposures to heat and air pollution? And then also give them a space to be active, exercise, and so forth. That to me is some types of sustainable thinking with respect to accessibility in sport. And when we think about the youth level, that access piece I think is really important. And what sports do certain kids have access to, and what sports do certain kids not have access to, and why is that? And what can we do to make that a little bit more even, so that kids who do want to play certain sports have the ability to? And is it something related to sustainability or climate change or community development that's preventing that kind of access to give kids those opportunities? I think about those things a lot, and I don't know if that answers the question or not, but I think it's a great question, and
well, I mean,
it gave some different types of insight there.
Right. No, it certainly answers the question in terms of what are some of these key things that you look for to tell what sustainability is going on. What are some things you guys look for? What are some of the things you would say you have in your stadiums and whatnot that are indicators that you're actually taking it seriously versus, sort of greenwashing or something?
Yeah, I'll take a stab and then pass it to the executors, the practitioners, because they're doing the work. But when you really think about it, the metrics that we're looking at are through these lenses of standards, certifications, third party organizations that have the reputation for going in authentically, preventing greenwashing and really giving the right credit to the folks that are doing the work through very specific, measurable standards. And I think that's really important. You can go all the way to the highest level, the ISO standards with your international standards bodies and organizations, and you have sustainability embedded into those standards. And you can go all the way down to LEED certifications or LFI certifications. So I think for us, once you get that stamp of approval, it's great because you thought about the design, build, operate, maintain model, and you're executing against that. And so then we kind of look at recognition even beyond that, because you're at a certain point, but then it's the day in, day out. So events and how do you look at your baselines? And so by having systems in place and by doing the measurement and looking across those metrics of wastewater, energy, and additional to the social metrics, we want to continue to have those third-party evaluations to validate those performance.
Well said. And I think with third-party validation, for us, it's really pursuing this true certification for zero waste that we've applied for. But it goes back to infrastructure, right? The fans come in, and when they see a consistency in the infrastructure and that there isn't just a recycling bin randomly available, who knows where on the concourse, but it's always available. It's always paired next to another bin. That way you're giving your fans the opportunity to do the right thing and they're set up for success. So signage and infrastructure is definitely one. And then I think when we talk about our back of house, even when a tour is loading in and the chef is back there and they're getting to get ready to arrive, the way we set up that chef's space, we audit how a space is going to be utilized. And if there's going to be a type of material that's going to be used a lot that could contaminate our other materials, we set up something for them. And that's part of our quality control checklist, getting ready to go into an event. Then at the end of it, we assess it and then find opportunities and then circle back and provide feedback, because that's also innovation. You're learning from areas that we can do better. So fan facing, it's really that infrastructure and those activations that we have, as well as those aluminum cups. The aluminum cup is infinitely recyclable. Fans love it. And then back of house, no matter what's happening, we set up all of our spaces with the ability for people to do their part.
Our biggest thing being a new facility, one year of operations right now is let's track everything. Every piece of waste that went out, keeping the tonnage, understanding what that split was between waste, recycle, compost, our kilowatt hour usage. I think my facilities team probably every time a bill comes in, they're upset because of how much detail we go in on tracking that and looking, benchmarking. Right now it's really just month over month, but soon we're going to have the data to go year over year, just get smarter with how we're utilizing our building. On event days, outside of the diversion piece, working with our transit authority, we only built 700 parking spots on site. It's 70% less than what would be prescribed by the experts. With that, we had to rely on our transit authority. So working with them, there's a rail station that's going to start construction in July, right on the east side. So getting the data from them each match to understand how many people are taking the bus, how many total trips are on the rail, how many people are utilizing personal vehicles, how many people per vehicle, how many bikes are coming to the stadium. We offer a free bike valet. So we're measuring all of that. And ultimately right now, because it's hard to comp, a year over year anyway, we're looking at it in like smaller batches, and then we're holding ourselves accountable. There's 23 people full-time on our stadium operations team. Everyone has access and everyone has responsibility to log the data. And then we review it. And that's how it works. And now we're starting to publish some of that. And then as we continue to mature as an organization, as a stadium, as event operations, we'll have some things that, I'm hoping we can kind of toot our horn and, start adding to our sustainability page on our website now.
Yeah, just to add on to what Jordan just mentioned about thinking about indicators for the facility in the greater community, is thinking about transit-oriented development and having the facility actually being part of a city's master plan or a county's master plan. So there's intentional development around it. So Phoenix is an urban sprawling city, and it's not really conducive to walkability, transit-oriented development. I mean, we have the rail station now, or the light rail, which is a great addition, but most cities don't actually have that. What is the percentage of hectares that you're allocating to green space or public spaces? What's the mixed use of retail to residential development? Is there a mix of different dining options within the downtown area for the fans to utilize the space before and after a game? So these are all elements that are really important to a holistic urban downtown city center, and that's all part of creating a transit-oriented downtown development.
So I think we can see that there's some real hard things you can look at and expect action on, and third-party validation. We're getting to the end here. Maybe we can go down the panel and ask a couple of questions and answer a couple of questions. One is, if you were to make an ask of the fans, of the community, what would really, let's assume that if sports is doing this, sport writ large, it's great. It's going to help us do sustainability. What would you ask of people to do to support you in your efforts? And what's next? What do you want to do next? What would you like to give back to the community if you could? And we can go in any order you guys want. Whoever's brave enough to start.
I'll start so no one steals my answer. But it's talk about it. I think word of mouth is validation better than reading something that a team's publishing, right? So if you come in and you see something, you see the eco stations, you're like, wow, that's really cool. Tell a friend about it. I think that message, that word of mouth, and that validation is more important than anything that you're going to get from someone like me or people on this panel.
I have two parts. One, we haven't really talked about universities and college athletics at all today. So the first part is that most universities are really pushing towards sustainability and sustainable development. So when we're talking about university or college athletic departments, we should be holding our sponsors and vendors accountable for sustainability within the on-game days, but also like the clothing and retail vendors to make sure that all of the materials are actually sustainable, and getting rid of microplastics that occur in some of the uniforms that are still being produced right now. And I know Adidas is working on their research and design on creating seaweed material out of seaweed that can be more organic, and thinking about utilizing that for uniforms that football players end up using. And then when we're talking about the college athletes, I mean, the fact that NIL just passed into legislation is huge and a game changer. So if people aren't familiar, it's name, image, and likeness. So now college athletes can basically profit off of their name, image, and likeness. And so this gives student athletes a platform to really think through what they're passionate about and work with brands that they really would like to work with and hold them accountable. And so working in the advocacy and campaigns communications division at UNEP, they're always looking for brand ambassadors. And UNEP can unfortunately pay student athletes, but that doesn't mean that Adidas or any other retail company like a Nike, which has contracts with universities, can't go through a third party like that. And that means that student athletes can really have a platform to say, you know what, I'm advocating for protecting the oceans. And I really like the messaging that UNEP or UN Habitat are advertising, or any other conservation organization, and working directly with them and creating a platform for other college athletes or college students to be a part of. And that creates a much wider audience that way as well. Because college athletes have an immense platform, and that should be leveraged now that they are capable of doing so. And then from the larger perspective of the sports industry is really creating a standardization on having all the team leagues think through what the metrics are for ESG and working towards that so that everybody is on the same page, and really pushing the sports industry forward, because out of any other industry, sports has platform and leverage to change public opinion more so than any other industry. And I think we should really take advantage of that.
Okay, so what would I ask? I think my ask would be to athletes, to organizations, to society, is to be willing to adapt, because we're talking a lot about mitigation on this panel, which is great. So trying to mitigate the impacts of climate, but I think climate change. I think that the sports industry and athletes have, there's this spotlight on them essentially, that wherein they can be examples of adaptation to the extremes that we've always faced and that we're going to continue to face in a harsher way. And if we are not willing to adapt in behavior, in schedules, in what we wear, in how we practice, in safety procedures, then there's a high likelihood that we're going to see sports become less exciting, or especially outdoor sports, that people might show less interest in them because athletes aren't able to perform. So adapt in terms of the infrastructure, behavior, and innovate around sports performance. And I think sports, I do believe that a lot of the innovation we see can kind of happen within sports and then can trickle down to all of society, whether that be seeing athletes wear ice vests at the Olympics, and then that trickle down into outdoor workers being able to use those to be able to continue working in extreme heat. There's a lot that happens with respect to innovation and adaptation at the level of sports and sporting organizations because the money exists to do it. And I really hope that we can take some of those lessons and implement them into the greater society. So that's my ask. That was a lot, but I think that we just have to be open to change and adaptation, and we can't just remain with the status quo.
Thank you. I think for us, it's really about not only influencing our fans that are inside of our green bubble, but it's the millions of fans that are watching from home. And how can we get everyone to start being a little bit more considerate about our individual impacts, whether it is in our homes, in our communities, in our workspaces, and really keep it simple, reduce, reuse, recycle. How can we reduce our impact? What can I do with this item, or how else can I go about this? I think keeping it simple, but asking everyone to sort of take a pledge or commit to doing something a little bit differently that is more sustainable. Start your own journey. Everyone's journey is going to be different, but what's important is that you're on that journey and we're all sharing one vision and we're playing for one planet. So no matter what leagues we're on, what teams, we have one goal. And so, identify what you can do and do that. I don't think everyone should do everything because that's not real. That's unlikely to happen. So I think figuring out what's your story and what's your impact, and try to motivate someone else in your circle to do it.
Great answers. I think it's tough. I think I look in the mirror many, many times, throughout my career. And, kind of the reason I have this job is because it's a passion job. It's not really a job to me. I think it's a privilege. So I think my ask is really to think about the next generation, really to think about this utopia of democracy that we have is very fragile. And it's up to every one of us to really to chase the ideals and really look in the mirror and challenge ourselves. I think we heard that message, but I'm kind of talking to myself continuously. And I think the interesting thing is that we have the solutions. We have the technology, we have the know-how. We just don't have the willpower. And so I think that's the challenge, is to create what we want our future to be and really think about that next generation. So that would be my ask.
So that's tremendous. And I think those are great words to end here on. I'd like to thank the Global Sports Institute for getting everybody together. I think Stephanie, like you said, we just touched on some things today. This is the first sport and sustainability panel that I've been part of and seen. So I think there's lots more. I'd love to thank the panel here with a big round of applause. And we'll probably be up here for a couple of more minutes if anybody wants to come up afterwards and ask any questions. Thanks you all for coming. Give yourselves a round of applause too. I think the audience should always get a round of applause.
And may I interject? Because as a guest, I obviously want to thank you, George. Want to thank the panelists here, peers, their inspiration. Learned a lot today. And also Kendall and the whole team here to pull this off. So really great to be back on campus.
Right on, right on. Thanks everybody. Cheers.
My name is Brian Young. My name is Brian Yossi. I am a Jeanette from Denhoso, Arizona. With
Hello? Okay, we're ready. Let's go ahead and get started. Welcome to the 2022 Environmental Humanities Initiative Distinguished Lecture. I'm Joni Adamson, President Professor of Environmental Humanities, Director of the Environmental Humanities Initiative, and lead for the Human Sciences Focal Area at the Global Futures Laboratory. We are delighted that our 2022 lecture is part of the grand opening program this week at I actually switched this. I called it the Melanie and Rob Walton Center for Planetary Futures. I'm going to leave it that way. This lecture is part of a generously funded project that brings together 3 of GFL's focal areas to gather knowledge and plan for community-facing action on food sovereignty and justice. We are Indigenous Knowledges, Human Economies, and Human Sciences focal areas working together and in collaboration. We've been working on this project for over a year, and we have contributing projects that have been coming into this project for over 5 years. So we welcome you to this amazing auditorium where in the next decades, we will continue collaborating to ensure habitable, survivable futures for all life on Earth. The 2022 Environmental Humanities Distinguished Lecture could not have happened without a lot of people doing a lot of work to make this happen. So I'm only going to thank a few of these people, but I want you all to know that we are so thankful for all the work that you did to pull this together. But I need to thank Melissa Nelson, the Indigenous Knowledges Focal Area Lead, and her RA, Taina Reyes, without whose help we could never have done this. We could have never pulled this together. We would also like to thank Rimjim Agarwal of the Human Economies Focal Area and Kathleen Merrigan, who I saw somewhere here, Kathleen, for being our biggest funder for this event, the Sweetie Center for Sustainable Future Systems in the Global Futures Lab. We would also like to thank our wonderful co-sponsors at the Institute for Humanities Research, the School for Historical, Philosophical, and Religious Studies, the Humanities Lab, and the Desert Humanities Initiative. So we're really thankful for all of this amazing support. Now, an important word of thanks and acknowledgement. ASU's campuses and the Rob and Melanie Walton Center for Planetary Health, where we are meeting today, is situated on the homelands of many Indigenous peoples, including the Akimel O'odham and the Peeposh. We acknowledge and pay respect to our Indigenous elders, past, present, and future, as custodians of this land throughout the generations, and we are humbled and grateful to welcome Brian Yazzie and many other Indigenous knowledge keepers to this room. We're very excited and grateful that Chef Yazzie will be introduced by one of his friends and collaborators, Denisa Livingston. Denisa is an unapologetic Dene food organizer in New Mexico. She also works with Slow Foods International Indigenous Council for the Global North, and she's an appointed member of the Champions Network of the United Nations Food System Summit. Her mission is to improve and power the lives of others. Denisa has been addressing and raising awareness of the widening disparities and injustices caused by the COVID-19 pandemic in Indigenous communities. She holds a master's of public health degree from the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and she focuses her work on servant leadership, gastronomy, creating new roles for society, and bridging community members to purpose and innovation. Please join me in welcoming Denisa Livingston to the podium for her introduction of our 2022 Environmental Humanities Distinguished Lecturer, Chef Brian Yazzie.
Yeah, it's Air. How's everyone doing? Good to see you. Such a journey to be here. And also thank you, Brian. You brought us all together today, you and your family. I believe they are here as well. So thank you, Joni, and also to ASU, to Dr. Melissa Nelson, those that have been and also are part of our Slow Food Turtle Island Association, friends, relatives, each and every one of you. Thank you for being here and taking time out of your precious time to journey with us today. So I just wanted to introduce myself and Dene. Yat Denisa Livingston, Yanisha, Chhetri, Nishan, Tisha Dene, and Bashichin, Ose Dene, Tachini, Dashache, Do Nanish, Eja, Tachini, Dashanella, Tayasident Nasha, A Tedakon Willia, Diagut A Dianishila. Again, my name is Denisa Livingston. I traveled here from New Mexico last night or early this morning, fighting the high winds and the dust to be here. And so I come from the Red House People Clan. And so I should be used to all the dust, but sometimes we're not. I am a Slow Food International Indigenous Counselor of the Global North. And this is my 5th year serving in my first term. And so I will be changing over my role in a couple of months as we enter in the new Slow Food International Council this summer and preparing for our event in the fall. I'm also an Indigenous public health consultant and as well as a Dene Community Advocacy Alliance organizer. I have been leading this organization. We celebrated this month our 10th year anniversary. We are a grassroots organization in and around the Navajo Nation. We're also known what they call the FBI, the Fry Bread Investigators, and also hashtag the Soda Tax Warriors. We are the first to pass in the US an unhealthy foods tax called the Healthy Dene Nation Act. We are still the only kind, still the only Indigenous nation to lead something like this with a sister law of tax elimination on healthy food. We've raised over $9 million as of 2020 and funded over 1,000 community wellness projects that the 110 Navajo chapters can use the money for to make physical and social improvements. So anything from water and food initiatives all the way to the needs that need to be met during this pandemic, but also just a dream list of what health looks like and wellness looks like and well-being for the communities. So as we, thank you. And as we create change with community members, this is very critical as we are engaging community members to be a part of the process as we are a grassroots organization. It has been involving Grandma and Grandma Jessie, my grandmother who's almost 90 years old, who is teaching us about utilizing ancestral wisdom and knowledge to be able to create change with the youth, with the babies, with everybody in between all of those ages. And so I invite all of you, starting tomorrow, we are having a 10-day challenge. And so it's hashtag Let's Eat In, Let's Eat Indigenous. And so no takeout, more Indigenous foods and eating local foods, but as well as cooking and eating together. Previously, we used to do a 10-day Cut the Crap Challenge, CRAP, carbonated, refined, artificial processed foods. We used to do that challenge many years, but now we're doing the Let's Eat In campaign. You can follow us on social media at Dene Community Advocacy Alliance or at Dying Advocacy. So look that up, join us tomorrow. We're gonna have some special announcements throughout the 10 days, but also we will be posting our webinar that we had on Monday, celebrating with a special event that we had virtually. And so hopefully you guys can go to our website to check that out. And some other words, it's really my first time exploring Arizona State University. Driving around campus is a bit of like life. I started on Rural Road when it is a city street. Then I went to Apache Boulevard, which are my ancestors. And then I went to Normal Street, whatever that means in a pandemic. And then to Lemon Drive. Make the best of everything with zest or lavender or hibiscus or sumac lemonade. And so it was quite a journey, like I said, to get here. And thank you for all of those directions and street names that whoever named them need to probably be renamed. Let's get some more amazing names, to honor our elders and ancestors and food and atmosphere and biodiversity that we have here. I've been taking a lot of pictures of the plants, of the landscapes. It's just so beautiful to see them. We had snow and rain in the past couple of weeks, so definitely not used to the heat. And so today I spent a little bit of time listening to our elders. I'm trying to look in the audience for our elders, Chef Lois Ellen Frank. Okay, Melissa is pointing over there. Yeah, so Chef, yeah, thank you, sister. And also Chef Walter Whitewater. And today, Chef Lois, thank you. Chef Lois talked about how we are nativores. And she said, we follow the food of our ancestors. And she was being hot, HOT, humble, open, and transparent, that we are surrounded by sadness. But really, she said SAD, S-A-D, the standard American diet. This is truth. And Chef Lois, I take it a step further, sadness, as I was eating my lunch. Standard American diet is navigation towards extinction, not for our survival and sustainability. So hopefully you say that sadness and add those S's in there, because that's what we are addressing. That's why Chef Brian has been doing the work that he's been doing. And that's why we are here today to honor just the journey and also the efforts and the challenges that we face in our Indigenous communities, but also in our food systems. Chef Walter Whitewater said, my campfire is not only for natives, it's for everyone. Thank you for that. That was really inspiring and encouraging. And he said, someone once asked him, how many measurements or cups or teaspoons does he use? He said, he cooks by braille, by feeling. Wow. When we lead with our heart posture, that's really amazing. So thank you for sharing that. Thank you very much, Ahiat. And now on to Chef Brian, our brother, our colleague, our friend. Those of you that are meeting him for the first time, Chef Brian, we met years ago, and we participated in a couple of different international events on different levels. We participated in the Terra Madre International Food and Gastronomy event in Italy with Slow Food International. Chef Mackie Bancroft, who is you and Dene here, has also partnered with Chef Brian in Indigenous food demo and food tasting at an international event as well. We also had an outdoor dinner with Chef Sean Sherman, Chef Mackie, Chef Brian, our Alone brothers, Vincent Medina and Louis Trevino. Remember the restaurant, and it was in the walk space where they held the tasting, and many people were coming, and it was just so exciting just to have that presence of our Indigenous people in that atmosphere with people from all around the world. And just before the pandemic, together we went to the International Indigenous Terra Madre convening in Hokkaido, Japan. We supported our Ainu Indigenous people. It was the first time that they are recognized as Indigenous people. And so with Chef Brian and his family, his wife Danielle, and many others, youth and elders and leaders, we convened around biodiversity education and advocacy. And so it's been such a journey knowing that we have this great important work happening at the international level as well as the local level. And what I really admire about Chef Brian is that, through his work and also through the strength and courage and building a teamwork and what it takes to serve our people during a pandemic. You've guys seen his social media posts, you've heard his podcast, his videos about how we're able to serve, but also how he has been serving the elders and families in Minneapolis in the Twin Cities area. And, he really pushed everyone across Turtle Island to be able to do something, to do work. With DCAA, we got to help because our brother is up north and we're in the desert. We got to help his community at Denahoto, Arizona, to be able to make masks and distribute those and supplies and helping the community where Brian comes from and driving all those miles to be able to support one another has been incredible. But these are all healing aspects and healing journeys. And one of the most amazing things is that as we're in this work together, the journey not only has to be healing, it has to be transformative. And that's what we're looking forward to. And I really admire my brother Brian's work, and as well as what he continues to do, what he's going to talk about tonight. If you look at the t-shirt that he's wearing, rich in spirit, rich in culture, and what rich in tradition. That is really beautiful. And so as I close my remarks, I just want to make a couple of announcements. I hope you are all joining us at the upcoming 5th annual Native Nutrition Conference, which will be at Shakopee Metawakan community at Mystic Lake next month, and as well as the upcoming Slow Food International Indigenous and also Terra Madre event in September in Italy, and as well as many other events. I hope that you guys can help to share, but also help us to learn about one another's community, one another's needs, and one another's challenges, because it's really important, you know, that we just don't go through COVID-19. We need to grow through COVID-19. And this is why it's so important as we plant seeds, share seeds, seed save, all of these foundational aspects of what grandma has taught us, but also what she continues to teach us is important, how we will survive, how we will adapt, but also how we will transform. So it's a reunion with Chef Brian. Thank you for coming all this way and to be here, to his family, and also to his team, but also to every one of you for being our relative, our friend, our acquaintance, but also more importantly, just to be together as humans. Thank you very much.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. I'm just going off of a cold, so bear with me. Thank you, Denisa. My name is Brian Yazzie. Before I talk about the work and the projects that I do, I'm actually pretty new to the food sovereignty movement. It's like I started back in 2014, 2015, while I was in St. Paul College, right? So just a short amount of years, the blessing and the opportunities that I received is something I was trying to give back to our youth, to our native, inner city native youth, to be specific, in the Twin Cities, you know. So, yeah, it's Brian Yazzie in the share. I see in the slow note that the touching busting. The net became up the content, then Hotel, Arizona. The Gade St. Paul, Minnesota, the Shagon, Shesta, who might have poked it. We back then, so. What I the next Gianni Clinton. So my name is Brian Yazzie. I'm Navajo or Dene. I come from a small community called Hotel, Arizona. If you guys are familiar with Mountain Valley, that is basically my backyard and where I come from. About 10 minutes south of the rock formations. The small community of population 4,500 to 5,000. You know, in the early 1900s, the community, that community was created as a farming community, right? So, you know, back around the mid 1800s, around colonization, especially in the Southwest with the Netra tribe. You know, a lot of tribes were, especially with the Netra tribe, were put into internment camps or prison, if you may, right, in Fort Sumner. So around that time, you know, a lot of our the Navajo community members were put into those internment camps, but only a few were able to escape capture, and they were able to you know, spend 3 to 4 or 5 years, however long it was. They were able to spend those years in Navajo Mountain, which is close to Page, Arizona. You know, and I'm proud to talk about that because on my dad's side of the family, they come from Navajo Mountain. And speaking to one of my relatives recently on my dad's side, you know, she told me that during Welde or during the Long Walk, the mid 1800s, my side of the family were able to go up to Navajo Mountain and trade with the Paiutes during that time. So they learned how to grow Kusha squash, one of the main squash for the Navajo tribe. You know, they traded with the Paiutes and they learned how to farm in the valleys, right? So just having that mentality of people going back to the original homelands or the areas, and with my community, they were able to move back into a place called Denahotso, but all the crops and all the livestock were burned or, you know, dismantled, and so they end up moving on the ridge. So during the winter time, you know, they would live up on the ridge and hide from raids and the U.S. government or whatever it may be, right? And during the summer, they would move down to the valley of Denahotso. And if you're familiar with the northeast part of the Navajo Nation, there's a creek or river called Laguna. It goes through the northeast part of the Navajo Nation. So my community is split between that river. So if you see my community from like Google Earth or something, right? You'll see miles of rows of cornfields going down that river in my community. So I come from that community. I started cooking at the age of 6 or 7. I remember the youngest out of 8 siblings. Around that time, with like 1995, 94, I remember being home one day, and my older siblings, they're out, they graduated, they're in college, they're moving to the city, right? And I remember being home in the boarding school. Back then, there was no big issues about kidnapping and stuff like that, right? Especially in Den Haag. So we had a secure community. Everyone knew each other. We had our windows open. And my mom came home from an 18-hour shift one day. I was watching the original Gargoyles, right? And I remember that, flipping the channel between Gargoyles and Power Rangers, the original Power Rangers. And she came home, instead of coming home to relax, she went straight into the kitchen and started cooking for us, right? Regardless what time of the day it was, there's always a hot meal on the table, regardless if it was something new she created or something she reheated, right? So I learned how to make soup, make salad, do the dishes, set the table, whatever it was. And that's where I found that passion for cooking, with my mom being a single parent household, right? So my dad passed away when I was at the age of 5 from a heart disease, so growing up, outdoor cooking, whatever it was, boarding school, elementary through high school. Back then we used to call it home ec room. Now I believe it's called Pro Start and culinary school, right? So I would ditch class throughout the week until I got caught, and I would get escorted back to my classroom. I would be in the culinary room hours at a time, just helping the instructor, teaching the kids how to cook, how to properly bake a how to properly not burn the water, if you know. And so just going through that phase, I realized that, it's not just a passion I had, it was a lifestyle I was creating. It was something, a void that needed to be filled in a way, without a fatherhood, without a father figure, right? I had older brothers for sure, but it was my way of escaping, and food was my escape at an early young age. And in my early teens, I took a different turn, right? So I went through 4 different high schools, 2 on the reservation and 2 here in Phoenix, Arizona. A charter school in Westside Phoenix and Glendale High School, right? So, and I went to juvenile detention centers on my reservation and going through county jail and stuff, right? So that's a lifestyle I chose at an early age, just being on the reservation, just following friends around, peer pressure, whatever it may be, right? So when I followed that lifestyle, I moved to Phoenix at the age of 13, 14, with my older sisters. And it was a cultural shock for me because I grew up on the reservation my whole life, even though Phoenix is about 5 miles, south of my reservation or my hometown. So, and I started following the wrong crowd, right? Gang activities here in Phoenix, I'm just around the south side of this neighborhood, actually, just the stuff that I went through at an early age and trying to find myself, to prove myself in a way, right? Being on the streets days at a time, ditching classes, stealing car stereos, getting stabbed, getting shot at, getting gang activities, getting in fights, right? So going through that lifestyle, I would get a phone call from one of my sisters. This is before prep meals were popular. And I'd get a call. We missed our cooking. How are you doing? Can you come home for a couple of days? So that was their way of checking on me, right? Which I didn't realize until probably the age of 26 or 28. That was their way of checking on me to see how I was doing out on the streets, right? So I would come home, cook some meals, be home for a day or two, and I would go run out again, be out on the streets again. And I didn't receive my high school diploma until I was at the age of 26 or 25, motivation and support from my wife, Hosman. So 2009, I went to Timberlake Job Corps, which is in Estacada, Oregon. It's about an hour east of Portland, up in Mount Hood area. And so it's just a way of me getting away from the lifestyle. You know, I didn't graduate high school. You know, I was struggling, and I ended up going to Timberlake Job Corp. I went to culinary arts, and instead of doing 2 years, I did about a year and a half. I just came home. It was, you know, it was nice being away from home. You know, being away from Arizona, my first time, you know, ever at an early age, and I believe it was homesick that brought me home. You know, because Job Corp taught me a lot of independent living. It taught me how to, besides my mom being a dorm aide, it taught me how to properly fold my clothes, how to fix a sheet, right? All that stuff. And, you know, it was a good experience. I met so many people at Job Corp, but it was just wasn't for me at that time. You know, around that time, my mom just retired and she was finding herself here in the city, right? So I felt like I should come home and help. You know, so, and I did that, but at the same time, you know, I was out doing odd jobs. I was working at a couple of prep cooks, you know, Asian restaurants. I was working at Jack in the Box. And I was still in the streets, but not as much, you know, and I met my wife in 2009, 2010. And they may not want me to share the story, but I'll share a little bit of story. You know, I heard we had some time, so I can extend that a bit. I met my wife on the Metro bus, 67th Avenue Thomas, I believe. I still remember. And I was in labor work, you know, it was construction. I was on the bus going home, and you know, she was on the bus going to her school. She was going to school to be an RN. And you know, I was dirty, whatever. She wasn't giving me the time of day, right? And a couple of weeks later, I was dressed up going to a friend's house. And she's seen how I was dressed and she's seen how I was carrying myself. So, you know, she gave me the time and space to talk with her. You know, we became friends. We lost touch for probably about a year. And then we met up again in Tempe. You know, then we started dating. And she gave me the ultimatum to be in a serious relationship or to continue what I'm doing, right? Running the streets and doing stuff that I shouldn't be doing. And so I ended up moving back to Navajo Nation, to her community, and moving in with my mother-in-law, her mom, and with the Native culture, especially the Navajo culture. You know, when you have a partner, when you're in a relationship, you always go with the lady side of the family. You know, so just following that tradition and seeing where the possibilities of being in a relationship would go, right? And so we started dating, and we were just doing, being on the reservation. The closest store is probably about 45 minutes to an hour, depending where you live, right? And that's if you have a vehicle. You know, if you're walking, you know, anywhere from an hour to 2 hours, you know, round trip. So with employment and lack of vehicle that we had, and you know, wanting to go to school, wanting to go to college, we didn't have the resources we wanted. So I took a dive, and I took the opportunity to work with an in-law of mine, Erwin Town, and he gave me the opportunity to be a intro-level rod buster, or carpentry work, building the foundations of buildings, right? All the metal pipes that go across, you know, so tying those with wires and stuff. So I caught on pretty quick. About a couple of months, I started keeping up with him and his sons. You know, he worked with his whole family. So I was working with him for about a year in Casper, Wyoming. Man, it was cold. That was an Arizona boy going to the Midwest. You know, it was just not quite Midwest, but you know, it was a new experience for us. You know, my wife was with me, and you know, we were at the hotel, and I would cook. You know, I would be creative with whatever we would make. You know, we cooked for the whole family, and that was my way of staying sane in a way, right? Doing labor work, you know, getting paid, but it's not passion that I like, right? So cooking in the evening kind of took me away from the hard work. And about a year, we were 2012. The job was going down. You know, they want us to go home for a couple months, and we didn't want to go home. You know, especially me. You know, just finally moving away from the neighborhood and lifestyle I live. You know, I wanted to keep pushing and see how far we can go. So we ended up moving to Shakopee, Minnesota, with my wife's in-laws. So her brother is married to a Lakota lady in Minnesota. So, they gave us the opportunity. And from Casper, Wyoming to Minnesota, we took a Greyhound bus. And we stopped at a couple of rest stops. You had Amish people here and there, right? And it was a cultural shock for me again. Seeing people live always the carriage, the wagon, right? And knowing me at the early age, hearing my grandma tell stories of traveling to the store, like a 2-hour drive, right, would take at least a day and a half. They would camp, taking their time to the store, and then going back to their community, right? So it was interesting seeing that. And when we got to Minnesota, we attended our first powwow in the Midwest. And a family elder of ours, Sandy Whitehawk, she works for ICWA, Indian Child Welfare Act. She gave us a plate at the powwow and had Red Lake Nation walleye and had Red Lake Nation wild rice, right? And had some root veggies on turnip and carrots and potatoes. And we're asking, what is all this on the plate? And I didn't know what walleye was. I didn't know it was a type of fish that's only indigenous to the Midwest area, right? If they're elsewhere, they're probably farmed. And wild rice as well, it's also indigenous to the Midwest area and to Canada. There's a few spots in Texas and California that naturally grow, but if it's elsewhere, it's definitely farmed. So just tasting that food, it was new. For me, being a Diné from the Southwest, small game animal, prairie dog, mutton, different types of lamb, sheep, goat, deer, venison, antelope, right? So those are what I was used to. But when I moved to the Midwest, was lake fish, lake trout, small game, rabbit, beaver, a muskrat, all type of forage ingredients, right? So it was a cultural shock for us again. And when we settled in, my wife, she knew what she wanted to do. She wanted to go back to school to become an RN. And for me, I wasn't sure. I was looking at pharmacy technician. I was looking at the money, right? And I wasn't looking at it for a passion. I was just looking at the paycheck. And a couple of people encouraged me. And my wife was like, no, that's not, you don't have a passion for that. In a year or two, when you get into that career, you're going to be stuck. It's not going to be something you like to do. So, following her encouragement, I was able to attend St. Paul College Culinary Arts Open House beginning of 2013. And the same year, they renovated the upstairs kitchen laboratory. And it was a 7.5 million renovation. So everything was new. All machines, equipment was new. And that brought me in. But not just that, but looking at the tuition and academic level of Le Cordon Bleu when they were still open, and a community college that has a certified culinary program, right? So I compared the prices and the tuition and the academic, and they were the same, but Le Cordon Bleu was triple the price, right? 75,000 compared to 14,000, right? So it was 18,000. And so I ended up going to St. Paul College. And I remember my first semester, I was overwhelmed, wearing the chef coats, the white on white, the checkered pants, the new shoes. I was ready to look at like the high top chef hat, right? So I'm ready to go. And I realized that there wasn't no representation of indigenous food. In my first semester, I realized that, right? We had the intro capstone, where we're talking about all these ingredients and cuisines across the world, and we're talking about American cuisine, right? And they were talking about fries, Coke, and burgers, right? And they're talking about hot dogs, and then realizing that, I started questioning not just the program, but my instructors. So the first semester, a couple of my peers, we came out with a challenge. And the challenge was to pick any dish from any cuisine across the world and to try and perfect that. At the end of the first semester, we'll get some points, whatever it is. And I started looking at cookbooks. We have a lady here, Lois, and Frank. She's one of the first indigenous chefs that actually, not what mainstream, but to represent indigenous food culture globally. And Walter is back there as well. It was my first time meeting them today over the past 6-7 years since I've been doing this type of work. And it's really, really great to see them. So, and I started looking at cookbooks. And I started looking at these different fusion, if you may, right? And I started realizing that there wasn't really representation of indigenous food in the Midwest area, right? So this was before Sean Sherman or the sous chef team, right? So I started Googling, I started looking at different ingredients because coming from the Southwest, I wanted to represent the Midwest area. Besides looking beyond wild rice, looking beyond walleye, looking beyond wajapi, which is a berry sauce, looking beyond fry bread or bannock, right? So I created a Three Sisters salad dish. It had wild rice, but it wasn't fresh. It was puff wild rice, similar to Cocoa Puffs. And we had Bear Island flint corn from the Cree relatives in Canada, and Kusha squash that was dehydrated, and that was saved by a friend of mine. And what else? We had Oneida white corn from a friend of mine, one of my mentors, Dan Cornelius. So I made a arugula and watercress salad, and Three Sisters ingredients were in it, and I made a sumac and raspberry vinaigrette. So it was a nice light salad, but to me, it was the first dish I ever made to focus on indigenous food sovereignty. I was proud of it. I did not win. A friend of mine won, who was using Southern soul food, and it was good. But for me, I felt like I did win. Right, I found my path. My first semester, I found my path with indigenous food. Right, so knowing that we have mentors and knowing that people were there before me, right, and looking at the academic level as what Denisa is doing in community work, looking at that. And in 2014, I wanted to focus more on indigenous food. And my wife and I started a Native American club on campus. And we're looking for a Native caterer for our first event. And the event was White Treaties Matter in the Midwest. So we want to do something, again, beyond fry bread. So something to represent the original culture of the Midwest. And we're looking for caterers across the Twin Cities. Everyone was doing bannock, fry bread, and burgers, Indian tacos. And my wife ended up finding a guy named Sean Sherman on social media. So I looked at his Facebook, Instagram, and he was just starting out. He was calling himself the sous chef. So it's a good play on the culinary term too. And so I ended up reaching out to him, and we both did. And he came to our college, our campus, and the whole appetizer he put out, 75% of the ingredients, I did not know what they were. And these were all ingredients of the Midwest area, right? So that blew my mind. And he found out I was a culinary student, and I needed about 325 hours before I graduated. So, he told me, I'm starting this team called the sous chef. He used to work at a local place called Common Roots in uptown Minneapolis. He's like, I'm tired of, the Midwest not being represented. And he asked, would you like to be a part of the team? We're just starting up, we're developing. I told him, yeah, I'm a culinary student. I'm overwhelmed. I'm hyped about the movement. I'm new to it. And you're like the first person I met actually in the same city. So the next day I started working with him, and I came up with the term cooking in two worlds, right? And let me change this real quick. So came up with the term cooking in two worlds. And with Sean Sherman, it was a challenge for me. When I started working with him, the term cooking in two worlds meant for me was being on campus, working with all these different ingredients across the world, right? Gluten, dairy, processed sugar, whatever it may be, right? And once I leave campus, I have to exclude all of that out of my mind and just work with what is indigenous to the Americas, right? No gluten, no wheat flour, no dairy, But then there is a conversation about dairy in the Southwest with the goats, mountain goats, and stuff like that. But so just realizing that, and it was a challenge for me, but I took it on. And the first event that I ever been to was 2017, 2018, the G-Jock in central Michigan, the Potawatomi tribe. So it was myself, we got Vern Defoe, Redcliffe Ojibwe on the left, Tashia Hart, really good friend of mine, who's Red Light Nation Ojibwe. So it was three of us, Sean and two other people who started the the sous chef team back in 2014. And I just started traveling with him across the world. I got my passport and started traveling with him. My wife was able to travel as well. So just learning from his guidance and the love he has for food, right? And how he's really good at social media and presenting, right? So I just started following his shadow, right? Every event he did, I just started just watching every move he made, the way he would talk and the way he would conversate with the audience, right? So then he would give me advice as well. And so working with him, and I graduated in 2016 with an AAS degree in culinary arts. And, he gave me the option to continue working with him or to branch out on my own since I already made, since I'm already present on social media, putting out dishes I make through culinary school and working with him as well. I was one of his leading Instagram for the sous chef team. I used to post stuff for social media. So he knew I had some potential in that, So taking on that blessing from him, I was able to move on. And my wife and I started a catering company called Intertribal Foodways. We came up with that name after the first event I ever went to, Intertribal Food Summit. We had the first one I went to had about 32 chefs from across Canada, Alaska, the States, Central America, South America, New Zealand, all these different areas. And it was, it felt like I was home, right? Being on not just a reservation, but being on the tribal community and cooking with big pots of kettle, right? And this is, my wife is here, but this is one of the photos we used for a wedding 2 years ago. So I just thought I'd put that in there. So it was a blessing to work with Sean, right? And when we were able to move on with our catering company, we traveled to so many tribal communities within 1 year. And to be honest with you, about 45% of their requests that came in, I was not able to take. It was because of the lack of funds to bring out the chef, right? The cost of travel, the room and board, and the cost of ingredients, and not counting the fee, So when I realized that we're still on the third world poverty status on most reservations, right? So I created a YouTube channel called Yazi the Chef TV. And with that movement, what I wanted to do was reach out to these tribal communities. This was right before the pandemic, right? I started doing the virtual teaching, the virtual cooking, and started sending recipe cards to the native or non-native organizations who were interested with indigenous food and indigenous food sovereignty. So I started, we got a good start on that. And after a while, I realized that the food I was putting out, even for virtual cooking, I realized that not a lot of our tribal communities can afford or have access to those ingredients, right? When we talk about Navajo Kusha squash, Ramona Farms, brown temporary beans, right? The Xavier co-op with their choya buds, right? So these are on retail, but at the same time, our average tribal communities cannot afford these ingredients. So I had to take a step back from using the term decolonization or decolonizing my menu, because I hit the ground running using that term with Sean. And so I took a step back because I was listening to my elders, to my mom, to my community members. We had to meet our people halfway before we actually start talking about decolonization, right? It's with the food industry, to be exact. For example, I would say about 5 to 7 years, we'll be on that spot because, there's a couple of native restaurants that opened this year, but I'm connected with a lot of food producers that supply those restaurants, and they're in high demand. And right now they're low on the products. So what does that mean for the community members who are not having access to what's on contract, right? So I started realizing that. So I started using at least 75% indigenous ingredients and 25% organic, or even if it's processed ingredients, right? So that was the next step I did, just meeting the community halfway and then coming out with the term or using the term re-indigenizing our food culture, right? And believe me, when I first came out talking about decolonizing, with all due respect, I was known as the fry bread Nazi. My first interview was with Andy Murphy, Three Sisters podcast. And I went up against a 5-time fry bread champion, a Pawnee lady, which I didn't know, we're gonna have a conversation about food sovereignty. And I was on a roll talking about decolonizing and everything. 5 minutes later, this lady came in. Yeah, I'm 5-time world champion. We had a debate, and I ended up contacting her on Facebook a couple of days later because the way I came off with the aggression that I had, right? It wasn't right because I was an elder who was doing this type of work for years, and during that time, she was telling me, we got to meet our people halfway before you actually start talking about decolonizing, right? So that always stuck with me ever since, that interview. And when I started the virtual teaching with my YouTube channel, the pandemic came about. And as a caterer, as a presenter, traveling chef, all my business was put on halt, right? I wasn't able to travel anywhere. And I ended up reaching out to a friend of mine named Ben Shindu. He was the executive chef at Gatherings Cafe. And I asked, it's right on Franklin Avenue. If you guys are not familiar with Minneapolis, it's the birthplace of AIM, the original American Indian movement. So if you look right out to the left of the window, that's Franklin Avenue. That's one of the historical avenues in North America. And there's only 2, 4, 6, I think there's about 2 more flags. There's about 11 tribes in the state of Minnesota. So once you walk into the Minneapolis American Indian Center, that's where the cafe is. You'll see all the flags lined up, and you got Charlie's gift shop right here. So this is in June. It's gonna be in renovation. We're be about a 1.5 year renovation. We're moving from 48 seat to 150 seat top. So after I met with my friend, and finding out that they're closing the cafe, right? So I wasn't able to help on the line. I wasn't able to help cook the food, right? So I asked, how are you guys helping the community? Or do you guys have a grant? Can we use the food that's left over in the pantry? And he said, yeah, we have a grant from Blue Cross Blue Shield, Minnesota, right? So we found out we have about $25K to start with a grant to feed the community. And we came up with the hashtag feeding our elders. And we just hit the ground running. This was beginning of the pandemic. Was on a March 22nd. We had a meeting on a Sunday. March 24th on a Tuesday when we opened the cafe. Whatever that was in the freezer, whatever that was in the fridge, we started putting it out. The first day we did about 578 meals, and that went out to the whole community, and all indigenous elders. And we had about 15 to 16 volunteer drivers, so it was a good startup. But after a while, it slowed down because of the pandemic again. We had to be cautious feeding our elders, especially during this time. So we narrowed down our team. So we ended up doing about 250 to 300 meals a day, and 5 days a week. So from the beginning, we did that. And then we opened the cafe for a short while. This is one of our recent menus that we have. And when we opened our cafe, the elders wanted food from our cafe and not from what we're feeding them, right? And it was a lot to learn for me, coming from a catering background, right? Live demos and cooking classes, and then cooking with the elders and running the cafe, right? I had to learn all these different food restrictions, and not just that, but if you're a cook in the Native community, elders, there's a lot of elders who it's not their preference, but it's their clan, their ceremony, and whatever spiritual ceremony and situations they've been through. So for example, for me, I can't eat or cook with any type of bear meat or products, right? Because my wife, she was given a indigenous name, Unmana, which means bear girl in Hopi. So that was her godparents that gave her that name. So out of that respect for her, I can't cook or use any of those ingredients. So, and we have to learn that from our elders too in the Twin Cities. There was an elder who could not eat bison because of a ceremony. There's an elder that could not eat flying relatives, right? Poultry, chicken, turkey, right? Duck. And that's because it was it was her clan, right? She's from Red Lake Nation. And so just realizing that we had to take a step back again, and we had to provide them healthy comfort food. And that's what we've been doing ever since then. And this menu came out beginning of this year, and some of the items are no longer on there. But just to go real quick, where else can you get cedar braised bison tacos, right? With roasted green chili, maybe in New Mexico, right? But not in Minnesota. Where else would you get a bison melt with wild rice bread, house-made bread, right? And Red Lake Nation walleye melt. Same thing with we make our own in-house bread daily, right? And Tohoto O'odham, we have a TO guy named Linus Yellowhorse. He's our in-house baker, and he does an amazing job. And right now, he's running the kitchen while I'm here this week. So just giving him the opportunity to run his own line, and maybe in life later on, he can have his own cafe. So and I call like at least twice a day to check on the team, right? And so one of the drinks that is popular, especially with the sous chef when we first started, was cedar maple tea. It's pretty simple, just cedar and sweeten it with maple, right? Then we have a sweetgrass and blueberry tea with agave. And we have the regular house coffee. Right now, the coffee that we have is coming from the Kickapoo tribe. So it's just a little limited menu. Every 2 weeks, we switch the menu up. So before this, we had like a bunch of different type of salads and wraps. Then we went through the soup season. And right when we left Minnesota on Monday morning, it was snowing. So now we might go back to soup next week. I don't know. So like I said, we feed our elders through the cafe, besides running the cafe as a business. And we also feed our native youth in the building. This one here is a bison tacos with a chipotle aioli and some hominy in there. What else? Cilantro, onions. And this was from last year. We're feeding our youth in the building. It's what they want. They want burgers, they want spaghetti, stuff like that, which we still do give them. We give them spaghetti, but instead of using the store-bought sauce, we make our own basil and tomato sauce in-house. We make our own corn tortillas, and we also make our, when you're making a spaghetti, we have an option of doing ground turkey or ground bison, right? And it blows their mind. It's simple ingredients that people are looking over, right? And so just talking about that with my YouTube channel, it's just something that I came up with. Like I said, it was because of the lack of access with our community, so what's that? Oh yeah, no, a good one. Yeah, so before I end this talk, I just want to share with you that for me, food sovereignty, it's always been on my mind, but I always fought with what it means to me, right? There's so many answers that I have shared with people, with communities, but I realized that, what my cap says, land back, right? To me, food sovereignty is food back, right? It's going back to our original food system. We may talk about keto diet, we may talk about paleo diet, but if you look at where those are coming from, the root of those trends or fabs, those are indigenous food cultures, right? I mean, we're all indigenous to a certain place and time, and only a few of us are still connected to our communities. Only a few of us are still connected to our language, right? And having that palate and having that creativity in the kitchen is something that I still push forward. Just as in Denisa said in the beginning, I hit the ground running when I first started working with food sovereignty. I contacted her. I contacted so many people who were leading the food movement just to get inspiration, to get advice of how to move in spaces that needs to be re-indigenized, right? Because I came out aggressive in a way, right? And I realized that I had to take a step back and meet the community halfway, so with our cafe, we in 2023 will be opening, I believe, in March. And the plan of this is we will be doing menus that are still accessible to our Native communities, Native and non-Native communities who would like a nice meal under $10, right? So then we're also gonna have a second menu where we're gonna have if you may, a high end, right? If you go to fine dining restaurants. How many of you heard about Womney restaurant in Minneapolis? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so Sean Sherman, his first restaurant is called Womney. And Dakota, I believe Dakota language, it means waterfall in that area. And that's one of the first restaurants that talk about decolonized ingredients, right? And it's pretty packed. The appointments and the lineup reservations like months back, right? So just looking at that and knowing that there is a restaurant talking about decolonizing our food culture, right? But then also, like I said earlier, looking at that and meeting our people halfway, right? Sean is a good mentor of mine, a good friend, but we always have a good debate on food sovereignty, which should be open to anyone, right? To not look at one person to represent indigenous food culture, right? But to also keep at a ground level and to be humble about that and to stay connected, not just with their community, but to stay connected with indigenous cooking chefs across the world, right? And 2019, I believe, 2020, we went to Sapporo, Japan, just what Denisa covered. I'll talk about that quickly. There's a story I'd like to share with the Ohlone relatives that were there. So with that event in Sapporo, Japan, the cultural center, they had the Ohlone brothers in California from the Bay Area had acorn. It was powdered acorn. And they brought it to Japan and they wanted to leach. They wanted to process the acorn, right, to get the tannic and the taste out. So the lady running the event took us outside to the stream. It was an old stream that was been there for years, and they ended up putting the bag in that river. They're straightening that out. And do you mind telling me what the lady's name again? One of the main what? Yeah. Yes, and she was there with her baby, a newborn, and she started singing a song in her Anu language, and she said that song is an acorn song. She said before the paddy fields, before Japan was colonized, it was acorn landscape. They had acorn trees across the whole island, but when they got colonized through the government and stuff, they came up with the rice fields, right, the paddy fields, and they ended up taking over the whole agricultural landscape. And there was an elder lady that was crying, tasting the mush or the soup. And that's how we found out about the story of how the Anu people, one of the two original tribes in Japan, are still acorn people. And I believe to this day, they're connected with the Ohlone relatives that we know in the Bay Area. So that's pretty cool. To me, that's exactly what I'm talking about is we're all indigenous to a certain place at time. And only a few of us are still connected to our food culture. So I just want to share that part with you. To me, that was a full circle to see. It may be in the Bay Area and it may be in Sapporo, Japan. It may be a body of water in between. But how are they acorn people? They're right across the water from each other. So that's the answer that the question that the elder wasn't able to give us, And so just want to share that part with you. And I just want to thank you guys for being here. I know you guys have to bear with me with my voice and everything. I caught a little cold over last night and I've been, I medicated myself all day, stayed in the room, make sure that I came out here and talked with you guys. So thank you again. And if you guys have any questions, I'm here for a while.
Hello. So I'm wondering, how do you come up with the beginning or the base of your next idea, I guess? And then ideas can come in all ranges, from a main dish to a side dish to a sauce, anything to a
a garnish. How does it all begin for you? Where does it start from?
There's one thing my mentor, Sean, told me, and that it always stuck with me. You know, he told me one day we're at the islands in west side of Minneapolis. We're just islands in one area. We're foraging in that area. You know, and he told me, look around. Within a half a mile radius, you can make yourself a meal if you're a cook or if you're a forager, if you're a hunter. You know, you can get a small game animal, rabbit, you know, choke cherries might be in season during that time, June berries. You know, make your own wajapi sauce, make your own, you know, if you add red wine vinegar, whatever it may be, right? Then you have the plants in the area, you know, watercress, wild onions, a rant, you know, turnip, prairie turnip, you know, stuff like that, right? So, and that stuck with me, and I always use that every time I'm creating a meal, just at home, or if it's for work, or if it's for an event. I always think of where I'm at first, right? So the place that I'm at, you know, and I may use, you know, temporary beans from this area. I may use one of the many awesome cactus around here, right? I could use the prickly pear, you know, and so just knowing that, I started using that as my own blueprint and model. I started looking at the closest tribe in the area that I'm doing an event, right? And then expand from there, you know, and that's just focusing on my catering name, Intertribal Foodways. You know, it's just intertribal, you know, different ingredients. And that came up from the food summit. Like I said, it's just so many different chefs from across the globe and different ingredients that they were bringing, right? So that's how, you know, came up with that philosophy and the idea of Intertribal Foodways. And what's the latest event that I did? Let's see. Line 5, Northern Michigan, LCO, Lakota Ray, Shinabi tribe were up there, and they had squash, pureed squash, the Gete Hosman squash is one of the older varieties of squash. And they had lake trout, a white trout from Lake Superior. And they had leftover June berries from the year before. And they had hand harvest Bad River wild rice from the year before. You know, so those are the ingredients that they had that the community donated. And then we just end up creating a list of what we have and how we can use those. And not just that, but depends on the space you're in. You know, if you're in a commercial kitchen, if you're in a small kitchen at home, right? So as a caterer for me, I learned how to navigate in these spaces and just, you know, you can just use a Vitamix, one saucepan and a griddle, you know, to make a meal. You know, so hopefully that answered your question.
Yeah. So who goes out and gets the ingredients from the land? Because, you know, it sounds like that's really where a lot, like the cedar you're talking about. So who goes out and gets the cedar and does all of that? Because as we know, as Navajos, you know, when you extract things from the land, you have to do it properly, and you have to do it with what's the word I'm looking for? With purpose. So who does that? Does a tribe from that land do it, or do you do it? Because, you know, from our tribe, you know, we have specific ways and how we do it. So I'm just wondering how they do it out there.
You know, every Tuesday I go to my local Aldi's and forage on aisle 2 for fresh berries. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, especially with the Navajo culture, you know, it's a lot of appropriation that goes around that. Especially my mom, who's here tonight, is the medicine lady. So she can't consume anything that lives or grows in the water, right? So for me, you know, understanding that it's and I'm not gonna lie to you, there's a couple, I got in a couple of trouble when I first started. You know, for example, I cooked a beaver, the beaver tail. I cured it, and then I end up shredding it and like a tofu style, and I seared it, and I served it at a food summit. And one of the ladies had a ceremony, you know, they were using beaver, right? So, and that's when I realized that I should be asking questions. You know, can I serve this product here? Does anyone have food allergies or food restrictions? You know, so, and when you know, for me, when I go foraging on my own, I usually put tobacco, cedar, sweetgrass, wherever you're at, right? For me, I have I have a medicine pouch that has all these ingredients in it because, being from the Southwest, we got cedar, right? Juniper berries and corn pollen and stuff like that. In the Midwest, you have sweet grass, you have tobacco and different stuff. So for me, I just have a mixture of all these ingredients. And when I go out foraging, I usually just talk to myself and put a small amount down. And also being a Diné, I always try and face the East, and try to put that down to kind of stay true to my traditions, even though I'm on a different indigenous land, Besides that, it's a process. It's a challenge. It's something that you would have to stick with and learn throughout your lifetime. For example, if you're in the food industry, if you're a cook, a baker, if you're doing like sweets and stuff, right? So you cannot learn all of that within one lifetime. As a cook, you'd have to be a caterer, work your own restaurant, or traveling and doing presentations, right? It's always one that you'd have to focus on and pick.
Okay. Really enjoyed your talk, and I particularly wanted to say I enjoyed that idea of meeting people halfway, and wanted to sort of maybe explore that a little bit more with you, because that's something that I think, when I look at the as we talked about at lunchtime, the SAD diet, the standard American diet, that involves that we all kind of got there some way, right? People got to that, and that's what they know, and that's what they're comfortable with. And even though I always think that's what's killing us, to come in and say, you need to be eating all this stuff you've never heard of overnight is just not going to work. So I guess I just think I'm just, applaud you that idea, but I mean, how is that working? And particularly with younger people, I mean, do you find that it's like with kids, can you get them to meet you halfway, and exactly how do you do that?
It's always hard with kids. I have a niece. I have an 8-year-old niece in Minnesota. I always debate with her on eating food, right? And for me, being in the kitchen, what I always like to say when I'm working with kids is, food is art. We empty plate or empty bowl is our canvas, or knives and forks, brushes are utensils, and our food ingredients are paint. So I work with a farm called Dream of Wild Health. They work with inner city Native youth from ages 8 to 17, right? So I always work with them and have learning that patience to work with kids, and showing them, bringing them in the kitchen, showing them how to cut a certain ingredient, showing them how versatile what ingredient can be, right? And just cooking in front of them, right? And having them help you at the kitchen, right? And then sitting at the table and having that conversation, right? So that's for me, being a mentor with a lot of Native youth in the Twin Cities area. That's one thing I always try and share, that food is art. We always eat with their eyes, then with their nose, right, and then their mouth. So I always try and share that in a colorful way. Especially when I'm at home, cooking with my niece, or if I'm out, working with the inner city Native youth. And for the elders, one thing we did at the cafes, we cut out white sugar, and what we use is a lot of natural sweeteners: agave, honey, birch syrup, maple syrup. So those are some of the stuff that we use at a cafe, and we don't use the white cane sugar anymore, or the raw sugar. And for a while, the elders did not notice it until we started putting out flyers, giving them the recipes of what boxes were going out. And they started realizing that they were using natural sweeteners, and that blew their mind too, So just small steps like that for sure.
So thank you very much for coming and taking time to share your journey with us. It's been fascinating. My question is a little bit different, perhaps, but you really called out Sean Sherman as your mentor. We had him here at ASU about 3 years ago. Right before the pandemic, we had a program on the wisdom of indigenous foodways, and Sean came and spoke. And I found him to be a particularly kind man. I really was impressed by him. And you keep acknowledging him. So I'm wondering, in your own work now, because you've kind of come up in the big lights, what are you thinking about in terms of, we're all, the university, we're thinking about how do we mentor our students? What are you thinking about your own role as a mentor? And how do you bring on others in this pathway that you're describing that is so important?
How many of you have heard the song by J. Cole called Middle Child? If not, listen to it. And this may offend some people in the food movement, but I feel like that song kind of represents where I am in the food movement. Because when I came in, people were just starting with indigenous food. Like I said, we had two people sitting back here, I've been doing it for years, right? When I got in, the academic was there, the food was barely coming into like the mainstream, if you may, right? And when I came in, I hit the ground running. The first mentor was Sean, then some people that I connected with, right? And it was, how can I put this? It is a challenge, but at the same time, it's a learning process. Just following that and knowing that it's something that you have to stay focused on humbly. So hopefully that answered your question.
Thank you so much for coming. We all really appreciate it. So I'm just wondering, as a non-Indigenous person, what are some steps for other non-Indigenous people to begin the decolonization process in our foodways, and how we can do that in the food industry without, for lack of better words, like poaching what is not a part of the original culture?
Yeah. What I always say when people ask about where can I find resources for Indigenous food, or where can I find a chef in my state? So what I always share and say is that, look on the land you're standing on, look in the city and visit your local Indian center. For me, Minneapolis American Indian Center. St. Paul's American Indian Family Housing, right? So just go into your local cultural community center, right? On the reservation, be like a Navajo Nation chapter house, or township, right? So, it's always good to go to these firsthand, to go to these communities, introduce yourself. And for food, I would connect with the local chef, a local food sovereignty activists, anyone. So what I always say is I have I say allies. I have two Indigenous allies, two non-Indigenous allies on my team at the cafe. And the reason why I hired them is because when I say allies, they were in the trenches in line 3 fighting the pipeline up north in northern Minnesota. So, and they end up stopping by my cafe. They heard of the work we're doing, and they were cooking for the camps up there. So the credentials they had, and it wasn't on their resume, but making a few calls, like Winona LeDuc or Tara, asking them, are these guys good? They were in your camps. How are they? So, and they, the recommendation that I got from them, right, and bringing them into the kitchen, right, and teaching them not just how to cook and how to provide Indigenous food, while also learning that process. In my kitchen, you'll never hear me yell, scream, or toss a pot of pan, just like the celebrity chefs would do, right? Or any of the cooking shows you've seen, right? For me, it's always communication before action, right? So with the allies that we have in the kitchen, they're in a position where it's about a balanced leadership, right? So having that communication first, there's always gonna be some type of conflict in the kitchen, right? So having that communication is always key, but if you're not in the kitchen as a cook and you're a foodie, right? I would say to Google, right? Indigenous chefs or cooks in the city, it will definitely come up. And there's a website, Indian Agriculture. if you Google indigenous food resources, it'll come up. It's like the first title that comes up. And if you click on that, it'll show you, it'll break it down for you for food, seafood, grains, wild rice. If you click on that, it'll show you where you can purchase these ingredients. And not just that, but it'll explain to you the history of these ingredients as well. You know, and if you guys are familiar with Takabi in Denver, you can also go to their website, Takabi, and they also have resources on their website that talk about how to source ingredients. You know, so in foraging and stuff like that, poaching, you know, that's definitely a big deal, especially in Canada. You know, we have a lot of non-natives who are hunting illegally, you know, for elk, moose, venison, whatever it is, on the reservation, right? And that becomes a conflict with tribal laws and the government laws, right? So for me, it's always, you know, being appropriate with how you make your move, right? For me, even though I'm indigenous, I cannot fish or step on the lake of Red Lake Nation in northern Minnesota. Only the tribes are allowed to fish or to swim in their own lake. You know, so yeah, it's always a conversation that's challenging, that's hard to start, you know, but if you have a person that's understanding where you're coming from, you know, you'll definitely have a good start on that for sure.
Hi, I'm wondering if the indigenous connection is always just ingredients or if it also has to do with tools or techniques.
I received this tagline right here from one of my mentors, Ancestral Knowledge, Modern Techniques, from a guy who's Apache and Navajo, Nephi Craig. He always used that tagline when he was 2015 on up, you know, and I asked him, you know, can I use that tagline? And, you know, he said, no, it's anyone can use that, you know, just so I started using that. And to me, it made sense to exactly what you're saying. You know, you can use a Vitamix, you can use a food processor, you can use a coffee grinder to grind up corn, right? But it will never have the same flavor as you would do a pitagon. A pitagon is like a natural grinder, right? So, and you know, you have these different pitagon and these different handheld equipment that you can purchase. Right. So for me, I noticed the flavor profile when I first attended my food summit in 2018, because I would use a coffee grinder, I would use a Vitamix at home. Right. And once I used that pitagon, it was a different flavor. You know, it was just the actual flavor from the corn. You didn't get that flavor from using the equipment or machine. Right. So it's just using you know, the modern techniques with that as well. You know, so like, for example, if you're leaching acorn, or if you're nextalizing hominy, right? You can use the alkaline, you know, or you can use juniper ashes, or you can use the leftover corn from last season. You can burn the corn cob, make that into ashes, and use that to nextalize the corn as well. You know, so yeah, it's a whole different lifestyle if you're a cook to agriculture. To me, agriculture is new to me, and I'm slowly putting my hands back in the soil. Meaning 5-8 years from now, I'll probably step away from the kitchen. And one of my end game is basically what Nephi Craig is doing in Apache land, which is to have a sustainable cafe and also to have a small farm attached to it. So it may be a nonprofit, you know, so that's one of my end games that I'm working on, you know, so yeah.
I would like to thank all those people who asked these great questions. That was exactly the question. We are exploring ancient knowledges, but modern food systems. How are we going to bring these all together? So thank you so much, Brian Yazzie, Chef Brian Yazzie, for coming tonight. And thank you all for coming tonight. And thank you for the wonderful questions. We look forward to exploring this ancient knowledge of modern food systems. Thank you.
Test, test. Test, test. Test, test. Test, test.
Are we on? Okay, so welcome everybody in cyberspace and in real space to another concluding panel of the third day of Earth Week here, celebrating the dedication of our new building, the Rob and Melanie Walton Center for Planetary Health. And this panel will focus on a very foundational issue, namely the fact that in the very near future, globally, more than around 80 or more than 80% of humanity will live in cities. In some places, that's already true. And this, of course, has tremendous consequences and a tremendous impact on how we live and how we can continue to live in the face of all the dramatic transformations that are currently happening. To address this, we have assembled a really great interdisciplinary panel of experts that, on top of being real experts in their field, can also talk to each other and collaborate across disciplines. So, and we hope to see this kind of collaboration in this panel discussion. It's not a panel discussion in the strict sense that everybody gets 5 minutes to pontificate and then we have a sort of weird Q&A. Rather, it's a moderated discussion where I will try to sort of instill some questions and then we see where it is going. And the audience, please feel free to jump in at any time with a question, because the idea is to make this as interactive as possible, not just among the panelists, but also with everybody who is present. Let me briefly introduce the panel and then we jump right into the first question. So I go from my right. There we have Jose Lobo, who is a jack of all trades within the new College of Global Futures. He focuses on sustainability, on innovation, as well as on complexity. So he covers all of the 3 schools. And once we have the new school for the future of the oceans, since he's from an island, so he can sort of claim some affiliations with that school. Next to Jose, we have Sarah Mero. Sarah is an assistant professor in the School of Geographical Sciences and Urban Planning. So her expertise is on how to design cities, how to make them sustainable, what are all the challenges related to this from multiple angles, from the ecological all the way to the policies angle. And then we have Diane Pataki, who some of you who have participated in some other events might already know. She is the director of the School of Sustainability and trained as an ecologist, focuses on cities from, again, multiple perspectives, particularly with a focus of how to make cities more sustainable and what are the challenges to do that. And then we have somewhere in cyberspace, there he is, our dear friend and colleague, Louis Bettencourt, who is a very good sport because he is in Chicago, so it's 2 hours later than here. Louis is a professor of ecology and evolutionary biology, which is sort of false advertising because he's a trained physicist. But he, more importantly, he runs the Mansueto Institute for what? So for urban innovation. Okay, I always get that confused. But that's no accident that Louis runs this major initiative at the University of Chicago because he, with some of our colleagues, has championed a scientific science of cities based on complex systems approaches, scaling approaches, lots of interesting mathematics and physics involved, but cut to the chase, that has led to some foundational insights about what cities actually are. And so we are very glad to have Luis participating. Albeit virtually, it would be a pleasure to have him here, but the uncertainties of what can be done in person and virtually during those days and months have made that an unreliable proposition to actually bring him here. But we will do that in the very near future and then have some additional events surrounding that. So that's our panel. So let me jump right in with a question, and I will start here, and please everybody jump in. So Jose, you have also worked with several teams on the historical development of cities. Why did people move into cities in the first place? If microphone would help.
We're just asking if people can hear me all right with the mask on. Well, that is, in a sense, maybe the foundational question, because if you think about the fact that this urbanization process that Manfred referred to, within our lifetimes, let's say by 2050, 2060, which most of us will be alive if we have a healthy diet and drink lots of coffee, most human beings will live in cities. That will be the culmination of a process that's about 7,000 years old. But that really is a very small proportion of the history of our species. For hundreds of thousands of years, we lived very differently. It's still a very active area of research. Why did that transition occur? But so a question can be asked, why did the very first humans who settled, who became sedentary, what did they do that? And you also have to remember that up until relatively recently, the 19th century, death rates because of disease in urban centers were way higher than in the non-urban areas. And yet cities grew, they developed. Why did people move to cities? I think over the years, there was a lot of attempts to understand that. Maybe what's exciting and relevant for all of us is that I would say over the past 15 years, we have come to develop a better and multidisciplinary understanding of just why are there cities? Why did people move to cities? And we now understand that cities have been a major driver of socioeconomic development, a major source of invention and innovation. There are things people can do when they agglomerate with each other, when they are close to each other, exchange ideas, create things together. Yes, we have been reminded you can also share viruses, but there is a improvement to what people can do together when they are in close proximity to each other. And if you think about what's the defining feature of cities throughout history, is the very well-known urban economist Ed Glaser that argues cities are the decrease in space among people. So I would think the short answer to your question is people can do things together in close physical proximity that they simply cannot otherwise. And the benefits of that do seem to outweigh the costs.
So we have basically an idea that cities are attractive because ultimately human beings are social beings, and it provides more room for social interactions. So there are lots of opportunities. There are also costs, obviously, that we will talk about in a second. So Luis, you have quantified the attractiveness of cities in a certain way, or the advantages of cities. Can you enlighten us a little bit about what those fundamental properties are and how we begin to understand the underlying dynamics that drive the continuous evolution of cities?
So thanks. Good to see everybody. So to answer your question and pick up on what you both said, it's actually both banal and simple and very profound, the answer to your question. The banal answer, I think we just relived it through COVID again, and it's been interesting. But it's very hard for any of us, I think, to imagine living without the things that we almost every time take for granted. You know, the hospital, the educational, the school for the kids, all the services around us that allow us to function as sort of, for most of us, as entrepreneurial, creative beings in a city, and enter opportunities and aspects of society that are very hard to enter in any other way. So that's basically what cities do on a day-to-day basis. But But as the grander story is the story of what are we sort of as creatures, and as creatures we are sort of hypersocial, and we are able to learn and be intelligent in some sense. And we do, that's a social quality that we actually plays out in groups. And so cities, to answer your question about what we've been able to understand more quantitatively, cities actually create structures by creating built spaces and higher densities that allow social networks to increase in a way that's scale invariant, that can basically be open-ended. So that can create bigger and bigger, social networks that both denser in space and time, so that every person on average has more interactions. And this has profound consequences in terms of magnifying our sociality. And it's a general purpose, if you will, technology or environment that allows us to do everything that we do socially faster and to a larger scope, including new things that we can invent as the scope increases. So basically, that's what cities are for. They have very specific properties in terms of the properties of both the socioeconomic network of interactions and the built space network that we see throughout history and that we continue to see in new ways as technology changes and cost benefits are changed also by other forms of institutional innovation and so on into the future.
So that is, I think we will get back to that in more detail, but I want to sort of get a richer picture on cities, because so far we talked about us as one biological species that decided to do that. And as Luis alluded to, there's a lot of built environment that facilitates a certain type of interactions. But we are not alone in cities, Diane, aren't we? So what else do we need to understand to really fully capture the picture of what a city is?
Well, so I study nature in cities, and the phenomenon of bringing nature intentionally into cities is relatively new. I think in the industrial era, as cities got large enough and people could no longer walk across the city, they grew to the extent that you needed other forms of transportation to get across cities. People started to wonder if we should bring nature back into the city. So I have a lot of questions about how nature should be configured with the built environment in cities. I mean, when we talk about 80% of the world being urbanized, that's a very broad definition of urban areas. And within that definition, there's many, many different configurations. In the US, we think of suburban areas, we think of highly urbanized central business districts, ex-urban areas, which are a very, very low density of urbanization. And those are all different configurations of human population density with a density of nature, of green space, vegetation, and other species that interact with vegetation. So we have a lot of options. We could spread people out so that people have a lot of contact with nature. That nature could be public, could be in a park, could be private. In the United States, we like to have it in our own private backyard. Could be vertical. We could think about ways to introduce nature in very high density developments, or we could have very highly densified urban cores with access to nature in green spaces outside of the urban area. And I don't think we know which of those configurations provides people and nature with the benefits that we're looking for. So going forward, I think we need to understand better how to intentionally configure the built environment with different aspects of nature that we intentionally bring in to our backyards, to parks, to streets, and so forth.
So that's sort of a nice segue to Sarah, who basically focuses on planning. So how are we going to do that kind of transformation? Because one could say that for a long part, cities were happening more, unintentional. People just started building, and then, well, there was some intention that you wanted to protect the city, so you build a wall around it, and then you had to periodically expand and build a bigger wall and things like that. But what are we doing now to sort of try to design city spaces facing some of the challenges that Diane laid out, sort of what is the nature in the cities, but also some of the challenges that Luis was bringing up, sort of what facilitates the kind of positive social interactions that leads to those accelerated processes of innovation and sort of social innovation as well as technological innovation. So how are we designing our cities? Or are we?
Yeah, I think there's no single answer, right? I think it varies hugely around the world. I mean, I think there are still plenty of urban areas that are completely unplanned. I mean, over 1 billion people live in informal settlements, right? So worldwide. So I think there's a lot of room to just have basic planning. And then I think there's a lot of places where there's going to be new urban areas that are going to be developed from scratch, right? And I think there we have a lot of opportunity to really think creatively about how we can do this in ways that, you know, doesn't make the same mistakes perhaps that we've made in existing cities. And then I think there's efforts to try and say, okay, well, given the legacy infrastructure that we have right in place in cities that are pretty already built up, like, you know, for example, here in North America or in Europe, how do we sort of adapt what we have, because we're not going to be able to start from scratch, and we have a lot of infrastructure already in place, and to try and figure out, okay, what are the best models there? And so I think to your point, I don't think there is going to be one solution for every city, right? Because cities are just so different, and their planning structures are so different. And I think, I mean, a simple answer was yes, I think planning in general would be helpful everywhere. And I think, you know, the places that are happening completely, unplanned is potentially problematic moving forward. But even here, say in the US, where we have, a pretty established planning system, I think there's a lot of room to be more strategic, to be doing it in a lot more of an integrated way that really takes into account everything that we need to be thinking about for the future, right? And bringing in our new recognition of the importance of nature in cities and the value and the services that it provides, thinking about the social infrastructure in cities and how we can actually build spaces that facilitate interaction and build those social networks that Louis was talking about. So yeah, I think there's a lot of room for improvement everywhere. But again, I think we're at very different starting points in different cities worldwide.
Yeah, so that's very intriguing. So playing sort of devil's advocate. So Luis and Jose, any one of you, because you have studied comparatively a lot of cities. And so cities with different histories, with different planning designs, yet there seem to be coarse-grained properties that suggest that it doesn't really matter whether you plan a city. There are properties that happen independent of our intentions. Or have you already discovered some subtle ways of differences that we could say certain designs of cities might facilitate certain values that we treasure better than others? Or does it really not matter?
Well, let me maybe say that what we need to perhaps start with is realizing that planning can be done in different ways and at different levels and by different institutions. So yes, if you think about planning whatever happens in Tempe, probably a lot of people think, when you think of slums in Cape Town, South Africa, or Sao Paulo in Brazil, or Mumbai in India, you might think like, wow, look at that. It's a mess. There's no planning. There's no grid. There's no streets. It's chaos. It's very dangerous. But if you actually go there, if you enter the slum, if you talk to the people who live in the slums, if you listen, you actually realize that in the absence of that formalized planning, and let me tell you that if you ask a lot of slum dwellers, do you want City Hall to get involved? Their experience is that when City Hall gets involved, it's bad for them. It usually means they get relocated while we build you a better house. It's just that that never happens. But a lot of these communities actually do a certain type of planning. They make paths. They find ways to distribute water. They have found ways to survive environmental shocks over the decades. So when we start here to think about how are we going to deal with climate change, a lot of slums in the third world have a lot of experience. So I think that we need to start with realizing planning can be what communities do to achieve the effects Luis referred to. Move, communicate, learn from each other. Now, it will certainly be nice if City Hall were to build you a bathroom. But you know what? Don't build a bathroom where you think is useful. Ask people in the neighborhood, where would you like bathrooms to be located? And I know that sounds super trivial, but I think that's one of the lessons we have learned. There is planning that's going on, very effective, in a very decentralized manner, but we have a lot to learn from that planning as we think about how to make cities more resilient. But the very first thing we have to do is go into those communities and learn. Just go there, don't talk, actually be with the poor.
So planning is a very diverse process, and we shouldn't just sort of impose our notion of, strategically, centrally driven planning. The planning needs to be sort of contextualized, and sort of we have to accept the diversity of planning. But so, Luis, no matter how things are planned, are some fundamental properties of cities universal, or how much variation is there?
So there's both, right? This is any complex system has both certain structural and dynamical properties that tend to tell us that there are cities, and cities have, in general, small or big in different contexts, certain general characteristics. And I'll come back to planning in a moment. But then, of course, there's a lot of variation as well. There's variation at all scales, obviously all the way down to people being different, having different histories, and then communities and cities themselves. So all that needs to be taken into consideration. And I think part of the problem with planning, sort of hopefully in the distant past, is that it's had very simplistic and very normative ideas of what a city should be. It should be orderly, or it should be just green. Or today we talk about often in terms of smart cities, cities that are driven by technology. And those things can all be helpful elements of what planning can be, but cannot be taken to be the end goal. So as you were all saying, the perspective on planning is really to take the properties that we're discussing that are general, that when you live in an urban environment, you have in principle access to more people and more functions. That a lot of those functions and a lot of that access is mediated first by infrastructure. So if you don't have basic living conditions, then you have to be the infrastructure. You're not going to be the social being. And then number two, you need to be safe and have means for conflict resolution. And then all the other institutions that allow you to be part of that city and an active agent need to be there. And of course, no city is perfect in supplying all these different things, but cities that are good do it better, and which provides an environment that's good for individuals and households, but it providing sort of a just and good standard of living. But then by creating essentially a dynamics where people can create better relationships, value, and so forth, it also is good for the collective, for the city, in terms of creating, economic growth, human development, and so on. So this is kind of the logic of it. But the point is that planning, therefore, needs to respect the natural processes of the city, and this starts with the processes that people's lives at the level of communities and neighborhoods, which is very relevant to the problem on the one hand of informal settlements and slums, but on the other hand, all the way to issues that we have in the United States that have to do with extreme inequality between neighborhoods and extremely different living conditions that actually enforce, some of the more unjust patterns across people in our cities and our country. So these things are kind of places in which there's sort of an adaptation to certain living conditions or certain constraints, some of them imposed from the top, sometimes spontaneous, but then where planning needs to be sort of a platform, more of a platform than a prescription, to really allow the city to exist as this large, peaceful, creative social network that has a cost benefit that allows people to actually take care of business, of services, and having decent livelihoods, but then be creative human agents. That's essentially what it takes. Now, you can unpack that in terms of all the things that planning needs to do. It needs particularly to provide at a minimum urban services, places that are decent and healthy for people to live, green spaces indeed, for people like nature in general, but nature has a number of other functions that we're discovering now. Some have to do with air quality and other environmental services. Some are actually psychological. We know now through environmental neuroscience that Cities help us, feel better. They calm us down a little bit from sometimes the bustle of the city. So they provide sort of buffers and balancing environments where people can recharge, but also again, come back to other facets of their life. So all these things, the point about cities is that all these things need to be integrated, and we need to work increasingly from the bottom up, but especially across scales, such that all these functions are available to everybody in every neighborhood, and also contributes to the performance, if you will, of the city at large, so that it can be sustained financially in other ways. So that's the nature of what planning in the 21st century needs to be. And then there are contextual aspects of what that plays out in an environment where a city is developing, or in a city like more in the United States that needs to be retrofitted, like Chicago.
So I think that's a very fascinating point you just made, because it introduces an interesting challenge. So we have an increasingly better understanding of what makes a city unique and what makes a city work. And we can sort of derive certain principles, and you sort of suggested some of them right now. But then a city is a built environment and an infrastructure that creates certain past dependencies. So the question is, how do you get out of those? So it's a funny anecdote. When I was recruited to ASU, a colleague then drove me around town and sort of wanting to show where you would like to live. And knowing that I come from Europe, so they showed me a neighborhood sort of, I think where Jose lives, sort of near the university, and says, well, you might like this. This is the old neighborhood. The houses are from the 1950s. I replied, well, I grew up in a city and my father lives in a house from the 12th century, and it actually has a Roman road marker at it. They were very confused. But the challenge is, so Sarah, how do we actually go about taking that past dependency into account and try to transform cities through a planning exercise?
I mean, I think that's a great question. And, I don't know that I have a perfect answer. Actually, I had a question for maybe for you, Jose, which was I was thinking about, which is something that I feel like I've struggled with, is sort of how to balance the need for this kind of a recognition and appreciation for these like more decentralized processes, and the fact that people in the, know what their own community needs best, right? And yet how to sort of support that while also making sure that you have integrated, connected systems that function, and that you don't end up having really fragmented cities, right? And super unequal. And so I don't think I have a clear answer to me in exactly how you design like institutions and processes that that balance that perfectly. But I think we need to figure that out, right? And have to somehow strike that balance in how we're actually designing planning processes. And I think there's been a lot of effort to try and do that through sort of like participatory planning. And there's certainly been a shift in the planning world to try and do that. But we don't always do it that well. A lot of it tends to be sort of, checking boxes and not actually really meaningful engagement, or some people are left out. So I think we still have a lot of room to improve how we do those processes. But I think it's really important, but also still recognizing that, yeah, like cities, I mean, we need regional planning, right? We need to connect infrastructure. We need, we also need to be strategic. And I think some of the challenges we're facing are requiring us to even maybe speed up some of those, or to be even more strategic, right? Because we're going to have to make major infrastructure changes in the future, whether it's because cities are growing really rapidly or because they're facing a lot of changes due to climate change, et cetera.
Yeah, we get to that sort of climate change, sustainability, and also the issues involving who is doing the planning for whom, because there are a lot of issues of justice and inequality in there. But I want to sort of complexify the picture. So Diane, we can plan everything. And then since cities are spreading out and interact with nature, and then we get nature into the cities, and nature does not follow our rules. So what are some of the consequences of this urban nature interface and sort of the colonization of city spaces by all kinds of creatures that adapt often faster than we to those spaces?
luckily for us or unluckily, I mean, built infrastructure has a very finite lifespan, and we are facing the consequences of crumbling infrastructure. So the path dependency, it's not going to keep us on the same trajectory for very long. So we might as well take
I
advantage.
grew up in a house from the 12th century.
Well, well, but we can take advantage of these opportunities for a more dynamic system. I'm guessing that the house from the 12th century looks a lot different today than it did.
Not on the outside.
Maybe not on the outside, but electricity, internet, things have changed, right? And infrastructure changes, we adapt. So we can utilize the fact that there are systems that self-regenerate, natural systems, and intentionally design cities to be more regenerative, so that we're not investing a huge amount of material and energy and financial investment into an infrastructure that 30 or 40 or 50 years later has to be completely rebuilt, which is where we are now. Instead, we can think about systems that do need a different kind of planning process and a different kind of governance, but that have dynamic processes. They don't fully regenerate. They're still stewarded by people. They're novel systems. They don't have a complete analog in nature, but we can hybridize the built environment and the natural environment in ways that we see with green infrastructure. So there's been a lot of work on different types of green infrastructure. In some areas, we use green infrastructure more successfully than other areas. There's probably innovations out there to utilize nature in configurations that we haven't yet explored in cities. So I think we should take advantage of the fact that infrastructure systems require periodic upheaval. And so, here in the US, I mean, we're seeing a lot of stress on cities that have old crumbling infrastructure. And now is the time to change that path that we're on. The other thing is that I work a lot in cities that have a reputation for being unsustainable. And, my question is always, but where are these people going to go if they're not here? So for example, I've done a lot of research in Los Angeles. It's a terrible reputation for being a city that has unsustainable infrastructure. And here in the Phoenix metropolitan area, it's the same thing, right? Now, I'm an ecologist, and so I'm often with people who think that cities are fundamentally bad, and they'll say things like, there should not be a city in this area where Los Angeles is. There should not be a city in the Sonoran Desert. Where are these millions of people going to live if they're not here? Perhaps they are utilizing resources more efficiently when they are living together in close proximity in this space than if they were spread out over the landscape. So I think that I think we should think in ways that are a little bit more flexible. We make a lot of assumptions about the way cities are or should or shouldn't be configured. But in the end, the people are already here. So the question is how should they be clustered together in relation to the natural environment and in relation to other species?
But Diane,
go ahead.
Because that attitude that you have ascribed to your ecologist audience, for years, it was a guiding principle of the World Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, the USAID, and governments in Latin America, whether left or the right, they all seem to have the same assumption. Most people suffer from a fundamental idiocy, and they're moving into cities, and they're idiots. It's a mistake. They don't know better. Therefore, let's spend lots and lots and lots and lots of money with the occasional use of violence to prevent that from happening. And if it's just this assumption that people are in LA, people are in Phoenix, or people are in a favela in Sao Paulo because they're idiots, because they don't know better. Yes, let's ask them. Yes. And you will ask people in the World Bank, have you been to the countryside where those idiot peasants are leaving to move to Sao Paulo? Would you like to live there? I mean, fundamental question. You live in New York. Move to the countryside in Brazil for a year. For a year, not a one-week visit. So we need to get rid of that. You're absolutely right. It's so poisonous. It's anti-scientific. It's anti-democratic. And very liberating if you start thinking, why are people moving to the cities? Why are people moving to Phoenix? Look, I moved here. I know it's hot. I first visited Tempe in November and I thought, this is great weather.
Yeah, that's when we recruit people. Yeah.
Yes, actually, yeah. So I just wanted to highlight that there's this running assumption that take.
That's a very good point. As I think as I said, we will get to all of this. I just want to press Diane and sort of, the advocacy of who else lives in cities and what are the consequences of that. I can give you another anecdote. So when I spent a year at the Wissenschaftskolleg in Berlin, which is in a very nice suburban green space, but of course all those spaces are invaded by wild boar. They have found a great way of living there that makes for some interesting encounters. And when some of us decided that it might be a good idea to maybe sort of, get a gun, look at that, shoot a wild boar and have a good grill fest, all the humanities folks in the Wissenschaftskolleg were appalled. But on the other hand, it's a huge problem in cities. I mean, I've used that as an example. I think the wild boar population in Berlin is such that it actually becomes dangerous in certain areas because those guys have their own way of doing things and people are just in the way and they don't realize that they shouldn't be there because for them it is now an interesting new habitat. So Diane, how much of a movement of wildlife into cities are we actually currently observing and what are the consequences of that?
So I grew up in New York City and I do not remember any anecdotes whatsoever of wildlife like coyotes running around Manhattan, but they're there now. I have a lot of colleagues who think that wildlife, they're figuring this out. I mean, these modern cities are very, very new. They have not been around, but for a couple of centuries. And so species are starting to adapt. There's evolutionary adaptation, but there's also behavioral adaptation. And it's very interesting to see species that we hadn't seen just decades ago in cities now start to have more encounters with people. Now, some of the species that we bring into cities are done intentionally. Most of the vegetation in cities is brought in intentionally. There's a massive biodiversity of plants in cities, much more than people expect. I think that a lot of people assumed that cities were spaces that were just devoid of biodiversity, but actually cities are some of the most diverse places on Earth for plants and for birds. For wildlife, not so much, but that diversity is increasing because of these behavioral changes. And then for other types of organisms, we just don't know, like microbes. Microbial diversity in urban soils, big question mark. We don't know what's under there. Maybe those soils are, very low in diversity. Maybe it's the opposite. Maybe microbial communities are similar in urban and non-urban environments. We actually don't know, and that's probably very important for things like soil processes, soil health, even sequestering soil carbon. So, I mean, a lot of the research on the ecological dynamics of cities has originated here at ASU. I think some of the longest data sets on urban flora and fauna come here from this area. But then there's large tracts of the earth where we really have no data about ecological processes in cities, species in cities, biodiversity in cities. So if we want to make decisions that will make cities better places by bringing in nature, we're going to need a lot more information in the global south, in other types of cities beyond this city and a handful of others in North America and Europe.
Well, that's an important point you just made. We need more information about that interface between nature and the urban environment in the global south. Just a few facts or factoids. The number of zoonotic events, sort of the jump of viruses or bacteria that can harm us by causing disease, has increased dramatically over the last several decades. And the majority of those events actually happen in what we call sort of that urban nature interface in the global south. where cities just encroach into basically tropical forests or other habitats that have a lot of those potential zoonotic creatures. And so we just, well, we're not out of it. We are just in the next phase of a more than 2-year pandemic caused in all likelihood by such a zoonotic event. So this is something that I think is a dimension, particularly sort of, Jose, you were kind of talking about passionately about that, the people who basically make decisions to move into those favelas, into those not easily recognizable from a traditional, global north perspective as even cities, but they are. But some of them are in those zones where a lot of those events can happen. So now we are getting actually also into an area of global planetary health, like what the building is supposed to think about, but also, of course, justice, because it is certain types of populations who are more exposed to those dangers than others. Any thoughts on that?
Well, yes. I mean, this issue of equity and power, which, it's easy to bring up. It's actually hard to incorporate in a thoughtful manner in a lot of our research. And maybe even make some people uncomfortable in academia. Because when you talk about issues of power and equity, of political rights, of civil rights, who has power? Where does the power come from? We could talk a lot about, where does the Walton Foundation get its money? But we won't go there because I know this is being recorded. But in all seriousness, I think if adaptation to climate change, everybody's now favorite term, well, it's an important term. The IPCC has introduced that. There is a way in which that can happen on the back of the urban poor. The elites in the global south, you can imagine many scenarios in which that, they will be fine. You already see that in Mumbai, for example. But if adaptation to climate change is going to be enduring, not just simply postponing a lot of civil unrest, we have to take seriously this notion of when decisions are made, when plans are drawn up, whose input are we going to listen to? Whose interests are we going to prioritize? And I don't think it's just a matter of decency, which I think is a very important principle. It's just also a matter of efficacy. I mean, are we going to actually succeed? So I think that we need to, as scholars, as citizens, we need to put equity and justice absolutely up front and center about how do we produce knowledge? And again, this phrase has become very standard in academia, co-production of knowledge, right? Yes, everybody's in favor of that. Who actually will get up and says, I don't think we should consult with the poor. No, let's go beyond that. What would it mean to co-produce knowledge? To then thinking about how that knowledge is implemented. And I think there we have to be very humble and recognize we have to be very creative. We don't have a recipe for doing that. We probably have a long list of things not to do because we have been doing anti-democratic urban planning for decades. So let's avoid harm, but then we need to be creative in incorporating interests that are often not at the table. If we don't do that, urban adaptation to climate change will be a short episode, just a prelude to much deeper conflict. So,
and sort of let's get back to more seriously the discussion about urban adaptations. I want to bring in Luis because I know you and others, so you have actually done extensive studies on slums. And so, we often look at it, it's all the dangers. But of course, as we have seen more generally, the reason why people move into cities has a lot to do with opportunities. So what actually is the balance between sort of the negative, dangerous effects and the opportunities one of your cities? So how much opportunity did you find?
Well, it's more than that, Manfred. I think for those of you who like history, if you know the history of any city, almost any large city that had periods in which it grew fast, it had its own version of localized poverty and underserviced neighborhoods. You can call them slums, if you will. Chicago, certainly where I live, had a lot of that, and until very recently. And this is true of almost every city I can think of, and that we have facts for. So I think that what's different now on that problem is because we have a very large pace of urbanization, so people coming to cities, which is happening in almost every country now on Earth. And the reason for that is that people can, and cities can more quickly offer certain opportunities. I'll get to that in a moment. How do we quantify that cost benefit for somebody who's quite poor? Then what you have is that you have many cities, particularly at the moment in South Asia, some Southeast Asia, and Africa, particularly sub-Saharan Africa. They have vast informal settlements. Some of them are recognizable as dense urban slums in the way I think you're thinking and referring to, but the vast majority of informal settlements are not like that. We just have amazing, information on every building in Africa and other parts of the world that's coming through satellite data that we're analyzing. And so most of what you see in terms of informal creation of these cities is peri-urban. Areas that are being settled sort of at the boundaries of the city, but where still there's no infrastructure, there are no services and so on. So people have to go without an address, without often streets and roads, and then without sanitation. Power is a little bit easier because you run a wire. So all these things, so what you're seeing in some sense, and what we've seen historically in other contexts, including our own, is the city forming, is these networks of the city need to form, need to assemble in order to be able to connect people, provide them with services, allow them to channel their energy and creativity into things that we then associate with wealth and prosperity in higher income societies. So this is just happening now on a massive basis for around about 1 billion people, but it's happening in different ways. Most of them are sort of these cities growing and assembling for the first time. The challenge for these cities is that some of them, particularly in West Africa, which still has the largest scope in terms of time, but also rates of population growth, are that probably some of these cities will have to grow by a factor of 3, maybe even 4. And we may imagine as we go down the line towards the end of the century, it's hard to make such predictions. A lot of things will change, but we may have cities of the order of 80 million people, which is double the size of Tokyo today. So, and these cities need to urbanize in a different way that needs to be sustainable. So they cannot do what we did or what China did more recently. They have to somehow build infrastructure, produce energy, recycle materials in ways that no one in any part of the world is doing yet. So that's the big challenge of that kind of urbanization, is to really assemble a city. So now I want to segue to another issue that we are all talking about, but kind of the conversation went along for a while, is that in some sense, these processes that we're describing, the process by which cities develop and that they become connected networks, both physical networks and socioeconomic networks, and their dynamics of change are essentially in the spirit. They're not exactly how biology does it, of course, but they're sort of ecological and evolutionary processes that humans can accelerate because we're much more about knowledge and ideas and so on. But this is still an evolutionary process of its kind that kind of relies on diversity of people, exchanges, assemblages, and then essentially things being amplified through these social networks. And the same thing is happening in terms of adaptations of organisms and populations into urban environments. What cities create, again, are these environments that are very rich in resources because we bring them in, water, temperature, all kinds of other things. And as Diana was telling us with a couple of examples, birds know it and coyotes know it and people know it, so a lot of people see opportunity in these spaces and a lot of creatures do. And so what we're seeing are evolutionary and behavioral adaptation processes to these environments that before we thought were just in some sense wrong by, from a wrong theoretical perspective. But now we understand that basically adaptations to opportunities, and we're trying to work with these processes to create environments that are both good for nature and for people in a way that that also sustains even locally a lot of more biodiversity. So this is true also for human innovation and the creation of value, therefore for human development, but it's also true for creating cities that are more ecologically vibrant and are not built and maintained in opposition to the ecosystems that exist around cities, but then are created as new ecosystems and assemblages within cities.
So at some point, Diane was worried that there are too many scaling people here, but we have now an interesting other alliance, and now poor Sarah is sort of on the hot spot here, because we now all agree that cities are very interesting evolutionary ecological system where you have a lot of co-evolutionary processes that are happening and are sort of self-organizing. And yet we started sort of with a discussion about planning. So now we are basically saying, what kind of planning? Is the guidance the traditional? We have some insights, we develop something, we might even talk to some people, or is the best planning process to sort of let sort of those evolutionary processes unfold by themselves? So Sarah, what's the current philosophy about planning? Is it sort of top down or even bottom up, or is it evolutionary?
I think, we went from just over the last, I guess, 70 years or something, went from an idea of top down was best, right? Then to a rejection of that and bottom up. And I think we're somewhere now, I think kind of in the middle where there's I think generally a view that we sort of need some of both. But I agree that cities are these kind of complex, adapting, evolution, evolving systems. And I think because of that, we do have to be more we need planning that's more flexible. And I think we need to design processes to plan for how we plan our cities that take that into account, that, allow for change, as the situation changes, right? And I think we haven't done a very good job of doing that. We sort of say okay, we create some master plan, we set up, this is more the US context, zoning, and then that's the way it stays for, a long time. And I think we need to rethink that and have things that are a little bit where we can feed information back, more adaptive, more flexible, to try and deal with this.
So
can I jump in?
One thing, just make a local joke, that we have to get our engineers out of this business and let the biologists and the ecologists and sort of the sociologists who deal with complexity take over the responsibility of the cities. So no Ira Fulton School involvement in urban planning anymore.
Can I jump in and kind of prove you wrong, Manfred?
Please do, yes. Just trying to wake you up.
So the reconciling perspective here, both between ecology and evolution and bottom ups and top downs and planning, as well as reconciling between engineers and other types, is really that it's in the nature of any complex systems, but has a particular expression in cities, that we have different levels of organization where different processes are playing out. And we need to have certain levels being ordered, almost like the homeostasis of the city, the things that need to happen every day for the city to function and to be a decent place to live. And then there are the things that are sort of creative and variational and that can create new possibilities, more the evolutionary part. So the developmental part, if you want to use a different word. All these words are tricky, as you know, and we'd have to have a long conversation about this. But my point is that you have to have both, and both support each other. The city ultimately is an environment that can create novelty and value and forms of growth, not necessarily resource intensive, that are good ultimately in the long run, both for the population at large and individuals. But that can only happen if the city has planning in the sense of services, infrastructure that allow that to happen. And this is, so what this recasts planning as being is that urban planning, there was a time maybe that Sarah was referring to, maybe modernist planning or some, just to keep it simple, in which the planner is going to tell everybody what to do and create the perfect city. Whereas what we're talking about, the role of the planner from the perspective I just offered you, is that the planner is creating a platform, just the basic conditions for the creative city to exist. Without those, the city cannot exist. And those need to be, equitable and keep improving as technology and needs improve and so on. But then after that, then there are open-ended parts of the city that are more evolutionary in the usual sense. And those also need to be there, because if those are destroyed by the planning process or by some other institutional planning process, which is often the case of the deeply, the smart city or the modernist city, then you lose the city and you know, the whole thing loses its value and its purpose. So the point is to try to understand. So the engineers are very important. And, you know, I remember a conversation I had with Moshe Safdie, a famous architect, and he was telling me, he was talking about design, but he was telling me, you have to put order in some places so that you can have creativity in other places. And that's the kind of idea. And there are many places in the city where these things are playing out. But ultimately, you need to have a whole identity of service structures, not only in services in the bottom, but also for the city as a whole, as a cooperative environment, that the city and the social networks and the society can be held together, and that people see purpose in what they do, and there can be a collective benefit from everything that's going on.
What we definitely need a lot of engineers, but we need to be trained them differently, much like us, to listen. So let me give you an anecdote from a slum that Luis and I visited. It's called Kailisha. It's in Cape Town, one of the largest slums in South Africa. And it turns out that, you know, there's this need. The city government could not provide every household in that slum with what we all take for granted, a toilet in our home. So City Hall said, we're going to build toilets. And, you know, I don't know how to build a toilet. An engineer does. Okay. So city came in, built toilets. And, you know, what was the most cost-effective, easy way? Basically, build lots of toilets around the slum. At 2 a.m. in the morning, no women in that slum gonna leave the house and walk to the periphery of the slum to use the bathroom. So once it gets dark until dawn, you wanna go to the bathroom, tough luck. Now, we talked to actually some of these engineers. We didn't go there saying, wow, I'm with you, idiot engineer, but we did ask, did you have an assembly with the most likely users of these toilets? Did you just meet with them? Whoa, no. So, well, you know, so it's not that get rid of the engineers, but engineers to be trained in a different tradition, which perhaps the School of Engineering here is trying to do, so that you incorporate, but you can also think of it as enrich the scope of information you use when you make a plan. Build a toilet, but maybe ask the user, where do you want the toilet? And then go ahead and build it with your engineering knowledge obtained from ASU.
Yeah, so that's a very good point, and I wasn't really knocking their engineers. I was trying to sort of advocate for a new paradigm, and I think what Luis was saying is extremely important, and it actually gets us right to what sort of the final sort of set of topics here is for this discussion. So in evolving systems throughout sort of 3.5 billion years of evolution, we have seen the following basic pattern happening. So nature explores a certain potential space, and it develops what we call a body plan, which is basically a design. And that design then becomes fixed, and it sort of allows for lots of adaptation on the sort of surface of this basic body plan design. And we can explore a lot of diversity that way. And it's very difficult and very hard to change those fundamental body plan designs because they are deeply entrenched and codependent. And if part of the challenge for groups of organisms or clades and phyla to maintain their existence is how much they can adapt given the constraints of the basic design. And I think we might reach now an interesting challenge for cities in that way, because how much of the current entrenched infrastructure of the city will actually survive the demands of adaptations to climate change and other things? Do we need, and this is an open question, do we need a fundamental redesign of some of those, deeply engineered principles of cities? So think about all cities have centralized grid structures to distribute electricity. And now we have an idea that in order to combat climate change, a more localized production of energy might be useful, which would require a complete redesign of the grid structure of cities. And it might actually be more effective and safer. So think about the Phoenix environment. If the central grid gets knocked out in the summer in 120 degrees, how many people will die if, and even the ones who have solar panels on their roofs, because they can't really use the energy that the solar panel produces because it's fed into the grid. And if the grid is down, tough luck. So those are some deep structural features of things that need to be redesigned, re-engineered, or need to evolve into a phase of a new adaptive space. So, Sarah, so what are we doing with planning and adaptation?
I mean, I think, oh, sorry. Yeah, I think we do need those changes, right? And I think cities are starting to think about it, at least, and sort of recognize that there's those needs, but implementation is really slow. I mean, I think most cities are at the point of just starting to recognize the problem, assess where they're vulnerable, do some smaller scale projects. I mean, with a few exceptions, right? But I think in terms of like really fundamentally transforming, yeah, there's not much of that happening in the preparation for climate change. And I think it's going to be necessary, right? I mean, I do think there are some interesting like cases. So one that was coming to my mind in the same line of decentralized is like the push in some cities to really think about green infrastructure and sort of decentralized stormwater management as a way of trying to adapt the crumbling existing combined sewer systems that they have and trying to sort of layer that green infrastructure on top. But again, that's still, it's really an add-on at the moment and not in most cases like an actual substitution for that existing infrastructure because it's not going to hold enough water as it's currently being implemented.
I think Diane made an observation that leads to maybe what we need is to be a little bit more subtle in what do we think is fundamental. So I will argue, and Diane says, infrastructure, yes, we tend to think, well, there it is, it's solid, we can touch it. Most of us cannot touch a social network. I mean, I'm not on Facebook. But the history of cities actually tell us that cities, this thing that is unrecognizably cities, have had tremendous differences in infrastructure. There was a time where the wealthiest urban dweller just didn't have a toilet. Think about that. Think about your daily life. No toilet. No toilet. And so I think that maybe a starting point is to realize, again, as Diane mentioned, that actually infrastructure can be transformed. Is it difficult? Is it expensive? Yes, but we have done it. It can be done. What is perhaps needed is to realize what's fundamental about a city, what the new science of cities is showing us are the social processes that Luis referred to. So we need to think about infrastructure and institutions, master plans, as ways to facilitate those processes. And maybe we do that, the challenge of transforming infrastructure that, yes, tends to sound so daunting. Well, it's not trivial, but again, if we examine the history of cities, we have done it. We have transformed infrastructure and ways of living in cities in ways that some will argue green infrastructure, that's a trivial change compared to building sewage systems. So I will argue that maybe we need to start by not thinking of physical infrastructure as so fundamental. It's useful. The social processes it facilitates is what we need to really think hard about, how to facilitate those.
So to sort of get a final point and then get all of your input into that proposition, and I think then we have reached sort of the end of our allocated time here, but I think it's a very important question. So I think we converged on an idea that there is a science of cities, sort of a scientific understanding of cities that Luis and Jose and others are really contributing to and are building up, that helps us understand how cities operate and what some of the constraints are and also what some of the opportunities are. We realize that what makes or has made cities special for over 7,000 years has to be that it's a place of social convergence, of social networks that facilitated innovation. Now we have a challenge that most of our cities need to rapidly adapt to changing environments, not just the physical environments, but also changing social environments, because more and more diverse people moving into the cities, and cities becoming more of a place where we see consequences of inequality, injustice. So we are at a point where there is a need for transformation. And so we can transform and sort of save only part of the residents of a city and they can continue to live more comfortably, or we can use that design process to try to accomplish two things in a way, because we are in a way in a very unstable situation for most of the city structures. They need to change. They are under threat from multiple external and internal consequences. Can that challenge be met in such a way that it addresses simultaneously the infrastructure, environmental, and social issues? Or is this too much to ask? So maybe everybody sort of reflecting on that final point, and then we close this discussion.
I want to take this opportunity. I was telling Manfred this before the panel. This is a great opportunity to talk to all of the urban scaling people in one place. So there's a fascinating literature on scaling in cities and power laws that show these empirical relationships. And to me, the challenge is not so much changing infrastructure. Our urban infrastructure had massive changes in the past century or two or three times. We completely changed our transportation system, where we were getting our energy, and we can solve technical challenges like battery systems to get off the grid. But what about the actual energy demands of large cities? I mean, the thing that is mind-boggling to me as an ecologist is how heterotrophic cities are. That is, they release orders of magnitude more energy than primary production, the energy fixed from the sun. So if we were to look at large cities, I mean, there are advantages to thinking about mega cities in the future. Yesterday, we talked about the 30 by 30 initiative to conserve 30% of natural systems by 2030. Well, one way to do that would be to concentrate people in mega cities. But are the energy requirements of cities at that scale just going to be so large that we cannot simultaneously solve the challenges that Manfred posed? That's what I'd like to hear about from my fellow panelists.
Luis, you have the answer.
Sure. There are a number of moving parts, but the answer is, I'm going to try to touch on most of the points you brought up. On the one hand, we're going to have worldwide, at least, population growth. In the United States, we're almost not having population growth. Depends a lot on how we deal with migration, international migration, which is critical because people come to larger cities when they come from abroad. But so we need to accommodate more people in settlement structures, and it's likely to be to some extent in cities. Cities, as you know, occupy a little bit less as a physical footprint, a little bit less than 2% of the Earth's surface. So that's good. But then most of the consequences on biodiversity and habitats have to do with agriculture, and particularly with cattle and ranching. So those are things that, in terms of land impacts, that obviously we need to rethink and revisit. In terms of the energy demands, so obviously this is the most important thing, coming back to how Manfred started the question. We're in the middle of this transition. We wanted to go as fast as possible because of climate change. Some things we know have to happen, they're pretty certain. So we see, for example, with the electrical vehicles actually is going quite fast. It's still accelerating, of course, but the transition is accelerating very quickly in just the last few years. Electrical generation by renewables, not so fast as it was going, but we'll see. Now we have this context of the war and so on. It's complicated, but the point is we're going to have to electrify everything, right? So a lot of the things that internal combustion engines, whether they're in cars and vehicles or in manufacturing or energy production, the idea is that those will be phased out in the next 30 years. And some sooner, actually. And so that electrification has enormous enormous implications in terms of efficiencies, for example. In terms of, for example, an internal combustion engine car transfers about 13% of its energy to movement, whereas an electric vehicle is more like around 90%. So there are efficiencies all over the system. They're going to be important. And then there's the question of renewable generation, right? And management and batteries and so on that needs to be built. So for that, I think we need massive, some of it can be done in a distributed way. Some of it may be through market mechanisms, but for sure we need sort of government investment on a massive scale to develop the infrastructure. But for example, the electric cars, when you look at a city, you could imagine a scenario where you just replace every gas car by electric car and everything stays the same, right? So the city doesn't change. The problems of equity and inequality don't change or get worse and so on. So there are scenarios where this sort of technological transformation is not a social or economic fundamental transformation. But that's not what we're asking, right? What we're asking, you had there at the School of Sustainability, that sustainability means continued generation of prosperity, but in a way that's that increases equity, social equity, but also creates a completely different relationship with the environment. The last point I want to inject into the conversation, which is I'm quite concerned about, and I think it's interesting, is that another point about cities, particularly large cities, requiring energy coming in, so they're heterotrophic, as you were saying, Diana, in terms of what an ecologist may describe, is that the energy and those materials have been created by and large in terms of settlement system by small towns, small places. There are basically centers of agriculture and other things. And if we imagine a more circular economy in larger cities, where some of the energy generation is more local, maybe including the suburbs, where there's more recycling of materials, then the city sort of as a system of exchange with smaller settlements in rural areas will be fundamentally different. And that may be good in some ways, but it's also will create enormous disruptions in terms of, you know, how people live, where they live, and sort of the trade between small places and large places, and how the system has always existed, in fact. So that's a major question going forward against a scenario that certainly for us in the US and in Europe and other high-income countries is one of population shrinkage. So there's a lot of things that will happen that will change how our systems work. And we need to have an understanding that takes us to new situations. That's indeed why a scientific perspective is important, rather than sort of a rule of thumb that where we cannot navigate fundamentally new situations.
Question, but let me just preface that saying that I am a recovering Marxist, but every so often I fall off the wagon, that English phrase. Without trivializing the engineering challenges, I believe that we can meet the energy needs of those megacities you refer to. But what we need to realize is that one of the largest, most intricate social structures we have ever created as humans is the current energy system. And it's an energy system that has made some groups of people immensely wealthy. So when we talk about addressing the energy needs of the cities in the future, we are talking about a very substantial transformation of the current energy system, which to me is not a scientific or engineering challenge. It's a political challenge. It's a social challenge. And wow, I have not used this term in a long time, but I'm gonna use it. It's a class struggle situation. There are people with a lot of money who decide to spend some of the money making sure that people don't believe in climate change. I mean, that's not a joke. When ExxonMobil decides, I could use my money, I don't know, helping slums in South Africa, let me just use it to fund people who make a career to persuade other people that climate change is not real. I mean, that has a consequence. So what I think we need to think about is that the transformation of the energy system is not an engineering challenge. I mean, it is, but we have smart engineers, but it's gonna be a societal and political challenge to do it, and do it relatively soon. About that, if you were to ask me, am I confident we can do that? In my youth, I would have said, yes, of course. Now I say, well, okay, we'll see.
Jose, you realize that at the core of the Global Futures Laboratory is that everything depends on societal will. And so we sort of recognize the centrality of what you just said, that There are all those tangential issues that can be solved based on standard practices, but the challenge is, how do we get society to actually buy into those changes? So, Sarah, any final thoughts?
I think I completely agree that the biggest challenges that I see are really political challenges and social commitment. And I think the thing that I really worry about is the equity dimension of it. And I feel like that, to me, I think we technically could solve these issues. And I think, I just don't know that we're on a trajectory to do it equitably. It feels like we kind of aren't. And that's, I think, what I really worry about, is just who's going to be suffering along the way. I still remain optimistic that that cities will continue into the future. I don't think they're going anywhere. And I think we can improve them, but along the way, how many people are going to be in really, really bad conditions and suffering? And, we as a society have to decide how much of that we're going to accept, right?
So thanks for that. And so if I summarize, I think what is a consensus that emerged in this panel is that cities are interesting. Cities are centrally important for global futures. There are a lot of challenges related to cities and our future. We have an advantage that there is now a growing, what Luis calls a science of cities. And I think that's really what we need, because there's a lot of isolated approaches. Cities show up in different disciplinary contexts or are treated as problems within a pre-established framework. But what we really need to understand is the city in all its complexities, and there needs to be a scientific base for that. And we are lucky that here within the Global Futures Laboratory at ASU, we have many of the players that contribute to the science of a city, so that we can actually try to ground what needs to be done in terms of action on a rigorous basis. And I think that's also a ground for optimism. And this is something that we need to grow into the future here and continue to contribute both to the scientific understanding as well as to the action that follows. So with this, I thank everybody, the panel and the audience in the room and online, for spending an evening with us. Special thanks to Luis, who basically, it's very late already. So you deserve an invitation at the right time of the year here, not now where it's already 100 degrees or something. So we bring you down when it's pleasant here and unpleasant in Chicago, and can make it up to you, but also advance those very important issues about a science of cities. So with this, let's thank everybody, and I wish you all a good night.